What's up, guys? Welcome back. We're getting ready for yet another season of Campus Championship. And of course, I am not alone. I am joined by Oliver Bass. Bass, how are you doing today?
Doing fantastic. I'm excited to get back into some more PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. You and I were on the last one here that we had just a couple of months ago, but now we are back for the fall iteration. This fall iteration is just as exciting and extra day of broadcast. We got the semifinals here today, DK, and I could not be more excited.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very, very exciting day, seeing that we've got two groups that are going to be just bashing it out to see who's going to be making it forward into those grand finals. There's so much on the line here. The teams are going to be vying for those positions. And of course, we're expecting quite a bit of that PUBG heat to come through. And speaking about heat, there's also a share of the prize pool that these teams are going to be competing for.
It's a lot on the line. 6,000 USD going to our first place with a $15,000 prize pool in total. Just for making top 6, you're at least going to walk away with a little bit of cash in your pocket. But if you want to hit those 4-digit numbers, the 1,000, 3,000, 4,000, and 6,000 prizes, you need to make top 4. And on top of that, the top 2 receive a slot to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Pro Season Qualifiers. So you got money to play for, you got pride to play for, and you got a spot in Pro League to play for as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, so pretty excited to see how these teams are going to be looking to show that pacing, show that commitment, that determination coming through onto the battlefield. But it all starts here with the semifinals, right? As we know, today is going to be that big day where the teams get the opportunity to slot themselves into the finals, of course, to compete for their share of the prize pool. So I'm expecting a lot of heat, a lot of aggression, and some pretty competitive gameplay to come through from our teams.
Yeah, we saw this last time. Initially, we had a couple of teams that were front runners that kind of, I would say stole the show very early on during our grand finals. The first 2 days, it really was a tale of two different stories. Day 1 being a relatively calm, sort of understanding what teams were going to come out in front. And then day 2, it's when I'd say, underdogs started to shine. They were making it a little bit difficult. Some final eliminations at the end of maps would make it difficult for teams to really secure themselves solid prizing and, I guess, safety in any capacity. And considering we have more teams and now it's qualifiers just to make it to those finals, DK, everything on the line. These teams are going to lay it all out in every single one of these games.
I mean, it's going to be hot, it's going to be sweaty, but of course, we are going to be taking it a little bit easier on the teams, right? We are going to be starting them out in the snow to help just cool the nerves, calm everything down so the teams can get themselves accustomed to the aggression. And then, of course, we are going to be ramping it up quite a bit, heading right back over on towards Erangel. And, of course, closing off the day with a little bit of that Miramar action, right? Stepping out in the desert, looking exactly at what these teams can bring on forward. And that's it, right? They've got 3 games to prove themselves, to secure those slots, and, of course, progress forward moving into the finals.
Yeah, they've got 3 games, and honestly, I don't think it's going to necessarily be any easier having less or more games at this point. We've seen it's very, very close between every single one of the teams that has played at this point. They have been practicing, getting ready for this. And again, with a $15,000 prize pool, can you really blame them, DK? There's so much on the line for these students to play for. Again, a reminder for those at home, this is all college students. These are all collegiate players. So if you think that $6,000 would be nice for you personally as, full-grown adult, as somebody maybe with a job, imagine how much better it would be as a broke college student. $6,000 goes a lot further when you're just a kid in college.
Especially if, this is where I wish I could play in this as well, because, if you convert that into my currency that we use, man, I'm going to be smiling, right? I'll just sit there, just absolutely rolling around. But, it is what it is. And, of course, we are going to be super excited to see exactly what our teams are going to be bringing through. And as we know, today, we are going to be breaking the day up into 2 stages as well, right? We are going to be having our first lobby, our first group, have their run at the action. After that, once those first 3 maps are concluded, then we are going to be stepping into our second round to see what those teams can bring on through. And, of course, just looking at the scores that these teams were able to bring through the open qualifiers, I'm already excited because, there's been quite a bit of a play that has erupted between these teams. And I think the standard has been set exceptionally high, especially looking at a team like Toxic for Life, for instance. They concluded with a very consistent pacing across all the rounds that they were playing in. And they ended with the highest tally that we saw, right, coming through on 82 points. So I think already for them, that does set the bar quite high. And then, of course, we got another team there, Team Queens, I believe that is, also then coming through with 73 points. So I'm excited to see how these teams are going to be looking to apply themselves coming forward into their 3 available matches here today.
Yeah, there was really a lot that was shown in the qualifiers even coming up to today, and really a lot that was shown last time as well. Some of the teams that you have mentioned are maybe new and not as familiar to
Mm.
some of our campus championship returners, but there are teams that have also returned here as well. Centennial College back yet again. Seneca back yet again as well. Multiple teams that have already competed here are ready to play yet again. And I think that's what also makes this kind of interesting is that first
Mm.
time around, DK, you and I were looking and going, all right, there's some familiar names. There's some players who have competed in professional events here who have done well within the PUBG mobile scene. But now we get to kind of see those guys inspired other people to now also join into the competition. Now they're
Mm.
here. Now they're ready to play. Now they're ready to kind of show that they might have missed out the first time, but they will not miss out again. The unfortunate truth is, though, there's a lot of people in this one here, DK. It's not necessarily as small a game as last time with as many participants. Just our first lobby alone is most likely going to have 18 teams, or I'm a little bit off. It might be 15 teams total. But either way, it's a
Mm.
lot of teams to play, a lot of different competitors. So this one should be spicy and maybe a little bit quicker to start. Last time we remarked a lot
Yeah.
about how it didn't get going until the final circles. I don't think it's going to be the same thing here today.
I think it's going to be an interesting one to see exactly what these teams are going to be bringing out. I mean, of course, just looking back to the open qualifiers, there we had more than 40 schools competing to get themselves right here into the semis. Now, as you said, right, the performances that we saw in the previous season inspired several others to also then get involved, get in here, and just show us what they can bring to the battlefield. So I got to say, I'm looking forward to seeing these new names now, just showcasing a little bit of that talent. As we know, they've proven themselves to some extent already, making their way through the qualifiers, making it up into the semis. But now comes the hard part, right? Because they're gonna have to keep that consistent pacing all the way through. Seeing that it's only 3 games, right? There's gonna be no opportunity for anyone to falter at any point here today, especially if they're looking to make it into the finals.
Yeah, it's a lot harder when you only do have 3 games. Again, it's for better or for worse. If you're a team that, hits the ground running, you're ready to get going, you're immediately fragging out, finding eliminations within your first game, you don't need to be as concerned because, again, it's about
Mm.
qualifying. You don't need to win today. You just need to qualify for the grand finals, and that should be enough for at least to, keep yourself within contention.
Mm.
So for some of these teams, that could be helpful. If they're a very hot team, if they start off strong, it could do them wonders. But for the teams that maybe take a little while to feel it out, to figure out the process, I'm going to recommend maybe not today. Maybe try to play just a little bit more hectic, a little bit more frantic, a little bit
Yeah.
quicker to any of these plays because you just don't really have the time today. Mistakes are going to be costly.
Mm.
If you slip up in one game, that's literally 1/3 of the games you play today completely
Yeah.
gone.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough, right? So I think there could be one of two approaches potentially coming through from our respective teams moving into today, right? The one is going to be, I would say, maybe a little bit more of a strategic approach, right? Trying to play the positions, getting themselves at least situated with regards to those placement points. But then again, I think the other approach could also be one that is leaning a little bit more towards aggression, especially in the early stages of the game, right? If you get out there and you just alleviate a lot of the competition, you're going to have pretty smooth sailing making it into those later stages.
I would have to agree. I definitely think that it's going to be helpful to just come out with some early aggression, get in the face of your opponents, and really, I would say, also make them uncomfortable. Again, reality is that not everybody's going to be prepared for today. Some teams have been able to make it here, but they're still going to feel a little bit of a fish out of water, if you will. They're not going to feel as comfortable, not as natural here. And if you can kind of take them by surprise with some early aggression, I mean, heck, I think we saw that. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was our final game of the last finals where we saw a team hot drop immediately as soon as they got off of the plane into a combat with another team in order to try and catch up points. It came back to bite them, if I'm not mistaken, and I think they went from the second place team to the third place team, but sometimes you have to make plays like that. You got to risk it for the biscuit just a little bit if you want a chance at making finals.
Especially seeing at the season of year that we are now starting to move into, you could always add a little bit of milk with that biscuit as well, right? Just to have it go down a little bit smoother. So there is going to be ample opportunity for the teams, firstly, to get a good assessment as to what the approach is going to be coming through from the other teams competing against them. But I want to be seeing that adaptation then being brought through as well, right? Seeing that there is still a certain level of that unknown that is going to be played here. The teams will have to try and keep that approach, keep that flexibility and that adjustability pretty swift around them. Because once we know a team getting really stuck into their ways, which is not necessarily going to be favoring it all that much, it is going to become increasingly more challenging as they get into those later stages, having to try and adopt at that point.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it's one of these things where, again, as we mentioned before, you really have to make sure your mental is about you. If you want to start off really aggressive, really in the face of your opponents, that's absolutely fine. But if you also want to try and take a step back, you have to make sure that if it doesn't go your way in game one, don't just tilt out. Don't just all of a sudden go, all right, I guess the passive approach doesn't work. Let's go full aggression, because you need to have a game plan for every single one of these teams here today. They need to make sure that they are keeping their head on their shoulders, their feet firmly planted to the ground, and make sure their wits are about them. Again, with multiple teams that are extremely competent within these lobbies, you can't really afford to mess around too much. Again, 3 games makes it difficult. If you have one bad game, you're not down and out yet. But if you have 2 bad games and then you just kind of go into the third one going, we'll figure out what happens, I don't think that's a winning strategy, DK.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in it to wing it, good luck, because that is going to be a really, really tough approach. But, I mean, these teams, surely they've played, at least a few games with them. Looking at the scores that they've been able to pack in, I'm expecting to see a good approach coming through from a lot of them. I mean, even if you're looking at a team like Team Queens, for instance, right, back in the first round that they played, they actually won that with like 60 points. Right now, that is a very impressive tally to rock, especially looking at the level that we have our competitors participating, right? Everyone is essentially pretty much on even ground here. And I'm curious to see how that is going to evolve, how the teams are going to be looking to bring those adjustments forward. But I want to see from like Team Queens, for instance, I want to see that play that they brought through in the first round of the Open Qualifiers. I want to see all that aggression now being pretty evident out on the battlefield. And I think especially moving in onto a map like Vikendi, I think that is going to be quite an interesting one, seeing that it's a map that we don't have in the professional rotation all that much, right? Miramar, Erangel, those are maps that we know the teams are pretty proficient with, and I want to see just what they're going to be doing with Erangel, right? Are we going to have a few potential instances where teams could maybe be hot dropping? Because, well, Vikendi, I think, could be a perfect match, perfect map even, to do exactly that.
Yeah, there's a lot of different options for Vikendi, especially considering you've got the river basically splitting the entire map in half. Really kind of depends on also where the zone ends up pulling. If we have it pull anywhere south, it's going to be even more interesting. I think we had it last time we played on this map for the last campus championship, because again, for those that are not aware, this is our fall campus championship. We did one of these during the summer as well and had, I believe, exactly the same map pool, if I'm not mistaken. But I believe last time when we played on this map, the final pull was somewhat around said river. It was around said water base, and it made it very interesting for the two teams to kind of fight, because we had two more or less factions to it. Those that dropped on the east side and those that dropped on the west. And as they slowly got pushed into a water base, it made it rather interesting to see how the teams kind of adjusted. Because like you said, there were hot drops. Multiple teams dropping very far south. A couple of teams dropping very far west towards the edge of the map as well. And those early fights kind of turned into later engagements. If I'm not mistaken, one of our front runners in that game actually ended up having to go into the final circle with only a single player still up. So it could make this interesting. I'm very, again, curious, I think, is the best word I can really describe at the moment, DK. I want to see how these teams played on the day. Every once in a while, you do have that team that is hyper-aggressive in the face of their opponents, and then you've got those teams that just try and take it a little bit more strategic, a step back, try to play a little bit more calmly. And I think this first game is going to be a really good example to sort of show what should we expect for the day.
100% agree with you on that. And I got to say, I cannot wait to see exactly what these teams are going to be bringing forward. Of course, as we know, the first match is going to be just around the corner. So we are ensuring that there is adequate levels of snow, of course, then on the map of Vikendi itself. But seeing that it's a little bit more of a frigid map, right? You got to check the engines, got to make sure that they're nice and warm. They're not filled up with ice, because otherwise, the flight path is going to be a little bit wonky. So, we want to ensure that these players have the best possible settings and opportunities to get themselves situated, to get into those prime spots, and of course, well, to bring quite a bit of heat moving into the game and those following phases. So based on what we've been talking about already, where would you like that first flight path to go potentially?
Honestly, what I do actually want is I wanted to basically trace the river here on Vikendi, as it looks like we're getting ready for our first map, our first match of the day. Only reason I say I kind of wanted to just go straight down the middle, straight through that river path thing, I want to see the two teams get forced from the east and the west again. I think it was interesting last time to sort of see that teams did have to play it strategically. They had to figure out a proper approach when they were going off these maps, off of the plane and onto the drops. So if they do the same thing here today, if we do see it just go from north to south, straight through the center, I want to see if the two teams get forced to kind of, engage again at that riverfront.
I mean, it's going to be exciting. It is going to be exciting indeed. So it's just now a matter of time until we find out exactly what that flight path will have in store for us, where our teams are going to have to make their way on through, and whether or not your request will be answered. Because I got to say, I think essentially kind of almost in any direction which a flight path is going to be going across the map of Vikendi, it is going to be quite a bit of an exciting play coming through for these teams. As we know, they will have rather comfortable access to a big majority of this map. Again, not the entire map, but a big portion of that. So it's all going to come down to how these teams look to get themselves situated and then move on from there once they've concluded that looting stage.
Yeah, I do think that we're going to, again, have to watch these teams very early. And I think everybody at home, you should be doing the exact same thing. Make sure to pay attention to what teams are going to be a little bit more aggressive off the drop here, which ones are going to maybe try to go to the outskirts, less populated POIs. And really, I would also say, pay attention to maybe some of our front runners that'll be dropping in this game. Just to give you guys a quick sort of reference as to who that could be on the day, the top 5 teams coming out of qualifiers were Candor College, Guelph Humber, City of New York College, Centennial, and Sheridan College. Those were our top 5 qualifiers coming out of open quals. So as we get ready and into game number 1 of the day, our first match here for the Campus Championship of Fall, make sure to pay attention to those names. They might be popping up pretty soon.
Well, speaking about popping up, here we go. There's going to be flight paths finding us all the way over on towards that southern side of the map. Now, this time around, right, positions like Rishas, Dobromesto, Coal Mine, you know, Cosmodrome, those regions are going to be a little bit more challenging to reach, but there are more than enough vehicle spawns in the vicinity so the teams can get themselves situated, grab that vehicle, move all the way to where they want to go. And then I think the big kicker, Bass, here is going to be, of course, where that first initial zone is going to be forming as well.
I wonder if we're going to see a couple of teams maybe try to stick further south here, somewhere around the winery or maybe Contra or the hot springs to keep themselves at least slightly on flight path. Doesn't really look like we have too many teams dropping to the south, at least for that eastern territory towards Contra and, you know, maybe that half of the map. Does look like we might have 2 teams dropping over at winery, though. So I'm very interested to see, do we hear any early engagements? Because for the rest of the map, it seems like people are more or less spreading out. We do have some teams going towards Dobromestro. We do have some teams going towards Cosmodrome, but for the most part, it seems like we're having most of the competitors spread out, or at least I would anticipate. As you can see, apparently the other team at Winery is caught in wind. You can see immediately into a vehicle heading west, trying to escape that green team in the south.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be... It's going to be a hot and heated start. Maybe enough to thaw a little bit of that winery play. Also, as we can see over on towards Dobromesto, there is going to be quite a bit of action potentially brewing there, as there's already been a bit of a casualty. But now the teams have the opportunity to try and get themselves situated, as we see the zone now centering all the way across over on towards Cement Factory.
This is going to be a hard zone for most of our players to try and cooperate with. It doesn't seem like the battle's going down quite yet in Dobromestro. It seems to be a little bit south of there as it is going off in Grooka. But I don't really know what to say about this circle so far. The zone has pulled very far east, as we've been saying, but it feels like we actually have a majority of our teams within it. I will say, you can see, they're pulling people off of Cosmodrome. They do not want to stay in that city for too long, so you can see a couple of teams just kind of on the edge of it, but no one wants to go too far north and get exposed by getting camped out at the edge of the zone.
Yeah, I mean, that could definitely be a very tough one. Edge of zone camping, it's like a little bit of a danger zone that we could potentially be seeing come through here. But of course, looking at the plays here for Toxic for Life, right? One of those strong performing teams that we had over in the open qualifiers. So I think this could be quite an insightful play, especially seeing that they have the majority of Mavatra to themselves. Nobody here to contest them. They can get themselves looted up. But I think the big play is then how are they going to rotate moving further in towards that zone itself?
It's going to be difficult, especially considering we don't really know where next zone is going to pull. We do have, as I was hoping for, a chance for the zone to pull central around that river, going directly through Kendi here. And, well, there's also a chance for it to end up on Castle. My goodness, would I be interested to see how that ends up going down. But we have a couple of teams that are also in pretty solid positions here overall. I'm not sure which team it is, but that oranges-brown team pulled all the way to the bottom right by Lumberyard are pretty much the only team in that southeast part of the zone. If they can continue to have it pull over them here, DK, they can kind of just camp that out and wait until the final approach, because realistically, if anybody does want to try and engage with them, they either have to come from the north off of that eastern coast and kind of drive down that, or come straight through the bridges across the river out by Volnova. So not many options for that team to get approached from awkward angles. So if they're going to play this one smart, I'd like to say that they stay around Hot Springs, stay around that lumberyard area, and just kind of hold that to themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting one indeed to see just how they are going to be looking to play the current situation, the current pacing. I definitely think a bit of a bridge camp towards Volnova and Hot Springs could be an exciting one, but also over in towards Castle, at least over on towards the eastern side, right? Not within Castle itself. Yes, it does look like an enticing option at this point in time. But as we know, Vikendi, sometimes this map, it can have a mind of its own, right? It kind of just whips and wobbles all over the place. So the teams, I think they are kind of prepared for any eventuality that the zone could throw at them.
I mean, they kind of have to be at this point, considering that we've already started off with a little bit of chaos here. Seneca B team already down by a player. I think the Seneca A team is this team, if I'm not mistaken, that is in the bottom right, out by Lumberyard right now. We got a quick look on them, as it seems like I don't really think they're all too, I would say, perturbed by what they're seeing here. They seem to know that they've got this entire part of the map more or less to themselves, so they're playing this one very carefully, and have already been able to find an elimination from that. So a single elimination here already onto the Seneca A team means that I'd say they've had a pretty strong start so far.
Yep, but that is exactly the kind of pacing, the kind of play that you want to bring through, right? You want to get yourself established as quick and early as you possibly can, but then the hard work is going to come through as to how on earth are they going to rotate up, moving back towards the zone? Because currently, all the way on the western front, yes, there's nobody to oppose them. But as we can already see, right, a little bit closer towards the edge of that zone, they are going to be bumping heads left, right, and center.
Just kind of feels like for right now, everybody's waiting for that, though. The headbutt's getting prepped. They're reeling back, but they're not quite swinging through with it yet. Low start here for most of these teams, as we do have 48 remaining and 13 still here on the map for Vikendi. As you guys can see, only a couple of teams have been able to find eliminations so far. 2 points to Centennial, a single to Algoma, and 1 to Seneca. Like we mentioned, these early teams finding engagements. And I will correct myself just a little bit. It seems like that Seneca team actually was out by Dobromesto, so they're the team all the way to the west at the current moment. Instead, we'll maybe turn and look a little bit more against this, what seems to be singular straggler against this Douglas team. Douglas seems to be aware of that. I'm wondering where that straggler came from and who exactly they are.
I mean, we'll find out in due course exactly where these stragglers are going to be looking to take themselves. For the meanwhile, it is going to be Douglas looking to get themselves into a little bit more of a favorable setup again, right? They've got quite a bit of ground to cover to get themselves secured, as you know, the opportunities in and around that center zone is looking pretty slim, but fortunately we don't have so many teams currently holding on to that region, as there's still quite a bit of that mobility, quite a bit of rotation play being had. And of course, teams could definitely look to get themselves situated a little bit more maybe towards that southern side.
They're trying, but for right now, it's a lot of just trying to loot up as well. Seems like teams aren't. I was going to say all too eager to try and find engagements here. Also pretty eager to find another car. There is Bird. Unfortunate for them, but might be more unfortunate here for this Fort DS team, as it seems like they are finally getting approached here out by the river. It's Yoda and Pack, but they know that there's another team here in the city inside of this POI with them, DK.
Ooh, here we go. Algoma now trying to lay on quite a bit of heat, quite a bit of a suppressive play as well, as the 4 deadly snakes hold their position quite tightly. But I think this is a good opportunity now for Jonas to set themselves up on the elevation here. I mean, as we know, Centennial, this could be a golden opportunity, great play to just try and set up a bit of a gatekeep, because at some point there has to be a rotation.
Oh, it's not only that there has to be a rotation here, it's also that you're going to have to go through your opponents as well. These are 2 of our top-ranked teams coming out of qualifiers here. Centennial overall finished 4th in our qualifiers with, I believe it was 73 points overall. But that's not to be too far away from this Algoma team, who is also playing against them at the moment, who had 67 points. So 2 of our front runners, both top 10 teams coming out of qualifiers and into the semifinals. So make sure to keep your eyes on those teams. I don't think that's the last time we're going to see them engaged, even if the first time it was only a couple of glanced bullets that bounced off of vehicles. Instead, Check up here with another one of our teams in Manitoba, another returning face. If I'm not mistaken, I think we saw these guys during the Summer Championship as well.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks hella familiar. So, yeah, I think it is very, very safe to say that we have definitely seen him play before. I mean, especially the name Atom, you know, it just has kind of a bit of a ring to it along with the Proton, Neutron, and Electron. I mean, you know, they're going to be making up a lot of the action here, potentially, hopefully, if they stay true to their name.
Well, you gotta hope so. The action could come sooner rather than later, as Adam seems to be aware somebody else is around him, as well as the rest of the team. They're hearing vehicles off in the distance and trying to figure out where they might be approaching. Road to the south of them means that they do have a little bit of room to work with, but again, I think we've gotten the answer so far here, DK. It is going to be a more passive approach here for most of our teams today. Very little engagement since the very start. We mentioned it. We kind of came off a drop with a couple of players being eliminated quickly, going down to about 48. It's been about, I don't know, 3-4 minutes, and we still have only seen a single other player drop. We're at 47 remaining with all 13 teams still around.
I mean, it's going to be a steady push, right? It's going to be a little bit peace and tranquility, at least coming through this initial stage. As you've pointed out, we've only seen, you know, 1, maybe 2 bits of action already erupting. But as we get into, I believe, stage 3 and onwards, that is where the teams won't have the luxury that they have right now, right? They are going to be looking to run out of space, and this is where the utility of the positions then will come into play, as well as kind of the map knowledge, right? Looking to see what the teams are going to be doing with the positions they find themselves in and how they can leverage that against the opposition.
They're trying right now, but for teams like Douglas, they're more just trying to wait until their approach. Like we mentioned, they have themselves holed up here in a perfect bunker, but what more can they do with that, as its compound doesn't seem to be all too, I would say, contested at the moment. Does seem like we're starting to get a couple of different engagements here, as maybe Seneca and Jacksonville State getting into at least something, a little bit of a scuffle, if you will. As again, the map is closing, the zones are closing, and more teams are getting forced towards that east side. You have a couple of stragglers still very far north and very far south outside of Winery, Milnar, and Port. But for the most part, we're starting to see teams really get converged into not only that east side, but really the east side past the river. Very few teams currently still holding themselves on that east or on that west side of the map, even over that part of the body of water.
Yeah, and I believe even down towards Castle could be a very good position to maybe take a little bit of possession of, obviously a little bit more towards the eastern side, because it will allow you the opportunity further in towards the zone. But speaking about opportunities, the zone, again, very relaxed, not going to be giving a super overly aggressive shift, but it is going to allow for a team like Douglas now to see what exactly it is that they can find. As you can see, a lot of that movement, a lot of mobility coming through from their end, but they've got a lot of teams also held in the vicinity.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams around them right now, especially with the drops coming in as well. It's only going to attract even further attention. I think they know that. Sounds like we're going to get some fire here, and it's from Seneca's B team. Already down a player, something we do need to point out. Actually, I'm going to take that back. Down 3 of their 4 players. You blink and you might miss it, and you blink one more time, you might see the end of Seneca here, as they're just trying to fire out from their singular building Eagle, the last one remaining. And unfortunately for them, they've got a myriad of different teams around them, dumping in utility, grenades from every single angle, as well as bullet fire through every window.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Eagle, thanks for coming. That is it. The finishing blows have been dealt. That is going to be our first team getting swept back to the lobby. Now it is going to be on to the rest to see who's going to be looking to take it that one extra step further. A nice little bit of utility play now coming through here from Sheridan as well. As you can see, Shenanigan just trying to hold on to the edge as they do make a very quick retreat, falling back into safety. And I think that is a somewhat reasonable play coming through. I mean, definitely looking to scout out the opportunity on that front line, but is this potentially going to evolve in a bit of a bait and switch?
I think part of it is they're just trying to sort of show, okay, we know a bunch of teams are all held up within this POI, within this compound. We know there's a bunch of different people who are all going to be trying to compete. Let's just kind of scare them off. Utility dump just a little bit. Throw it into a couple of windows here from a building that's just a bit further away from us, and sort of force people to take a step before approaching us. Because again, we're only just now getting through our first zone. There's no need to take these early engagements if you can be a bit more prepared for the zones upcoming. And speaking of which, we're just about ready to find out where is going to be our next zone. Only a couple of seconds away from the final closing here. 45 to go. And after that, DK, that's where maybe the safety of these compounds isn't exactly so safe anymore. People are going to get forced into awkward positions, and honestly, I'm kind of curious where this ends up going. We do still have a chance for this one to pull further center, and my goodness, if it does, if it pulls anywhere around Castle, we are about to see a scramble from every single team.
Oh, it's going to be hot. It's going to be uncomfortable. The teams are really going to have to butt heads all the way through if the zone does, as you said, right, moves all the way down towards that southern side. But we are patiently awaiting to see exactly what that shift is going to be bringing through, what transitions these teams will have to look to apply. And, well, the timer is running out. We've just got a few seconds left. And then, well, it's going to be go time.
Oh, here we go. Count it down, and let's see. Where has this map pulled itself now? Oh, we got a view before y'all at home do at this current moment. And I gotta say, DK, this is about as, I'd say, beneficial for every team as it could have been.
I mean, sometimes Vikendi is nice and kind with regards to those shifts, right? Other times we see it be a little bit wacky. At least today, the teams, well, they've been blessed. They don't have to move much further from where they already find themselves situated. But I think still for potentially Manitoba, right, they're going to have to still find a little bit more of a dynamic approach to get themselves situated, because currently they are still situated on that very edge of the zone.
Where on earth is York College B situated right now, though? They have found themselves a vantage point beyond compare. The tippy top of this mountain gives them a view over pretty much all the rest of the teams here that are situated within the east. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't think they need to move from this position either. This is actually pretty far south. It's towards that lumberyard position you and I were speaking about before, and how that could be a really good drop for some teams. Turns out that initial team that dropped there, that 4A team, which I believe is Algoma University, rotated out, giving York the position. Oh, but this is why they've rotated out. The 4DS team has found themselves some other victims here, as they found a firefight and they have found their eliminations. Jacksonville State down and out of game number 1.
Oh, the 4 deadly snakes staying true to their name, rushing forward onto the compound and just doing the business. Speaking about business, though, right, we got Canador also looking for a bit of an opportunity here to see just how they can make their play, make their push through, as the name kind of says it all, right? Toxic for life. We want to see an absolutely devastating play coming through, especially from these positions.
I mean, this was our #1 team coming out of qualifiers. These guys were fantastic to watch, and you can understand why they're taking such an interesting angle. We talked about it. Not many teams really situated on that eastern side, or excuse me, that western side of the river. Everybody taking place here within this eastern part of the map, just across the waterway. So you can see this T4L team, Toxic for Life, making sure that if anybody does try to come through Post Vosto, that they're going to be able to get them immediately, get the engagement early, and take them by surprise. Meanwhile, this Algoma team, you're going to have to take a second to recharge here. Looking like they're pretty low on supplies here. Health dwindling for a couple of their players. They know that they can't be too complacent here. Just outside of Cemetery, they have found themselves in a rather, I'd say, or excuse me, Cement Factory. They found themselves in a rather rough position, if you will. Seems like every team outside of, I'd say, 3 or 4 have converged on the singular POI.
Yeah, but I mean, it's been a hot minute for both teams, essentially just holding on there. But we do say goodbye to Georgetown as they've now met their end. Unfortunate turn of events coming through for them here. But of course, right, it's up to Algoma to show us exactly how they are going to be looking to pace their way through this one. So far, showing quite a bit of a dominant play. I mean, already 4 eliminations up to their name. But I think Seneca A, they've also been doing an absolute stand-up job, coming through with 5 eliminations up. These could be the 2 teams to watch.
I would imagine so. This Algoma team has already proven themselves very early on. 4 eliminations, like you mentioned. Seneca with 5 puts in very close contest. And it's kind of interesting for me as well, because Seneca is a repeating team. We saw these guys play during summer, and we mentioned how good they were during summer as well. Now Algoma, a team that is maybe less familiar to us, or at least within the campus championship confines, has shown themselves to already be a very, very star-studded contender. And I'm going to tell you guys this. Everybody who's on the very east part of the map, you are also a contender now, because our next zone has pulled. And DK, that one is not favorable to most of our teams.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty tough grind for whoever finds themselves over on towards that western side. But again, this is the golden opportunity for the teams to get themselves situated over towards that far eastern front, seeing especially that it is wide open for the taking. This would be the call to make, right? Get yourself situated. But I think the challenging part here is that the teams they don't necessarily have the information that we have available to us, right? So Team Queens, a team who we see situated up towards the north, this could be their play now to not only push into the zone, but to commit to that eastern rotation.
I mean, for ex-prisoners right now, this Douglas squad, they're just trying to find a way out. They have figured out that Algoma has them somewhat surrounded, and they're getting one shot with a shotgun real quick. Douglas, a member down now, needs to try and play this strategically because they were already a member down coming into this fight. It was 3v4 initially. Now it is 1v4, and officially down and out is Bird. Zarvi, their last player left. If you're Zarvi, what are you doing in this situation, DK? Me personally, I'm dipping out as quick as I can.
It's going to be a tough one, I can tell you that much. But of course, there could still be a bit of a saving grace being played here. We can see Manitoba also now on the approach, so they could potentially look to play a bit of an upset. They are very close. They've heard the shots, but it's all going to come down to whether or not they'll be making that decisive play, right? Are they going to be looking to rock up with a bit of that third-party action as they are still pushing their way on forward?
Oh!
Now it's going to be go time as we've got even more teams pulling up to the party.
And unfortunately, that team is going to end the party for Douglas there. They'll take out the final remaining player, and now they're going to force Canador into a bit of an interesting position. I don't think they were anticipating the third party initially. The good thing for them is that they have found a compound they can kind of just, you know, continue to rock up in. They're playing this one very strategic. Shots from the top deck and the lower. They're just trying to hold this team off right now. It doesn't seem to be working. I'm going to be real, DK. This team seems to still be firing at them full force and not hesitating for a moment.
Yeah, I mean, your college, right? Your college A, aka Team Queens, they are definitely going to be looking to step up the play, step up the heat, and here we go. Nabab already finds that opening play. Dark has now been put in the dark as the push comes through, and this is go time for them.
Another great shotgun shot. Finds another one here, and this York College team do not seem to be done quite yet. The last three players here for Algoma all at this top level of this singular building. And there's another one that goes down. No name down. Shotguns coming through. Nabab to the top level. He's hunting. He's searching. There is one player left, and with York surrounding this building, it's only a matter of time. Canador, your #1 team from qualifiers, out in 9th in our first map.
Oh, what a sweaty play, but it's not going to stop there. As you can see, Utopia also now stepping up to the plate. Manitoba pushing a little bit further onto them, coming in from that southern side. Valencia going to be keeping their eyes and their ears open, hoping for a little bit of that sneak peek play. But let's see whether or not JP47 can actually back that punch, get the play, and secure Valencia's position here.
Shots from a distance. A couple of them seem to be making contact, but I don't know if any of them is necessarily going to stop Manitoba in its tracks. We're just going to make it difficult for them to rotate here. Smoke up will give them a little bit of a screen to work with, but Valencia don't seem to care. More bullets firing, hailing from this singular building. This is what we were talking about. Those early engagements weren't necessarily going to be what we focus on. It was going to be around here when the zones start to close and the teams get converged into these POIs to where it really starts to get a little bit complex. And Friend 7A Sammy here, they don't seem to be all too perturbed by it. They're still hunting for Manitoba, pushing even further out of the complex.
Well, speaking about pushing further, that zone also now just going essentially kind of into a little bit of limbo, right? The team's now pretty much just occupying the edge of the current zone. But this is the golden ticket, the golden opportunity for your College A, aka Team Queens now, to get themselves situated and established. But again, it is going to be a very, very tough place. Sure, they do have a few compounds available up towards the northern edge, but at the end of the day, it comes down to how they're going to be able to utilize the elevation presented by this northern position.
They have a chance, but unfortunately, it only feels like one of the teams is actually taking advantage of that northern position so far. It is that your team, like you mentioned, and everybody else still very far south. Matter of fact, we actually have a couple of teams that are still within the zone, or technically outside of the zone at the moment in the storm, making it very difficult for them to find any reprieve. Yet it's the team up north that seems to be going down first here. Your College, a player down, and now you see Dark from distance going, what happened?
Well, maybe they can find themselves a little bit of utopia. As you can see, Clicks now trying to rescue their teammates. It is going to be a big, quick deployment of utility now flying all over the place. But this is that pressure play that we want to see. Your College A now getting put to the test. Are they going to survive? Are they going to pass the challenges up ahead? As there are even more teams are looking to draw in.
Nabab needs to be quick with this one, though. He's still got a teammate down to the right of him. If he wants to try and get him back up, he's got to be very speedy about it. But he doesn't need to, because now he's opened up some space. Godspeed goes down. Clicks looks like they're back up. And what turned into a horrible play initially looks to be an onslaught here, as it's your college's B team that actually goes down. But I don't know if that's who they're engaging. There's the other one. Sheridan also down. 2 teams gone in quick succession.
Well, Sheridan now getting backed up, stripped out. Manitoba still going to be hanging on the edge. You can see Proton now getting picked apart. But it's going to be up to Atom and Electron to see if they can maybe clutch it up. The utility game just coming in so strong here from your college A. Electron, Proton in so much trouble. As you can see, Electron about to get rushed. The utility just raining down over the edge. Up comes Dark looking to push on forward. They get the hits in. And that is them done and dusted.
Manitoba out, and York continue to thrive. This team is not only being able to play with coordinated plays, that swing from 3 of their players to all approach as soon as the utility dump is done, but they also can frag out when they need to. 13 eliminations for our team, currently sitting in first place. And with only 5 teams left and them having a compound that's relatively safe, I'm saying they're their front runners going into these final zones.
Oh, it's going to be a very scary play indeed. But of course, just look at the pressure being applied down onto the southern side. Seneca A trying to follow through. Let's see. Maybe they can land these last few hits to secure the way. Next is OP. Going to be looking to lock it in. Centennial gets shipped on out of here. Down to the final 4 teams we go. Still a lot of pressure being held over on towards the western side of the zone.
Well, Goma in an engagement here, but it's more or less a 2v1. Sonny's got to do a lot of heavy lifting, and they have already. Sammy's down. Can they get the next one? They're attempting to, but with the smoke and confusion here, it's making it difficult for anybody to find reprieve, and they can't get it done. Goma, that 2v1 comes back to bite them as they are our next team eliminated.
Nabab, right, just absolutely hitting it off. Valencia quickly managing to get themselves patched up somewhat. But now comes the challenging play. They still have such a long way to get themselves situated. And especially coming in from the southwestern side, right? There's nothing that could really ease that rotation. As you can see, it is just open, barren land. A few trees here and there to hide behind. But how well will that serve them? Because they have to be really quick about this play. And looking at the other 2 teams already well situated in zone, I think this could be the end here, at least coming through for Valencia.
I would have to agree with you on that one. York really a flip of the script here, as initially they were so covered, so able to just play within the confines that they were given. Now they're very much out in the open, which could be for the better depending on where this next zone falls, but that means they have to survive for another 40 seconds. Long range downfield, just trying to find some sort of contact here to scare off other teams, and it kind of works because there goes another one. Valencia, their initial player taking down by the zone, and the next one taken down by bullets. Unfortunate, as they had a great approach, but just not the rotation necessary.
Well, now it's going to be a bit of an AA meeting, right? Your college A and Seneca A going toe-to-toe, looking to see who's going to be clutching up, taking that winner chicken dinner. You can see the approach now, and Nabab again getting at it as they come in from the edge. It is going to be Volcano getting chopped on down there by Clicks, but the spray will continue to rain on through. It is now a 2v4, and this could be your clutching it up with potentially 19 elims.
York College, your number 3 coming through from qualifiers, but your number 1 here in our first map. Chicken dinner to York College. 3,000 damage and 19 eliminations.
Oh, man, what a play. What a play, though. 3,058 damage getting sealed and delivered. I mean, that is quite a bit of a heat, right? There's no arguing that, but what an insane run, though. I mean, still being able to secure 19 eliminations just in the first game, that's insane.
And again, this is what we talked about where it's so important for the qualifiers in particular. We said you didn't necessarily need to have complete performances every game. You just needed a couple to really stand out, and Nabab did exactly that. How many times did we see this dude in a 2v1 rescuing a teammate and still not only make it out and be able to survive further, but get eliminations as well? 8 total and 1,200 damage to that player alone, almost half the damage of the entire York team.
I mean, Nabab, what can we say? Nabab, 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 right? We'll just say the name 3 times because it's it just sounds so nice. But speaking about MVP, we got to take a look at the MVT. No surprise, it is going to be York College A that will show their dominance here. Team Queens, right? Rising to the tippity top right here on Vikendi. And what a way to kick off the proceedings here for today.
This was everything that we had hoped for, especially considering it is, if I'm not mistaken, a less familiar team. I don't remember a lot about Team Queens here when we were back for the summer, and now we're here in the fall, and this team, oh, they are popping off. They are ready to play, and they proved that here in Game 1, and in my opinion, I don't think this is necessarily enough for this team to guarantee themselves through to the next round, but my goodness, if this hasn't given them a massive step up. I mean, really goes to show you, not only do they have our MVP in the Bab, as we already mentioned, number 3 player for the lobby as well, another Team Queens player.
Yeah, I mean, Nexus OP, definitely pulling it all the way through as well, also coming through with a strong representation, locking in 7, as you said. Dark, I mean, this is a Team Queen representation, right? They just rose to the occasion, coming through with quite a bit of heat, and just between the two of them, it's 2,100 damage.
2 players combining for 2/3 of their team damage. How often are you going to see that? To be honest, if you keep playing like they do, DK, we might see it again in only a couple of minutes when map number 2 rolls around.
Oh, it's going to be hot. It is going to be pretty dang uncomfortable coming through. But speaking about uncomfortable, we've got to take a look at our top 4 teams, right? The 4 teams that were looking to make it the most uncomfortable for the opposing teams. Ziki Seneca A also coming through with a good performance. He had 13 eliminations and 1,800 damage to follow that. But then you got to look over at the team like Team Valencia, right? Finishing in 3rd place, but falling only 7 points shy of hitting 1,000 damage in this past game.
Yeah, they were very close. I like the approach out of both them and Algoma in this last game as well. Very passive. This is kind of what we were talking about. York and Seneca didn't really shy away from fights. When they were able to find themselves in, at least I would say, a head-to-head engagement within compounds, they were relatively confident when going into those firefights. Versus Algoma and Valencia, where they got their picks where they had to, if you will. They were never, seeking out engagements, trying to get in the face of their opponents, and it's done them justice so far, because as you can see, they are the number 4 and 5 teams at the moment with a total of 8 and 10 points. But again, like we mentioned, it's really our front runners right now that are doing the most. York College, 29 total points. They are they are more than double that of the team currently in 3rd in Algoma.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty impressive. A surprising turn of events, though, that we saw come through for Douglas, though, right? Douglas,
yeah.
George Brown. I mean, they started off with a good pacing in those initial stages, but unfortunately, they weren't able to keep it up all the way through, and, they got taken out quite early on. But taking a look at that damage, the elimination graph, right? It is leaning quite heavily towards the front end, but still, right? We did see the players there from Canada also coming through with a good steady flow of that action.
Yeah, I do want to make sure that we pay attention to this Canador team because they were one of our frontrunners early on, but their engagements just started going against them here. Even as you can see, multiple teams getting stuck in positions that they never anticipated. This play from Nabab, though, might just be my best play of the game here. This utility, the dump, the nade straight on in, finds their opponent, saves their team, and it's what leads them now to these final circles where they're able to play so well. Similar to Seneca, this guard of the Southern Zone was impressive to watch.
I mean, they were going up against Centennial there, right? So Centennial really trying to get themselves out of the mud, but unfortunately, Seneca, well, they had the answer to their plays. But speaking about that, though, I mean, a really good pacing coming through there from York College, as we can see, right? 29 points. That is exactly the kind of performance that you want to bring in match number 1 to solidify a good play for the day.
I mean, literally as many points as number 2 and 3 combined. Algoma and Seneca have 29 between the two of them. York has it alone. And this is why we said having single games that don't go your way can be make or break for our grand finals. Again, for those that are not familiar, this is semifinals here today. These are more or less qualifiers to get to our grand finals with that $15,000 prize pool. So for the players playing right now, you got to be on your A game. You can't slip up. And I would say in particular, Canador, not exactly what they were looking for. 2 points total only from eliminations. DK, again, our front runners coming out of qualifiers, seeing them drop this far in game 1. I mean, a little bit of a yikes.
Definitely it is a bit of a yikes, but at least we still have 2 more maps remaining. So there is an opportunity for the teams to pick up that pacing, right? To rectify whatever they feel might have been missing in this first initial match, especially looking at the maps that we have coming up, right? We are going to be stepping into Erangel and Miramar. Maps the teams know exceptionally well. So I'm very curious to see exactly how they're going to be approaching those two games.
Yeah, I'm curious as well. Definitely kind of feels like we're going to see some teams that need to make adjustments, if you will. If you're York at this point, full guns blazing. Dive in every single one of these engagements and don't think twice. I've got confidence in you guys to be able to do that. But if you are a team like Canada right now, you need to take a step back. You need to be careful, because if you have another game like that where you only have 2 points, you might not even be able to make it to the grand finals. And well, we're going to have to focus on that in a little while. For right now, we got to focus on some of the people that make this broadcast happen. We want to give a huge shout out to Aces here for all the work, for everything that they have done here today. PMCC and Uconnect are teaming up with Asus to give away a brand new ROG Phone 7 and an ROG Kunai 3 gamepad. All you guys need to do is scan the QR code that you see in the top right for more details. Again, a huge shout out here to Asus for everything that they have done. This Republic of Gamers gear, I mean, I love all of this stuff. I've seen it before. I've used a lot of this. And I gotta say, if you're trying to level up your PUBG mobile gameplay, it's the perfect way to do it, DK.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I mean, the ROG just works in the right ways, right? And that is exactly what you need to try and bring on through. But you got to love the giveaway coming through here from Asus. So be sure to scan the code up in the corner. Get yourself up into that giveaway. And who knows, you could be the lucky person getting this amazing prize.
Never really know. All I need you guys to know is that you're going to have to stick with us. Once again, huge shout out to Asus here for everything that we have seen. And huge shout out to you guys at home for sticking with us so far throughout this tournament. We're not done yet, though. We're going to take a quick little break, but when we return, it will be map number 2 for the day. Which map is that? I'll have to stick around and find out. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Though right now, it's bringing me heat, it's bringing me warm, the top 3 and chicken dinner, and you can see exactly why this is one of the best teams to come out from South America.
The chicken dinner, it is vampire from the bottom of the tables. The looks of relief on their faces as they pick up an 18 elimination chicken dinner.
PMGC final MVP, and it has been decided your MVP will be from Stalwart Esports. Give it up, Jakarta, for the top.
You cannot get away from it. He is on the hunt. Looks for more as well. Finds the nade in hand. And it will not be found. Spud is shutting it down. He is vengeance. He is the knight. And S2G have raised the comeback. S2G have done it. They are your new PMCC champions. The champions here in Jakarta. Who will challenge them next year? It is the Turkish team, the Terminators, S2G.
Your College A, aka Team Queens, kicking off with an absolutely phenomenal match. Number one, coming through with a 19 elimination winner with a chicken dinner. Bass, 29 points on the board. That is an insane start to the action, of course, as we know, right? Match number two, that is where we need to see what these teams are going to be doing in response to that.
Well, they're going to have to do it on a completely different map as well. We're moving on to Erangel here as we continue on throughout the day. But like you said, York making Vikendi theirs definitively. Huge win for them with 29 points combined throughout the team. That is more than our first and second place teams, and it is as much as them combined at the moment here. So there's a lot on the line for these teams, and there's a lot of recovery that needs to be done here on this second map because, DK, great day for York. Not a great day for a lot of the rest of our front runners.
I mean, but it was only the first match, right? So we do have Erangel and Miramar for the teams to bring in the adjusted plays to see if they can maybe potentially bounce back. Seneca A, I think that is going to be another team to watch. They could be looking to dial up that spice moving into match number two, but of course, it is yet to be seen, right? We know from what we've seen in the previous season that they do possess the capability to bring in these upsets, but I guess the big question is, are they going to do it, though?
I'd like to think so. I think we've got a couple of teams that still have to show up at this moment here. When looking at our leaderboards coming out of open qualifiers, there's a couple of names that are missing. Granted, some of them are probably in heat number two, our second group of teams to be playing later today after we get through our first three matches of the semifinals. But for the rest of these teams, as we see right now, team I really need to see step up. Canador, our number one team, 2 points there in that game. They need to see a little bit more out of them. York and Centennial both did great in that one, but Algoma came close, but couldn't quite cut it either. I want to see that team be maybe a bit more aggressive. Overall, I want to see what these teams are made of, because unfortunately, DK, we can write off the first game. We can give them that and be like, it's just the first game. They can't get it done by the second game. You only got one left, and I'm not necessarily going to recommend that all teams just wait for Miramar in order to start showing themselves.
Yeah, because that might be quite too late, right? As I said in the pregame, they're going to have to bring their A game all the way through for all three of these matches. So whatever went wrong on Vikendi, they're going to have to fix it moving into Erangel and hope that everything goes according to plan, because after that, right, plan A, plan B, out the window. The only plan they've got left is plan C or plan M, which is going to be Miramar. And as you said, right, that could be quite a bit of a challenging option to try and play at.
I honestly don't think it's a great idea either, because it is very make or break. And going into the final map of any competition like this, teams are going to probably adjust a little bit, especially if you're a team on the fringe. You're not going to be as aggressive. You're not going to be as in the face of your opponents. You're just going to play to get at least some placement points and just edge your way into the grand finals here. Because again, it's a lot on the line here for the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship for the fall. $15,000 going to our top 6 teams. First place taking home $6 grand just by themselves. So DK, if you're not careful here in the semis, you might just miss out on that entirely. Here it is one more time. And again, it's not just the prize pool. It's also the ability to get a slot to 2024 PUBG Mobile Pro Season qualifiers as well.
Yeah, and I think that is going to be quite a bit of an essential opportunity for these teams, right? I mean, playing at the collegiate level is great. As you can see, the prize pool is there, but having the opportunity to dip your toes into the pro season, I mean, come on, right? Who wouldn't want to do that? That could be the golden ticket. And with that, it could open up quite a few doors as well. So we're going to be looking at these teams to see who's going to be possessing the necessary level of aggression, that extra bit of spice to come on through and shake up as best they possibly can. But we're going to have to take a look at Erangel, right? We're going to have to see where the teams are going to be dropping down, how they're going to get themselves positioned, and then, of course, what the pacing and approach is, because are they going to look to play it similar to what we had just now in Vikendi? A few teams getting a little bit aggressive in the early stage because of the hot drops that came through, or are they going to take a slightly more reserved approach, at least in the initial part of the game?
I'd like to see at least a couple of teams take that said, a little bit of reserved approach, because I honestly do look back and look at a couple of teams we had and go, you guys had the chance to kind of hold on to that initial zone a little bit more cleanly. Again, I think back to the team that had dropped on Cement Factory, was the only team to drop there, and then they just kind of started rotating north along that east side. And while it's not the worst idea ever, if you don't have to get forced out of a POI, out of a compound that you more or less have completely secured, why would you? So for a couple of these teams, I think they need to be a little bit more strategic in their games. I understand that you want to frag out, you want to get in the face of your opponents, you want to exchange bullet fire, but I don't know if it's necessarily the best idea. In a match like this, where you do have less games than normal, again, our campus championship, our finals, are 6 games over a 2-day period. You've only got 3 games to play in this singular event. So if you do want to mess around a little bit more, you need to be very careful about that. I encourage teams to be aggressive, just not too aggressive.
I guess at the end of the day, it comes down to you should be able to take the fights that you know you can win, right? I mean, just taking a fight for the sake of taking a fight, it might end up actually costing you a position, right? It might end up costing you that play, the opportunity to feature yourself in the final. So, yeah, I agree with you, right? The teams will have to play with a lot more of a strategic approach. Again, yes, given aggression, it has its benefits, but you got to add the right kind of flavor to it, right? You can't just have full-on aggression because, it packs a bit of a punch, but not necessarily the kind of punch you're looking for.
Yeah, it's one of those things where everybody likes spicy food, or at least I like spicy food. I don't know about you, DK, but most people do. What they don't like is so much spice that it is burning their tongue and they're sweating profusely. And that's where you got to be able to balance the spice. A little bit of chili, a little bit of cayenne, a little bit of heat here or there. It's not a bad idea, but if you dump an entire container in, it's overwhelming. And for some of the teams that we have here today, they need to follow by those rules as well. This might not be cooking, but you're cooking with fire anyways, cooking with gas, trying to find a little bit of approach here. And if you play too aggressively, it's going to come back to bite you. Think about that in the last game as well. DK, how many teams did we see go down by a single player early on in that match, and then it came back to bite them when it came into the latter zones?
Yeah, I mean, also, we had a few of the teams also coming in with only a 3-piece, right? So it does add quite a bit of pressure on the performance of the team as as taking a more holistic approach to what we could be seeing coming through these games. So hopefully we're going to be seeing those numbers adding up in the right way coming into game number 2. But as we said before, of course, Bass, this is a map as well that the teams, they know like the back of their hands, right? This is the bread and butter of PUBG. So we want to see all those strategies now come to full fruition, full swing as they step onto the battlefield yet again.
I want to see some more strategic approaches off of these drops as well. We're talking about not being too aggressive once you hit the ground, once boots hit the floor, but I also want to see teams that are maybe a bit more strategic in the ways that they, drop off of the plane and into this map. Last time we were remarking about this, that south side of that zone was relatively free. Nobody really dropped off into the southern part of that Vikendi map. So here on Erangel, I'd like to see a couple of teams maybe play off of that drop just a little bit better.
Well, speaking about the drop, here we go. We are going to be starting all the way down in Primorsk on that far southern side, heading all the way up to Savoni. So I would say it's somewhat satisfying flight path coming through for the teams. Again, not the most opportune, but it is still going to allow quite decent access to a big portion of this map. Sure, our outlying regions like the Novorepnoye, Container Yard, or Malta, Lipovka, those regions are still quite accessible. But you gotta grab a vehicle, right? You just gotta go for a little bit of a drive, and then you'll get yourself situated. So I'm curious to see how the teams are gonna be looking to get themselves situated with this current flight path.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one because it definitely does feel like, just due to where we're entering into the map, we're going to see a lot of teams in that southwestern zone, places around Quarry, around Hospital, around there is where I feel like we're going to see a decent amount of teams drop. But I'm interested to see if anybody does go all the way out to the edges, towards Prison, towards Lipovka, towards Kameshki in the very top as well. But at the same time, I'm not really going to bet on it. It seems like teams have been rather partial to stay around where the initial drop zones are. So again, considering game one didn't really go the way of certain teams, I'm wondering if anybody is going to try to take a more passive approach and drop towards the edge of the maps, which might be a bit further out of their normal pathways.
I mean, there's definitely opportunity for a little bit of that BBA, right? Bounce back ability. We want to see who's going to be bouncing and how high they're going to be looking to bounce. I mean, the sky's the limit, or, well, technically, the edge of render, that could probably be the limit. But either which way, right? It is quite a bit of a distance, so the teams don't necessarily have to worry about hitting that. But looking at the kind of spread that we've got coming off of the teams, you got to say, South George is looking pretty hot and heated, especially now with Zone centering up on it as well.
Yeah, zone's gonna be huge for them. This one pulling all the way to the top left will also, I think this might answer my question. No, nobody is going to Prison or Lipovka or Kameshki. I think they're gonna stick probably towards the edge of this zone. The furthest I expect anybody to really pull might be like Farm or somewhere near that central map, especially for our teams that have now dropped military base at the very south. They gotta hustle with a single bridge connection to make it in between those two maps from the central zone to that outlanding island. They gotta be careful because that's what, 1, 2, 3, 4 different teams that have all dropped in that southeastern part of the zone. If you're not the first one across that bridge and into safe territory, you are going to get camped.
I mean, it's going to be a tough spot. It's going to be a tough play, and whoever possesses the upper hand, they're going to be smiling all the way. But, gotta say though, right, looking especially over onto the side there of Yoda, I mean, they could have quite a bit of an interesting play. They've got Shorty over on towards the northern side. They got the rest of the team all situated down towards the southern edge. So, especially for a team like Yoda, aka Centennial, this could be that golden ticket, that opportunity to get themselves much further up the standings, because as we know, match one didn't exactly go according to plan for them.
Yeah, match one only really went to plan for a handful of teams. Again, 2 teams combined had almost 40 eliminations between them, between our first place and second place teams. So very much kind of feels like the rest of the teams right now need to try and play with a little bit of more aggressive firefights here. Again, this is what we're talking about, the preamble coming into this match. We don't want everybody to just be hyper aggressive, get in the face of their opponents and take every firefight, but we do need some of those teams that might be a bit further down the leaderboard to grab a couple eliminations, grab an elimination here or there, frag out where they can, just to find themselves a way to catch up. For the Manitoba team, I don't know if it's necessarily the exact same thing, as I believe they are relatively confident in their play and relatively solid enough to where they don't need to be all too concerned. For Shorty here, though, I might be a little bit concerned. My friend, you're by your lonesome. Where on earth are you going?
Yeah, I don't know, right? This is maybe taking scouting to a whole different level. But Shorty might shortly run out of HP if they are not all too careful about this play, because, I mean, we can see the opposition just lying up ahead of them. So there is going to be a little bit of that heat getting packed on in as well. The rest of the teams, though, I mean, a very surprising turn of events that we saw coming into with South George. We were expecting a little bit of aggression, seeing that we had 2 teams in pretty close proximity. But it seems like both teams, you know, they just kind of disengaged, went in their opposite directions. And, of course, the teams that we are referencing on that one is going to be none other than Canada. One of the teams we are hoping to see them really bring through that play. But they've also got Manitoba held in the vicinity alongside them here. And then, of course, well, there is even more pressure coming through from, I believe that would be either Douglas potentially hanging on the edge, or is that another team?
Trying to figure this out right now. Like you said, I know Canada's in there. I know Manitoba's in there. Trying to figure out who might be on the north side of Georgia, as you mentioned before. Last time we did drop on this map, or at least for the last campus championship, it was relatively, I would say, safe to drop into George Bowl, as it was very much both sides of the map kind of being divided. There was the north side where teams basically said, you have south, take north, and then the north team or the south team's doing the exact same thing. My question is whether or not any of these teams recognize that it has been kind of a ceasefire so far, and that they're just going to start lighting it up, just trying to find a way through, and maybe trying to find a way to link back up with their teammates. Looks like we have found Centennial all back together here. That little bit of a lurking approach across the bridge did not last long.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to group back up again, but now they're going to have to show us how they are going to be looking to push on forward. Of course, coming through from the edge of zone all the way down on that southern side, there is quite a bit of room for them to move through, right? There's nobody in their direct line of sight, or at least their direct line of rotation, right? So they're going to have to find a good spot. I'm looking at Gatka. I think that could be a very, very nice option for them now to push towards, especially seeing at the options available to them.
Any options available to most of our teams here, really to every one of our teams. This has been probably the quietest drop we have had so far. Granted, has only been 2 here in Vikendi, the 2 maps that we have now played so far, but with 55 players remaining, I mean, look, this has been a very different game, DK. This definitely feels like that strategic approach we asked for coming out of game 1 is definitely here. It has arrived. And for certain teams, that is better. For other teams, that might be a little bit worse. I will say, looking at the map here, surprising how many teams actually did drop outside of the zone. I mentioned I didn't think we'd see a single team out by Lipovka. I was wrong. We've got multiple teams way out to the eastern part of our zone.
Well, as we know, right, the part of the struggle comes through with finding the next position to rotate in towards. So, looking over towards the eastern side, I don't think it's going to be the worst setup for them. They could still be quite a bit of play, especially then for Jackson State finding themselves all the way out in Lipovka, as you pointed out. But, again, moving forward, they could be crossing a few hurdles along the way. We can see already that position up in school is occupied, so they could be quite a bit of a challenge coming through on that initial front. But you could say it's essentially exactly the same looking at the vast majority of this map.
Now, there's a lot of this map that's more or less untouched right now. Canador actually recognizing that. I appreciate this out of Dark as he's going, you know what, you guys go stick together. Let me go look for stragglers at the edge of this zone up north here. Not a bad idea, but I definitely want to see, you know, maybe a little bit more team coordinated play because actually, I'm realizing now, do they know that they've got almost this entire north side basically to themselves? This peninsula by Zarki is more or less theirs for the taking. Nobody else even within proximity. The closest team is that round team just a little bit south of them. So a couple of these squads starting to scout up early, including Manitoba here. Again, another high vantage point for them. It seems like teams are definitely taking the passive approach here in game 2, and I honestly think it's a good idea.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily call this, you know, this is not a bad spot, especially looking at Everest and, you know, the opportunity and the information it can present, especially towards the north and those southern approaching teams. There's a lot of opportunity, a lot of angles here, but it's all going to come down to how Manitoba will be able to maintain control, because this is going to be prime real estate, especially being so close to center, and it's being quite a bit of a vantage point down in towards that container yard. So, I mean, if they hold it, you know, good to them, but they should just know that they are going to be quite heavily tested here.
Oh, they're about to test another team, taking the other mountain opposite to them here. This is just going to be, I think, a little bit west of where they're currently standing. And Adam, yeah, he's waiting to fire. Eventually does. Probably not the worst idea, as again, this is teams getting set up for this next zone pull. Only about 2 minutes out from where it's going to move next. So maybe you could play a little bit like this team here. I believe this is Centennial or Sheridan. I'm not exactly sure. It's Seneca, excuse me. Seneca's B team that have now found themselves a compound, and it's next to Sheridan. So wasn't too far off. 2 teams that might find their first early engagement just a couple minutes out from our next zone.
Well, that's exactly the kind of positioning that we want to see. And looking at the spot that Sheridan find themselves in, I mean, that is a very sought after compound, especially up in towards these northern reaches of the zone. But it doesn't seem like anybody else, at this point in time at least, is going to be all too interested in this compound. So, I mean, this is golden for Sheridan. This is that opportunity that they're looking for. But now, they're going to pick up that basic, right? They're going to have to try and align a few bits of those eliminations alongside with good positions.
They also have to be very careful from, I would say, the outside zone, their rear right now, considering that we don't actually have all of our teams that have made it into zone. Remember how I talked about a couple of teams going much further east than I anticipated? Yeah, they're having to rotate in now. That team from the Povka having to rotate in through the east side. They're another team that came from very, very far south. It's actually that Algoma team I mentioned before. They were around Multipower. This is not going to work for them as they are rushing into the zone now, coming from that eastern edge. And it's not just the Sheridan team, not just the Seneca team that are holding that edge as well. You have another college there. I'm not exactly sure. I think it's Douglas right now that holds school. So for those two teams approaching from that eastern side, they are going to be in for a world of hurt if they are not careful.
Yep, it's going to be a tough play, so best of luck. But we could see a little bit of that bumper car play coming through as Jacksonville are just going to be holding towards the north. And now as we await the zone shift, right, I think this is where the teams could either be smiling or they might feel a little bit worried at this point as the zone is getting ready to pop. It does take us all the way up to the north. And this is a golden ticket, but Zarky is still within the zone. So Ganador, they're going to be smiling.
Oh, again, we mentioned this before. Canador was already in a good position with having that northern peninsula completely to themselves. Zarky, as you mentioned, was basically their POI for the taking. And now you can even see it. Look at the ways that they're rotating out of there. They're not necessarily holding on to it just in a passive approach. They recognize teams are going to get forced through shooting range, through George Pool, to them. And if they can play that perfectly, they're going to find themselves a perfect position, a perfect vantage point to hold on to. And York College seemed to recognize that, so they're going to make the southern part of the zone theirs instead. And I don't think it's going to go uncontested. Looks like they have found a couple of stragglers wrapping around the edge of this zone. A firefight could happen, and this could set off more than just their firefight. Looks like both Seneca and Centennial are getting ready for it as well.
Ooh, come on. Come on. It does seem like Sheridan are going to be holding still onto the high ground. But they're actually exploring all the way up on towards the crash right now. This could be a golden position for them to try and play off of, especially looking at how it is situated a little bit more towards that eastern side of the zone. So they're going to have to play a very, very cautious approach here, especially if the rest of the lobby potentially does rotate up in that direction. I don't think they're going to have to worry about it, at least not for now, because, well, the teams are still looking to get themselves a little bit sorted out towards the southern reach. But looking at this, right, Yoda feeling the pressure, feeling that play, you know, just riding on their shoulders. And I mean, Centennial, we wanted to see them step it up. So far, it doesn't seem like things are exactly going their way.
Yeah, I wouldn't say so here. They've kind of been camped out at the edge of this map, and the big issue for them is that they can't stay here for too long. With Seneca approaching from behind as well. York, oh, they're also not maybe aware of this. Seneca A, one of our front runners right now. They did well in game one. York did the best in game one, though, so two of our front-running teams here maybe going into a long-range firefight as shots downfield from Ramit here. I don't think he's going to make any contact with any of these, but he's still taking them from a distance, looking to get some headshots on clicks, but none of them will connect. At least not onto his opponents, onto him. Ramit going to have to step back for a moment here, and I don't know if this is necessarily the best position to do so, because if you look back at the map here, DK, these are two teams very much still on the complete outer border. The zone's going to push from behind them and force them up further north. So one of these two teams has to win this firefight.
Yeah, it's going to be of the utmost importance, but especially now for your College A, right? This is going to allow them to just solidify their positioning at the top of the leaderboard. So the pressure is going to be there, as you can see, right? Douglas on the opposite end. Well, it doesn't seem like they are going to be able to find the plays right into the side. Centennial still going to be riding the reaches as well, so there is still a lot of flexibility, opportunity that could be played. But the teams slowly starting to cram themselves up into the zone. We are still waiting for two teams on the outlying regions to make a successful transition.
There's a lot of chicken being played right now. It's just teams going, no, you approach, and nobody really wants to do it. They all recognize these compounds are safe, at least for the moment. But as we mentioned, the zone ticking away, only about a 2-minute period until one of these two teams is going to get forced out of this position. And I'm going to be real. Look, they took out most of the players on Centennial. They didn't take out all of them. If you notice on the map, there is one player lurking just a little bit north of this York College team. So they got to be careful. If they attract too much attention, a couple of those teams, maybe even individual stragglers from the north, are going to start to converge on them and push them to the edge of the zone and just kind of sandwich them in between that Seneca team and themselves.
Yeah, I think especially looking at your College A, aka Team Queens, they're going to have to try and kind of conclude this fight, especially seeing that they're finding themselves a little bit more towards the southern side. And if that zone shifts, they could have a little bit of a tough play moving out of this region. But you can see definitely they are going to be looking to scan the vicinity, right? Clicks doing their best, trying to see if they can lock in on these plays. But it's going to be up to Volcano and Strange on the opposite end, meeting Click with a few hits.
This gets a little bit tapped up. It doesn't seem to scare him away from this one. He's still taking shots from distance, but he's only focusing on the, house at the bottom. He recognizes what I did. There's somebody up on that top hill. He can't take this fight. Far too exposed. So you're kind of rethinking their approaches right now. Can't really blame them for that. We'll check in on Algoma, though. This was a team we said needed to step up. A not-so-bad game number 1. Now that we look back in on them here, game number 2, they're in a rather interesting predicament as they are on the edge of zone, but seem to be relatively secure.
Well, it's only going to be secure for so long, as the next zone is getting ready to pop yet again. I think this could be that kicker, right? The decisive play coming through on the teams. At least we did see quite a bit of that outer ridge positioning being played further up, and now the zone is going to be centering in just alongside shooting range. So, looking at teams like Utopia up towards the north, as well as the players then coming through there from Canada, they are going to be smiling with their current location. But now comes the tough part for the teams situated down on towards the southern side. Firstly, there are several bridges for them to try and cross, right? We've got that far western one, we got the central one, as well as the eastern one, and they all have teams occupying them.
This is not going to be easy for anybody situated on that south side of the zone. Any team that's still around Southern Georgetown, around Hospital, around Ruins at this point, needs to make this move as quickly as possible. And you can see this on the map as really a lot of the teams are making their move immediately. Douglas, one of them, as George Brown just takes shots from a distance, hoping to maybe pick off a player and prevent them from the rotation. But I'm going to be real, they maybe needed to rotate a bit earlier because they are going to be the last team in Southern Georgetown available. Maybe a team approaches from that eastern side, coming from that other bridge that you mentioned about. But for the most part, it's going to be teams converging towards that northernmost part of this zone outside of shooting range.
Well, let's see where this one is going to go towards. It's all now down to, again, positions being utilized, being played out. And, I mean, looking at Valencia here as well, right? Nice setup that they've got, but they're definitely going to have to watch those cliffs because the moment that we see Canada on the approach, this could spell quite a bit of disaster for them. So they're going to have to keep their wits about them. But it does seem, at least for the time being, Canada is going to be partially distracted by teams, a little bit further off.
I don't really know if I like what Canador is doing right now. Yes, they do have the height advantage, but if you look at where they are on the map, they're surrounded by everybody. Douglas, with that late rotation out of Georgetown and Zarki, as we mentioned, has now allowed them to have a bit more of an outside edge approach here. So, in comparison to this Canador team, who might have the height advantage, they're surrounded on all sides. To the north of them, they've got another team in Four Deadly Snakes, that Algoma University team. To the south of them, they've got Douglas. They've got, I believe, York now rotating in through the south, as well as Seneca rotating in through the south. So, I don't dislike what we're seeing here for this Canador team, but they need to be careful. If they expose themselves at the top of this hill, there will be firefights from every single angle imaginable.
Yeah, well, speaking about angles, we are going to be hopping down onto the bridge as we now see York College B going to be holding on to their own position, just gatekeeping the angles on towards Neutron, Aton, and the rest of the team. But I'm not quite sure whether or not... I mean, I think a fitting name here would probably be Particles or something along those lines, right? Or Building Blocks, because, that makes up everything. But in the meanwhile, it's going to be York College B, just with a nice, steady angle. Not going to be looking to give away all too much just yet. They still have all 4 players up, as we can see Neutron now is going to be fighting a bit of an approach onto what's Strange, just looking to head into the side here of Seneca A.
Well, they got to be careful. This is a small compound for them to hold, and considering that it seems like Manitoba is unimpeded from the multiple different angles they have on them right now. Yeah, you can see Seneca really bunkering up for this one, especially with the player officially down and out. No res available here, so be very careful because you haven't seen many players go down here. We're just now going underneath 50 remaining as every team is still up in this lobby. And again, not too surprising because we mentioned it. Game 1 was rather aggressive in comparison to what we expected, or expectations maybe for something a bit more passive, similar to what we've seen here. I didn't expect this for us to get through multiple zones without a single team going down so far.
well, they are committed to that survivability, and they're going to try everything in their arsenal to survive as long as they possibly can. But now, Base, this is the way I'm looking at this kind of positioning here, right? Zoran has shifted up as well, but this is where the pressure is going to come through quite heavily, especially on the eastern front. Seneca presented, rather, with a golden opportunity to pick up a few trades, but the moment they move west, you can see already another team held up right alongside them.
Oh, and a lot of teams going to have to make that movement now. Our next zone has popped as well, and this one's rather interesting. It barely stays outside of the water to more or less the southern edge of Georgetown. It's not going to really be shooting range, technically a bit, but for the most part, it's going to be open space like this, as we are seeing right now. Teams like Canador might have been able. They just had the foresight. They've recognized, we don't need to stay in a compound. We don't need to stay inside of any facilities. As long as we can stay out of the open and take the advantage, we should be fine. But player down could throw a wrench in the spanner here, as all of a sudden, E4L, this Canador team needs to hustle to get their other player back up.
Yeah, and Algoma, they are going to be knocking on the door, rushing straight on forward, but that is going to be a Hawk just put on down. Jassa has been dropped to their knees, but let's see where the rest of Canador can pick up the pace. They do find Spark, and that is exactly the play they are going to be looking for, but still going to watch out, right? We have quite a bit of a pressure play coming through, and speaking about pressure plays, up comes Euphoria looking for their own slice of heaven.
Oh, Canador, you might not be seeing that happen for all too long here, as it just feels inevitable. Canador, not only are they going to be able to survive this, but Algoma, the first one out, and Canador will join them shortly. From game 1 with 2 points to game 2 with maybe a single one, it is not going well for our first place team coming out of qualifiers.
Oh, man, so far, it is a very, very bumpy ride. But, I mean, looking at the setup that we've got coming through here from Valencia, I mean, this could be their ticket, right? They have a beautiful bit of a compound control here. And now all they got to do is just play the best position they can find. I mean, it is so close to center zone. This could be the opportunity they've been waiting for.
Opportunity approaching for a lot of our teams right now. Like we said, we have still 12 up here. Only our first 2 going out just moments ago. I like what we're seeing in this building. What is going on with George Brown here? They've got, I think, 2 or 3 of their players all within one compound, and across from them another one here. Algoma not going to find a compound of their own. I believe our 3rd place team after last match also out very early here on Erangel.
Yeah, well, let's see. Can they pack that BBA? Oh, the nades though. Utility plays coming in quite aggressively. York College B gonna get sent on their merry way. George Brown though looking good. 4 eliminations up. They've got 2 players in this fight, and well, they still have quite a bit of a way to go to get themselves back into safety. But this is what I like about this shift, right? Already looking at the players coming through there from York College A, they've just read the zone phenomenally, set themselves up on the west, and now they can just rain down terror on the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, it's literally just York and Douglas at this point, who I can say have good positions. They're not only within the zone, but they have great vantage points. Issue is that doesn't mean that they're not going to be subject to fire, as all of a sudden Douglas very quickly drained of their health, and has to be rather careful here as the utility comes in. A nade gets 2 of them, and now the final Douglas player remaining has to try and find a way out of this, I think, 1v4 for his team.
Oh, are they going to be able to clutch it up though? Up comes the push, the play, good damage getting dealt. But now, well, not out of the woods quite yet. Now, Bob is going to be hopping in the buggy, just getting themselves the heck out of dodge. A quick repositioning as they try to find the angle up at the bird. But up comes the push, the play is there, and oh, bird getting put back in the nest.
Unfortunately, that'll do it for Douglas. A great approach, but unfortunately, when you are York in that position, you recognize there's one other team that is comfortably within the zone. You need to make sure that they don't stay with you. Now it is York's zone for the taking, while teams like Sheridan, like Seneca, all need to push on into them. For what it's worth, though, Sheridan, a turnaround game entirely. 9 eliminations, let's make it 10! And this team just does not stop.
I mean, I think the name is quite fitting, right? Godspeed, because, well, that's what you're going to need to make your way into that zone, as that was such a beautiful, beautiful play. Sheridan, though, I mean, this is looking absolutely amazing for the entirety of the team. The basing is good, the positioning is good, but are they going to be able to persist, right? They still have quite a few teams now joining them over on this eastern side, and they are not exactly out of trouble just yet.
Oh, but they're doing a good job at making sure to hold all the different vantage points here. They got the very bottom of this hill as they've got another team, I think Manitoba, approaching them, while they still also keep two of their players at the very top. They might need those players at the bottom of the hill, though, to back them up, because here comes another team. Valencia, shot from a distance. They do have an angle, and I don't know, I might take back my words a moment ago. Very complimentary of Utopia, the Sheridan team splitting up. Now, I don't know if it was the right idea.
Well, we got to see that support coming through from the two players that they've got down the hill. Because, I mean, Valencia just letting do their business could cost them quite severely. But this is a golden opportunity, however, for Valencia. Jacksonville State, they are going to be ending their run, as they will get sent out in 6th place. Down to the final 5 teams we go. The zone not getting any kind of to anybody, but your college still in it, as we just saw them all the way over towards that western front. Valencia going to be battling it out, looking to see if they can clutch it up.
They're trying their best right now, and unfortunately, I think Sheridan's starting to get pushed out of their position. Initially, like I said, high ground completely in their favor, but they were pushed out by Valencia, taking shots from a distance. Now Seneca getting pushed out of this game entirely. That A team finishes in 5th. That'll help them in their standings, but there's one team we are focused on right now. It is Sheridan, but it is also York College. Glad that they are brought up here, because this team on 9 eliminations and at minimum 4th place, this team could be able to set themselves to already go to the finals from a good performance here alone.
Yeah, I mean, this could be an absolute phenomenal game back-to-back. Nate getting scary close, but York College being able to dodge the bullet as George Brown goes down. Now, the final 3 teams left to duke it out. But here we have it. York College just reading the positions absolutely phenomenally. Looking at the elevation they've got here, they've been able now to pincer the living heck out of Utopia. And they are now just set to clean up the zone yet again.
Oh, York, you're in such good position. You've pushed the teams off the high ground, and you have pushed the teams out of the game as well. The low ground here also not going to be an advantage to the Sheridan team. The one thing that will be, though, it is a 4v4, a full-on attack for both teams, means that the approach here is going to get unique. And as you can see, York already trying to work with that. They've got one straggler wrapping around to the bottom of the hill, and it's worked out. Another player down here for Sheridan.
Oh, but now they still gonna get themselves in safely. Sheridan gonna try and muster the last final push that they can find, but they're down to a 2-piece, and this is not the odds that they want at this stage. But you gotta give it up. Sheridan just packing so much heat coming into this game, but there we have it, the final blow, as York College gets a back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner.
And not only do they do that, it's another game with plus 3,000 damage. 18 eliminations this time, so they couldn't quite match the 19 of the one prior, but adding an extra 333.20 in terms of their overall damage. This York team went from contender to probably my front runners going into the finals.
Yeah, but I mean, only 18 eliminations? I mean, really.
Yeah,
I mean, it's 18. It's like, we've seen 19 before. I mean, a phenomenal play going through from them. And as you rightly so said, right, adding 300 damage on top of an already insane game number 1. So, I think it is safe to say, right, they are now very, very secure in being the front runners here. I don't know who's going to be able to contest the side of, you know, York College A, aka Team Queens, coming into the last match. I don't see anybody catching them. Best of luck to the teams, right, still trying to accomplish that. But as we know, there's also still, you know, all the way from 2nd place moving down, open for the taking.
There's still plenty of space for teams to make it to this grand finals. It's more saying that I think at this point, Team Queens most likely is going to wrap up and be able to continue themselves as the #1 team moving on through here. Again, 29 points through game 1 put them ahead of both 2nd and 3rd place by a large margin. Now for them to repeat that performance, I think that is literally a 1-point difference, because they got one less elimination, the exact same placement. So this team's already, if I'm not mistaken, over 50 points through 2 games. That more or less will secure them a bid into the finals.
I think it's around about, like, what, 57, just doing quick math.
Yep.
I'm not quite sure if I'm on point, but, you know, that's more or less what it amounts to. And what a phenomenal statement they've been able to make just in these first 2 games. yeah, nobody's going to catch them in game number 3. I mean, right? Who will be able to? But as we've said, right? Plot position 2 moving downwards. That is still up for grabs. So the teams will have one more opportunity to play for those other qualifying slots to get themselves in. But I got to say, though, I mean, Sheridan, they stepped up their game so much coming into game number 2.
Yeah, Sheridan looks fantastic there. And again, it's one of those approaches that we talked about where it's don't force yourself into every engagement. Don't continually take firefights for the sake of taking a firefight. But when you get into those places, play them strategic. How many times did we see Sheridan hold down a compound, force a team from the edge of zone into their pathway, and then immediately they would win their firefights, win their engagements, and get a couple eliminations? That's how you need to play. That's how you need to work. And honestly, as we look back upon the replays here from our second map of the day here in Erangel, you can really see this Sheridan team was so strategic, and honestly, so was York. The teams that came out on top here all played this one perfectly.
I mean, you can't fault much coming through, especially for the teams that made it into those later stages. Even Douglas, right? They stepped it up. They held true to the end. Unfortunately, it didn't go exactly according to plan for them, but you could see the efforts. You could see those approaches coming in. But especially to get this hard. I mean, it was challenging. Let's be honest about that. But I do say, I'm pretty convinced that these teams, you know, you can see that improvement coming through from Vikendi over into Erangel.
I would agree with you on that. Definitely felt like they were a little bit more comfortable, especially off the drop. We saw a couple of teams take a little bit more of a risk to move out to the outsides, but they were still able to get into these final zones and do so with efficiency. The George Brown team was rather impressive to watch in the few firefights we did see from them, but it wasn't just quite enough. It was these final fights, these ones at the very end, that really impressed us. This Douglas team, man, I got a feel for Douglas. They kind of got snuck up on here, and they had no option but to just sort of surrender.
I mean, it's tough, right? Especially if you are committed to a specific angle and that surprise play comes through. That is just what it is. But again, some good work being done out on the edges. I mean, we were talking about Sheridan, right, holding true. I mean, just look at how they were spread out moving into this latter part of the game. Good utilization of the space. And I mean, they put up quite a bit of a fight.
Yeah, they did fantastic. Again, a lot of teams really playing this one as best that they could, even being able to get into third place here. 14 like we just saw from Sheridan, Centennial, whoever it may be. It is more than enough. Again, when you're playing against what are so far the kings of the lobby here in York, you can't be all too critical when you see them win yet another game. But for everybody else, you're still competing for spots in that grand finals. $15,000 on the line, DK. So even if you don't do perfectly today, as long as you get a spot into that grand finals in a couple weeks' time, you should be okay.
Yep, I mean, that's what you got to play for, right? This next game, you got to keep your eyes on the prize, and that prize is, as you've said, a ticket moving into the finals. So let's see who's going to be able to grab it. I mean, we've had so many teams now just waking up, right, coming into Erangel. Game number 1, I would usually see that as a bit of a litmus test, right? Teams just trying to get a good read on what the lobby is going to be bringing through. But just looking at how they've changed coming into game 2, that is exactly the kind of adjustments that we need to see come in.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we need to see similar ones going into this final game. But I will say, for some of your teams who are maybe on the back heel right now, you need to step up. You really cannot afford to go into your third and final game with a similar approach because it has not worked thus far. The good thing is you have a little bit of time to digest before we get into the next map, and we got a little bit of time to tell you about the people who make all of this happen. Once again, we want to give a huge shout out to Asus here. PMCC and Uconnect are teaming up to give up with Asus to give away a brand new ROG Phone 7 and an ROG Kunai 3 gamepad. All you got to do is scan the QR code for more details.
Yeah, get your hands on it. Get your hands on it. And yeah, very excited about this giveaway. I mean, you've also got a few crazy LEDs coming through there. As you can see the black phone, right? I mean, you know, it's there. It's there. It's a gaming phone, right? When you whip that out in the presence of other fellow mobile gamers, they just go like, oh, damn, what's that? Right? They just know what it is.
Oh, yeah. They know what it is, and they know that they want it. And I know you guys at home want it as well. Like we said, all you got to do is scan that QR code in the very top right with whatever phone you have now, and then you can get an upgraded phone, the ROG Phone 7 series here. Like we said, huge shout out to Asus, to Uconnect for teaming up with us here today in order to give us a giveaway here. And we've got more of that upcoming when we return. We're going to take another quick break, but when we come back, it is our final map here from heat number 1 of the Campus Championship semifinals. We'll be back with more afterwards. But right now, sit tight, get ready, grab some snacks. When we return, it is our last and final map, Miramar, to decide who's heading through to the grand finals. We'll see you in a couple moments.
The heat coming off this region though right now. It's bringing me heat. It's bringing me warm. The top 3 and chicken dinner, and you can see exactly why this is one of the best teams to come out from South America.
The chicken dinner, it is Vampire from the bottom of the tables. The looks of relief on their faces as they pick up an 18 elimination chicken dinner.
PMGC final MVP. And it has been decided your MVP will be from Stalwart Esports. Give it up, Jakarta, for the top.
You cannot get away from it. He is on the hunt. Looks for more as well. Finds the nade in hand. And it will not be found. Spud is shutting it down. He is vengeance. He is the knight. And S2G have raised the comeback. S2G have done it. And they are your new PMCC champions. The champions here in Jakarta. Who will challenge them next year? It is the Turkish team, the Terminators, S2G.
Team Queen packing absolute heat, aka your college A. As you can see them sitting with 57 points on board back to back. Winner chicken dinners. First hitting us in game number 1 with 29 total points. Game number 2 coming through with 28. As you can see, they are holding on to a glorious 35-point lead ahead of Seneca A. Wow, they have just been locking it in with the pacing. Seneca, they've been trying their utmost. As you can see, coming through with a very decent serving of points there as well. Still solidified in on 22. Sheridan coming in very close. Only 19 points, 3 points behind them. And Valencia, they're going to be closing up that top 4. But this is still the opportunity for the teams over on that left-hand side, Bass, to see exactly how far up this leaderboard they can get themselves.
And there's a couple of teams still very much in contention right now to slowly kind of catch their way back up, but it's definitely those front runners that we have to focus on because they are most likely the teams not only making it to the finals, but the teams that we really have to focus on when the finals comes around. Because again, with only the top 6 teams from finals actually earning money, those are the teams that we kind of got to focus on right now as they start to get into that sort of mentality. But I don't want them to get ahead of themselves, DK. We still do have one more map left to play.
And it's going to be a very, very testing match. Of course, we are going to be stepping over into Miramar, the lovely dusty dunes, to see exactly how these teams are going to be looking to kind of incorporate everything that they've been able to accomplish in match number 1 and match number 2. I think the big play here is whether or not we are going to be seeing your college going for yet another winner chicken dinner. You know, is it going to be Team Queen being crowned the victors, at least of this first round?
I mean, I'm really looking at this one going, if your college goes 3 for 3, goes back to back to back, yeah, they're my front runners going into the grand finals as well, which is crazy to think because our front runners this time coming in aren't really doing all too much. We mentioned it before, and I will mention it again, not to bully the team, but to sort of set the expectations. Canada, our number 1 team coming out of qualifiers, 82 points, put them well ahead of the rest of the competition. Currently, they're sitting in, I don't even think, qualifying position right now. So, DK, they got to stand up. This is not a team that can afford to play like they have in the previous 2 maps. They need to do something huge here on Miramar.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to bring in quite a bit of a turnaround, especially taking the play moving into this next game. But as we've said, right, there is going to be a 35-point gap between first and second, so we're not expecting Seneca to try and even contest, right? Because, I mean, 35 points in one game, that is going to be not an impossible task, but we're going to have to see absolute laser focus come through from them. So there's still an opportunity, as we know, right, for the qualifying slots to be secured, to move through into the finals. And this is the last match to do that, right? The final opportunity, that golden ticket, at least for Lobby 1 or Group 1, right, to get themselves into those finals.
They've got a chance. I think there's multiple tickets still available for multiple different teams here. But again, it's really about making sure that you've got the clutch factor. Where's the ice when it matters most? Because this is our 3rd and final map. If you end up going in guns blazing and a little bit haphazard early on in one of these POIs and one of these engagements, could be the last engagement you see for the entirety of this event. And again, you really can't afford that at a time like this. So I think your college probably going to play pretty similar to how they have. Centennial and Seneca, most likely the same idea. Even Sheridan will probably play relatively similarly. But it's the rest of those teams that you have to pay attention to. Are they going to take a hyper-passive approach and wait for engagements at the end of the zones? Are they going to take early engagements, try to get in the face of each other? All around, I don't know what to expect coming into this final game. Because every time I try to get expectations, they fly out the window almost immediately.
I mean, but that's the beauty, all right, of the unpredictability that the teams are bringing out to the battlefield. The only thing that we know is that one of these teams is going to be walking away with that winner chicken dinner, right? There are a few guarantees. Flight path, it's going to happen. First zone, it's going to happen. But what happens between that and that chicken? It's anyone's guess, right? Because it can go in so many different ways. But of course, we are going to be expecting or hoping that the teams are going to be giving their all coming into this last match. I mean, we've seen quite a bit of an evolution already from that first into the second match. But now we want to see a continuation of that, right? Take that play even further, especially for the teams that are still chasing those qualifying slots.
Oh, yeah. You need to make sure that this is an improvement of a game. Again, for most people here, I have not seen enough for them to make it through the Campus Championship Grand Final. So I need improvements from those teams. A couple of you, yeah, sure, you can play about the same. Okay, I'm not going to be too critical of that. But for the majority of the teams that we still have within this competition, within this upcoming map, they need to be prepared. It is all or nothing. You need to leave it all out in this final map. Because if you do not, again, DK, they don't get another option. It's win or go home at this point.
And I think that's, you know, to some extent could be a little bit scary. But speaking about scary, right? Let's see what the desert is going to be bringing through and how these teams are going to look to get themselves positioned here. Of course, it's Miramar. It's a map that allows quite a bit of that movement to come through, seeing that it has quite a bit of that vast playable area. But again, right, hot drops could be on the board. We could see a little bit of that upset come through here. But with regards to teams, right, Canada, they definitely need to step it up this game. If they want to get themselves into qualifying position, I mean, they're essentially just 1 point away. So they need to have a good Miramar, and that could be the approach. That could be the ticket into the grand finals.
100% agreed. I'm looking at teams like them, like Algoma, like Manitoba, a returning team that we had seen prior, to step up a little bit here, to prove themselves worthy of that grand finals, because like we said, so much on the line. $15,000 to our top 6, 2 spots into our Pro League qualifiers. There is so much on the line for these teams, and now they are finally understanding it is time, it is here, it is our final map for our first group of contestants. Only 8 will move on to the grand finals. It's time to find out who's that going to be.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, looking at it, the flight path is going to be taking us from the south all the way up into Campo Militar. But again, right, the zone can shift anywhere it pleases. And this is where the teams have such a golden opportunity. They can get themselves situated. I'm looking over towards Chumacera, Pecado, San Martin, even potentially all the way over to El Pozo or even La Cobreria. I mean, there's so many options for these teams to play at right now. Let's see which ones they're going to go for.
I do like this. I think this flight path is going to be fun. I think we're going to see some interesting stuff here. Like you said, it's given us most access to the map. The only place I don't think we're going to see too many people might be maybe to the very, very northwestern at La Comprera. But I don't really know if that's a guarantee at this point. There really isn't any guarantees, because last time we said that who would ever dare to drop all the way to the very eastern side of Erangel out by Lipovka, and then we had 2 teams do that. So expectations more or less out the window, especially considering it's our third and final match here, our third and final game for this first pool of contestants. So I could see somebody definitely dropping all the way out to even maybe Trailer Park or Ruins just to get away from the rest of the competition.
I mean, that would make sense, right? Trailer Park, Ruins, they are not going to be bothered. That is definitely sure. But again, it comes down to what this first initial zone is going to be bringing, right? Is it going to be complementary to the flight path? Is it going to look to throw a few spanners in the works? The answer is we go for the spanner option, as it centers up onto Monte Nuevo. And already looking at Douglas, this could be their play, either going for Picado, which it seems it is. But now it's going to be up to the teams down on that southeastern side to kind of disengage from that hot mess they find themselves in and make a play for positioning a little bit further into the phase.
We're trying right now, but I'm gonna be real. I'm realizing maybe if you had gone to Ruins or Trailer Park, you actually probably would have literally the best position possible. Nobody else has gone to that northwest side of the zone. Craterfield, El Pozo, like you said, all of them completely free for the taking. Meanwhile, we even have teams that have gone all the way to Campo Militar in the very, very northeastern. So I don't think we're going to see too much engagement in this first zone. If I'm being honest, I think this first zone is going to be mostly teams just trying to travel in and find a compound to lock up in.
Yeah, I think that would be a good call to make at this point in time. I mean, especially looking at the, what we've got cooking down towards that southern side, Jacksonville, they are going to be opting for a little bit more of a safe play, right? They're going to be opting to maybe get themselves situated all the way in towards Villa del Mar, and that could be a good call to make at this point.
There's a chance, but there's no guarantees at this point. I think right now all we can really do seems like a lot of the teams that we've got are definitely shying away from engagements, despite having, I'd say, a majority of our lobby around that southwest side of the zone, just a little bit north of Valla de Mar, as you mentioned. I don't think we're necessarily going to see any of them taking shots at each other. As you can see in that top right, in that viewpoint, 4 different teams, 1 single POI. Things could pop off at any moment, but I think everybody's just kind of got their finger off the trigger right now. They do not want to be the one to start the firefight.
Yeah, because, I mean, it's going to cascade into absolute chaos and mayhem and hopefully carnage, right? Because 4 teams in such close proximity in El Azahar, I mean, that is hot. That is exactly what we want to see. In the meanwhile, a little bit closer into that zone itself, it is going to be... Manitoba coming through with a bit of an approach here as they do spot a few stragglers out in the open. Eagle is down. Chucky Who almost getting hit as well, taking quite a bit of damage, but unfortunately, they don't have any safe way to rotate out of here. So Seneca B, this could be a very early finish potentially for them.
Oh, yeah, this would not be good for Seneca B either. They haven't had the greatest day ever, but you definitely do not want to go to the point where you're just out early and have no chance over your own fate. Especially for Manitoba, kind of similar ideas as Manitoba, another team that I think is kind of on the cusp right now. We mentioned it. They're a team we've seen prior. We know that these guys are good, and they're trying to prove it right now. Chucky Who doing everything in their power just to stay alive.
Well, you got to give it to Neutron, though. I mean, Neutron acting as a full squad here, a solo defending the region. We do have the rest of the team also in the vicinity, but they are not exactly on the front line. So it's going to be a bit of a tough play now coming through here for Rex and Eagle to see if they can get themselves out of harm's way. Manitoba, though, the rest of the team holding nice and steady as Atom needs to fend off the advances. And I mean, Algoma, they are not wasting a single breath.
He needs his teammates to back him up right now. He's got a shotgun in hand, and that can only do so much, but only if you hit your shots. Adam misses the first one, and immediately they are there to punish.
Oh, I mean, you got to give it up, though. Proton now stepping to the plate. They do find a bit of closure all the way on the edge. But again, a very widespread coming through here from Manitoba. I mean, sure, right, widespread, it has its place, it has its time. But when you're taking fights, when you're taking heat like they are right now, you definitely want to try and find a way to condense your team a little bit more. Because, I mean, let's be honest, right? Having two weapons pointing at one point is much better than having one weapon trying to fend off four others.
I mean, the big issue is that it's very much a risk versus reward type of play style here, where if it goes right, it pays off in dividends. You are able to find multiple eliminations at multiple different points and engage against multiple teams that normally would take a bit longer to find your way through a fight. The issue is that that's the reward part of risk and reward. The risk part is that you are under firepowered going into every single one of your matchups because you always have a numbers advantage going to your opponent. So for Manitoba here, if all went perfectly, this was going to be a great play for them. Unfortunately, two players remaining. Douglas firing down upon one of said two players still around, and Manitoba might have stretched themselves too thin for their own good.
Well, we're going to have to see that step up. Now it's going to be Douglas looking to come through with the aggression. They are rushing forward onto Neutron, but is Neutron going to find themselves in a bit of a sticky play? Ooh, this could be the ticket, though, as we know. Douglas coming into this match with only 1 point to their name. Ooh, are they going to lock it in, though? The opportunity is there. But are they going to find it, though?
Oh, wait a minute. Manitoba's got one down. Here come more. The monster truck diving in. And to get out of the way, they have to sacrifice their life. Unfortunate. As yet another Manitoba player down. That is 3 out of their 4 picked off just in individual firefights.
Oh, you gotta love it, though. You gotta love it. Seneca B also gonna be looking to capitalize on a bit of the opportunity. They did lose Chucky Who, but that is not gonna stop them just yet. Instead, they are gonna try and reach, poke, and prod their way through. And I mean, at the expense of Douglas, they're not gonna back down. But Douglas, they need these points if they are trying to get themselves into the qualifying slots.
They're close. A lot of teams, though, I will say, are on the fringe right now. A lot of teams not, though, on the fringe of this map. Seems everybody that has dropped outside Cruz de Val have just kind of stayed there for the most part. No one has decided to rotate further out from that eastern part of the zone. As a majority, I think it's what, still 4 teams that dropped there, and still 4 teams that remain. For everybody else that has moved into the zone, congratulations. You guys have a massive advantage on every team that's going to have to rotate through.
Yeah, but I mean, looking at that whole situation that we have currently just ongoing, it's going to be a tough play for all 4 teams because, I mean, the zone is going to be looking to apply the pressure. They will have to get their butts the heck out of Dodge. But at what cost, right? Blue Zone is getting chunked away at the HP bars. They have several other teams holding, and I think the sooner they start to disengage, the better their options would be moving into the later stages of the game.
100% agreed at this point here. I also think that your college might need to disengage. First time I think I've ever said that, but I saw a couple of their players popping up on the feed there in the top left. And for a team that, you know, doesn't necessarily need a good game here, there's no need to throw it away early. Granted, I think the rest of the lobby would rejoice if they saw that York was out early on in this matchup, as it means it's a pretty free chicken dinner for anybody who dare takes it. At the moment, nobody really dares to do all too much. A couple more popping up on the feed there. As it looks like that Yoda squad has gone down. I believe that was, I want to say Jacksonville. But at the moment here, it doesn't really feel like too many people are really eager to get into these fights. This is a fight, though, that has to happen here. One last player remaining, Anish, against 4 other players from this 4AB squad.
Oh, up comes the play. The heat. But will Anish and the rest of the team here from Yoda, aka Centennial, be able to clutch up? I mean, Centennial, as we know, right? They've been trying time and time again. They have come into this match sitting with 6 points on board. Are they going to be able to secure the points they need to solidify their positioning? Because again, as we know, this is the last opportunity here, Bass. This is the last chance play they have.
This is the only play that they have at this point here. Again, we do have another qualifier going on after this one. Again, for those that are not aware, this is the first 3 maps of the day. The back 3 maps of the day will be for our second pool of competitors, as we did have a ton of competitors come out of our open qualifier. But for this current pool, this is their last chance to make it happen. But for a Centennial who, like you said, have been on the cusp of being able to do well enough to find themselves a placement in those grand finals, they need to be also careful here. Seneca seems to have an approach that they know how they want to play. To the skies they go. Long transition, and honestly, probably not a bad idea if I'm being honest.
Yeah, this is the up, up, and beyond. Oh, to infinity and away. All right, I love mixing those two up. It does, you know, sometimes trigger a few people, but it's okay. It's okay. It's just me. But yeah, I mean, Seneca A, this is probably one of the best ways they can get themselves all the way from out in the blue zone now, quite swiftly positioned up in towards the zone. And it does seem like they are going to be opting for close towards center zone at least.
I'm still surprised we're not seeing many people rotate more north, especially considering zone just pulled and it's still relatively north. We talked about it. If anybody had gone to Ruins or Trailer Park, they would have been perfect. El Pozo, right exactly the POI that you needed to be in a moment like this. I believe we've only got a single team that has seemingly converged around it. A majority of our team still out by Valdemar at the very southern point of this map. So I'm still a little bit confused. I'm not sure if it's maybe teams that are a bit hesitant to move up there due to it being more open space. I'm not sure if it's teams that had already committed to a rotation and don't want to break it. But realistically, that northern part of the zone feels completely open for the taking at the moment.
Yeah, I think the teams would be kicking themselves taking a look at this map, right? There is such an opportunity up towards the north. Yeah, they would be reminiscent of a bit of open space, right? Get yourselves out of a very sticky situation. Move up north. But of course, maybe all of them might decide to do that, and you know, that could maybe, or that could definitely change up the dynamic of this game. But we'll see how this one is going to play out. So far, we are having a little bit of a bumpy ride, few vehicles struggling along the way, but of course, as we can see on screen right now, Valencia, they are going to be looking to just enforce a little bit of control close to the edge of zone.
I mean, it's a smart idea, especially considering that one of the Seneca teams, I believe, is right behind them. So they're going to have to rotate in through a little bit south of where they're currently standing. So it's a good idea to hold the edge zone here, but they do need to be careful because it is an edge zone which will have many eyes on it. They are not the only team around right now. And that's why you've been seeing them just kind of scouting out some of their opponents. Douglas finally getting involved in the action. I was waiting for this one to happen as there goes another. Sonny goes down, and it's getting a little bit spicy here as it kind of feels like nobody's really all too secure in this little spot. It's Algoma versus Douglas, and like we said, two teams both on the verge of qualifying. Both of them need to survive this firefight.
Yeah, I mean, especially for Algoma A, right? They are going to be looking to just make that push coming through here with 11 points on board. That is exactly the kind of play that you want to try now, just improve upon. But it's tough, right? There are teams now starting to cram on in, looking to get themselves situated. And this is why Algoma, they are going to be very, very loose with those necks, right? Keeping them on a swivel, especially now being a two-piece.
I can see, I mean, they're trying to figure out an approach here. You can see it's just kind of using Oreo, the edge of their field of view, just to see if they can get any sort of look at Douglas. But they know the reality here. They're going to have to go through them if they want a chance. The only good thing for Seneca right now is that, or well, actually, I guess technically Algoma, is that they have Seneca. Seneca here on the hill is just kind of taking a backseat approach. They've got an angle on both of these teams. Algoma's lucky. They might choose the team with more players because the firefight definitely odds against them. It's a 2v3 versus a 2v3v4. So, Algoma, you need to get it down. You need to get an elimination here just to level the playing field.
Yeah, I mean, that would be at least what we expect to see come through from them. Looking at the side of Seneca, they are going to be having it nice and chill up top. Meanwhile, Algoma, I mean, not a lot is currently happening between them, right? It's down to Spark and Oreo, but there's quite a considerable amount happening over on the edge as Jacksonville State are going to be looking to find a bit of an approach, find a bit of an angle. Beautiful nades now getting found. It's up to Marco. See if they can survive here for their team.
trying their best, but it's not going to be easy as the height advantage also in favor of Jacksonville. They're firing down range. They're dumping utility. They seem to be putting on enough pressure to where eventually this team's going to have to rotate. Both of them will have to rotate regardless as the zone is not within their grasp. And York College B will be the first team out of our final map here as we continue to dwindle down from team to team.
Yeah, the Fierce, they put up a fight, but unfortunately not being able to clutch that one out. Now comes Goblin, also just dropping in hard, looking to get themselves situated. I like the dynamic here with the plane, right? The teams having that quick extraction, just getting themselves all the way out from that blue back in towards the zone. And also it keeps on, keeping the teams that are already situated here on their toes because they are not quite sure as to what exactly is going to be happening. But this time around, the teams, I like the spread, right? We got a nice bit of a distribution between center zone and southern part while still having quite a bit of vacancy up towards the north.
There's still, again, like you said, so much open space out by El Pozo. I wonder if this is just teams assuming, if you will, that, okay, that's one of the biggest POIs on this entire map. What reason do we have to try and approach it if we already believe that it's completely secured by one of these teams? What they don't understand is that, A, it is kind of secured by one of the teams, but they're not really playing too far into it. And B, it's one of the weaker teams out of our pool right now. It's a team that hasn't really been popping up on the leaderboard all too frequently. It's not one of those just kind of run and gun teams like an Algoma, like a Centennial, like a Sheridan, like a York. It's a team which could be overtaken. So I think people are just kind of getting shy. They're getting a little bit scared. They recognize that that is definitely the best position, so nobody even dares to try and approach it.
Well, let's see whether or not they can muster the confidence to get themselves situated as a zone. Well, did center up quite nicely right here on towards Monte Nuevo. So it's up to Mortal, Goblin, and Jonathan to see if they can lock in the defenses. But still, Jacksonville State, I mean, they're bringing in the heat. Already sitting here with 4 eliminations and the current aggression leaders in this lobby.
That's good for them, and it's also giving me flashbacks to the last time that we were here on Miramar. Do you remember this, where it was just outside of Monte Nuevo? Similar circle to this, but it pulled just a little bit more west, so we were basically on the border of the map. The edge of the zone, if you will, was pretty much where we had our final firefight last time we were on this map to crown our campus championships officially in the summer. So maybe some teams, some of the more returning faces here, can use that to their advantage. Right now, Jacksonville State using the height advantage entirely. They know they've got Douglas just below them, so they're trying to keep a vantage point. And I gotta say, Jacksonville State setting themselves up beautifully here in their final game.
Well, they're going to have to just rely on that beautiful setup all the way to the very, very end. And this is exactly the kind of spice, the kind of flavor that we want to see, right? Teams holding up in the contention, looking to see if they can find that click play because... I mean, right, it is down to the wire. So many teams so close to each other with regards to the points that have been able to lock in just over the previous 2 matches. And it's going to come down to the wire, the final decisive play to see who will be allowed into the grand finals and who will look on from the outside.
Well, you got to feel bad for some of the teams here today that have been so good through qualifiers and have just done well all around. But unfortunately for them, they come into this one now feeling really just underprepared. And it's Algoma University, so I was mistaken before. This is not the Douglas team fighting up against Jacksonville State. It is Algoma's B team, their secondary team now, that has found themselves locked into this compound. They don't necessarily need to move at the moment here. They are, I believe, still within the zone, but you don't want to start getting targeted like this, DK. If you get locked into a compound like this, it just means you're waiting for teams to surround you, approach, and then just kind of force you to make the move when you're least prepared for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough play though, right? It is a tough play, and we've seen that, you know, these teams are trying to find a good position to play off of, a good sort of real estate to find moving their way on through. But now I think it's going to be a survival of the fittest, right? Whoever gets themselves that more preferable angle and is actually able to utilize the space, because I mean, what is space if you can't make the plays from that?
Yeah, 100%. If you are given the space, if you're given the time, if you're given the advantage, take it, especially here in our third and final game. As much as we've been talking about, you know, hey, you have to play it safe. You do not want to be too, you know, too risky with your plays. Some risk is necessary. You need to make sure you're able to push past that threshold of before. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing right now is teams that are recognizing, all right, this rather safe than sorry approach is great, but all it does is force them to take these engagements in much smaller circles. As we get further through these zones, the engagements are going to become less optional and more necessary.
I mean, we've essentially gone from Miramar all the way down to Sanok, right? It is a very hot and heated play. And of course, speaking about the hot heat, the zone is going to be pulling even more up in towards that northeastern side. And this is going to bring quite a few challenges, especially for our southwestern teams. I mean, there are numerous teams situated over there, but a golden ticket potentially for those who find themselves over on the edge. I mean, if we look at Valencia College, right, they've got themselves over on the eastern side, but they could very easily reach up in towards the western front.
Oh yeah, multiple teams that still have the ability to rotate to really any side of the zone if necessary. Again, that northern side still relatively free outside of maybe one or two teams. That Jacksonville State squad we talked about still hovering around. As you also can kind of see, there's some other teams just kind of lurking around the edge of not even this zone, but the zone prior, still trying to find a way in. Props to Manitoba for still being in this one. They've had a single player for as long as I can remember, and as you can see, they are about as far southwest of this map as they can, just trying to hold on.
I mean, Proton, right? They know the blue. They're just going to try and survive it as best they can. It's going to be quite a bit of a bumpy ride, I would think. But, well, we'll find out soon enough exactly how this one is going to unravel. Of course, they still have Seneca A, as well as then the players coming through. They're from Algoma. So the challenge is there, but will they survive? Also going to be looking over onto the side there of Sheridan, right? Not as aggressive this match, but definitely holding on to, I think, quite a bit of a position, especially leading up to zone. Well, I say that, and then Godspeed is going to be run down.
Uh-oh, this could be the end here for this team as Canada are finally starting to light up a little bit. This is a team we've been waiting to sort of unleash the beast, if you will, and Tart prepared for that. Although, shots from behind him that wasn't exactly expecting. With Canada having two players down, they might need to reassess, as they did get the initial eliminations, but DK, they might need to take a halt for a moment before they go for any more.
Oh, Bastard, I don't know quite how this one is going to play out, because, I mean, looking at what Canada have been able to bring to this game so far, I mean, it's a lot of rotations, right? We need to see the heat. Where is that open qualifier round one action? The 60-point play. We are yet to see that. And Jasper now brought back onto their feet. But they're going to have to be exceptionally swift about this, because Blue Zone is going to catch up. And this is phase 4. You don't want to get caught out by this blue.
Ooh, and Sheridan's taking the fight. They're doing their best. Player down, more players down on either side. Algoma B somehow goes down as well. Apparently other firefights going around Miramar as well, and Sheridan will be the one to bite the bullet. Canada do what is necessary. With a single player left, they finish the fight and take the dub.
Well, that is exactly what they needed to bring on through. George Brown goes down as well, and even more casualties now start to trickle on in. But look at Seneca A locking down the edge of zone. Douglas knocking on the door. Bird trying to find their way on forward, but getting met with nothing other than opposition. Oh, going to be looking to dip back, and of course it is going to be the off-angles play then coming through from Seneca B.
Algoma down and out of this one. Another team that we said was a contender. I don't know if they're in a secure enough position for them to guarantee themselves through to our next weekend of play in only 2 weeks' time. Checking on that at the end of this game as it continues to dwindle further and further and closer to said finals. Don't really know what to expect here as Seneca B just raining fire on an opponent from a distance. And again, look at this weird setup. Multiple teams still in the blue, just trying to find their way into the zone, including Manitoba. Proton still around.
I mean, you know, what can you say about Proton, right? It's a survivor. Proton definitely showing us exactly how one is supposed to survive in this game. It's going to be no name, just narrowly avoiding that that way back into the lobby. But are they going to be able to survive as Douglas is going to be looking to raid down Gale, trying to set the vehicle on fire, and that is it. The hits are in. Seneca gets to play. Ganador out of here, but Douglas now going to be feeling the heat as well.
Seneca A said, taking out Canador, not enough for us. We want some more. And they're hunting after Douglas. I think they've got a single player remaining. They're coming up over the crest of this hill. Volcano and Ahmed kind of waiting for their approach. 13 cooking the nades, cooking utilities, and trying their best, but they're being fired upon now by another team. Jacksonville State has now gotten aware that there's another player around them, and this solo straggler in 13 needs to be careful. The last one alive for their squad, and they are surrounded at every angle.
Yeah, time is limited. But where will this play go next, as we have an even smaller zone, even more teams trying to grab on through. Valencia, they're going to be trying to clean up the edge of zone, still have the numbers to make a little bit of noise, but they are going to get contested. As you can see, Seneca A now rushing on forward, trying to get themselves well away, well ahead of that blue, as Douglas, though, goes out in 9th.
Yeah, it was all but a matter of time there for Douglas. They had a couple of great games, but who knows if that single one is going to be enough for them to survive. Seneca will not either. We're down to only our last handful of teams here as... Oh my goodness, what is that zone?
Well, welcome to Limbo.
Oh!
York College A, aka Team Queens, are going to get robbed of their turkey as they get taken out in 6th place. But now the opportunity is there. Jacksonville State can step up to the plate. They've got 7 eliminations and a full squad to utilize.
Centennial goes down. Jacksonville, the full squad, and the only other team around. You remember how I said there was a team I wasn't all too familiar with that had held that Northern Territory since the beginning of this game? It is Washburn. From a team that was barely a factor on our leaderboards early to now with 2 eliminations and one of only 2 full squads remaining. DK, this could be the turnaround this team has been looking for.
Yeah, we've not seen all too much come through from Washburn. But are they going to look to just heat it up? I mean, so far, it seems like they are definitely looking to do it. I mean, the BOB also then stands for based on bullet, right? And they are sending quite a few of those up in towards that zone.
They're trying their best, but unfortunately making no contact with any of the fire that they are shooting upon. They might give themselves a moving target, though, as Jacksonville just looking for a way out and into the zone. They're whipping it, bobbing and weaving, best of their abilities, and trying to catch up with their teammate in Viper. But it's a very small compound, and that might be the signal necessary for Washburn to move. They recognize a single building shrouded in smoke is the last stand here for this Jacksonville team.
Well, let's see if they can clutch it out. It's going to be a very tough play, though. They could, however, still be able to clutch it up. Oh, beautiful nade coming through from Viper, but they too shall fall through a little bit of that big boom coming through. Now, this is exactly the opportunity that Washburn need. They got 2 points on board, but they have a very controlling position coming through from the north.
Well, they're trying their best here, and unfortunately, Jacksonville just trying to hold on at this point. They had 4 players up, our front runners in this lobby with 7 eliminations and a full squad. Now down to only a single remaining. Thor holding, the torch for the rest of his team. And unfortunately, he can do it no longer. Jacksonville State down and out of our final game.
Well, and Proton still alive.
I can't believe it!
Around out in the lovely luscious desert. I mean, those words don't make sense, but you know what? These plays are yet to surprise. As you can see, it is now Valencia down to a 3-piece, but the knock has been delivered. Washburn looking like they could have this one in the back. They've got a full squad, they got possession of the zone, and now Barnan is going to be looking to just lay down the law.
Washburn with the strategic approach. Like we said, this final game, you had to play it with some stratagem. If you played a little bit too wild in this one, you could go down early. We saw that be the follow-through for Canador. We saw that happen to even York, one of our front runners in this game. But it's Washburn taking those northwestern territories that you and I talked about that has found them a top 2 finish. They are 6 eliminations behind their opponent. But if they can clutch this up, it'll do them wonders for their chances to head to the finals, and they will do it. Washburn from 0 to hero, the chicken dinner in game number 3.
Quite literally just clutching it up. What a play, though. 5 eliminations to their name, 1,200 damage being packed in alongside them. I mean, we saw nothing come through from Washburn in game number 1, game number 2, but speak about waking up exactly when you need to. Washburn, they rise to the occasion, securing themselves a glorious winner chicken dinner.
Hats off to them. This is how we say it's about who's got the clutch, who's got the ice, who's got that ability to just play it better when the rest of the teams can't. When the pressure is on, who steps up, and Washburn does that. Unfortunately, I don't know if it's a guarantee through. It's great damage, it's great eliminations here, but DK, there's a lot of teams that were hunting for those final spots.
Yeah, they definitely were. And of course, it is going to be Asami all the way from Valencia to secure the MVP for this match. 4 eliminations and 478 damage getting backed in. But of course, well, the rest of the team will join them up here for our most valued team as they walk away with 8 eliminations and almost 1,500 damage.
They were almost our winner chicken dinner here for this game, but they weren't able to do so. What they were able to do, though, DK, is continue on with their successful streak that they have had so far. First 2 games for them were not necessarily the utmost, the craziest. They didn't get a dub, but what they did get was consistency, and that's what you and I have been talking about. Being able to put out performances like this on repeat, taking a couple eliminations just for your squad is how you do well enough in qualifiers to find a bid into the grand finals.
I mean, speaking about finding a bid, right? We did find a bit of that damage coming through here as well. Now, spread between Asami, Romit, and of course, Ja, right? All of them locking in 400 damage apiece. But our top 4 teams, it's going to be a slightly different situation, right? Valencia coming through with 8 eliminations. Jacksonville stepping up to the plate, coming through with 7.
I think Jacksonville might be my MVP team for this one. I know Valencia were able to get to second. I know they did well, but this is a Valencia that we thought were good. It's a Jacksonville that had every single test imaginable in front of them, and they seem to overcome them all. Their only blunder, at least in my mind, is that final approach. Those final circles are where they struggled. But despite that, they still earned themselves 11 points from this game, and Washburn 15. That could turn around their entire day.
Oh man, that could be their ticket. As we know, it is literally going to come down to the wire, and this could be such a beautiful comeback play. I mean, Washburn in one single match being able to potentially secure themselves enough points to step into those finals. Just imagine that story. But speaking about stories, right, there was quite a bit of a story happening out on the battlefield.
I mean, there were stories all around from this initial one from Manitoba. This is what set the tone for us going, I think Manitoba, this isn't their day. And then somehow their single player, because their third and final went down here, was able to clutch it out. And speaking of clutch, this Jacksonville play still rings so true in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to appreciate all the plays being brought to the battlefield here. Thor looking to swing that hammer. And with that, the last hit was played into the side of Moro. Again, also looking at the side of what we had happening with the side of Sheridan. I mean, a good comeback. Game number 2. Game number 3, a little bit of a tough decision with that rotation, but Canador stepping up to the challenge.
Canador did a great job to at least get some eliminations here. Unfortunately for them, this was a game we needed them to do the utmost. It wasn't just eliminations. They needed a ton in order to carry themselves through to the top 8 and find a bid into our grand finals. Did they do that? I'm not actually sure. I can't give you a definitive yes or no, but I do know that taking a couple eliminations before bowing out is the best chance possible for this team. Unfortunately for them, you can see why it was such a rough demise for them. Bullets from a distance, nades from a distance, everything loaded against them, and it resulted in them going out somewhat early here in Game 3.
Yeah, but you also got to commend Douglas for what they brought through into game number 3, right? I mean, as we know, approaching this match, Douglas coming in with only 1 point to their name, but they dialed up the heat, right? They brought that aggression over on towards Miramar, and I think it's all going to be down to the results, right? We got to see exactly whether or not these teams were able to lock in the performances they needed to secure themselves a ticket moving into those finals. But essentially, looking at what we had coming into this last zone, this was the play for Washburn. They were quiet, they were lurking in the background, and then they bounced in at exactly the opportune moment to secure themselves that winner chicken dinner.
Here we have it, our final leaderboard for the day. Here are the teams that will be moving on. I can't necessarily say that I'm all too surprised to see who was flashing up there in first place. York College take the dub. 61 points puts them more than the second and third place teams combined. But it's the rest of that top 8 that was so hotly contested.
Yeah, it was quite the bit of play having to come through here. Jacksonville bouncing all the way from 12th place up into 8th. But look at how close these points are. I mean, all the way from 5th place down to 10th. There's only 4 points separating these teams. So, I mean, talk about contention, that was it. But Washburn, though, I mean, going from somewhere to 6th position on the board.
I think Washburn has secured themselves a bid through to the grand finals, and it's all off of a single performance. It's why we said you need to make sure you have at least one game that you can truly, back yourselves on. And that was the one for Washburn. DK, I have to say, I am impressed by a multitude of teams here today. We had familiar faces come through, and even they couldn't stand the test of this new generation.
I mean, it's going to be a scary play, especially moving into the finals, as we now know who our first few teams are that are going to be stepping straight into that. And I'm excited to see what's going to come through once we hit that Heat 2, right? To see who are going to be the other teams that are going to be joining the teams that we just had now. And I mean, already, right, so many step-ups coming through. But of course, speaking about step-ups, we got to give a little bit of love as well, right? We got to give a shout-out going out to ASUS as well. So let's take a look at this. And of course, don't forget about the giveaways. So the PMCC as well as Uconnect are teaming up for an ASUS giveaway, giving away the brand new ROG Phone 7 and the ROG Kunai 3 gamepad. So be sure to scan the QR code up in the top of the corner there to get yourself entered into this giveaway. And as we know, these are some pretty amazing devices. So big shout out going out to ASUS for the ROG devices.
1000%. We appreciate you, ASUS, for everything that you've been doing for not only this broadcast here today, but just in general when it comes to these campus championships. Again, this is our second one so far here in a little bit of a short time. It is the fall one, and we want to thank them once again, as the Republic of Gamers gear that we have here in the Phone 7 and the Kunai 3 will be a great addition to whoever's arsenal this ends up on. And DK, we have ended here in our first set of matches. That was our Heat number 1. We had 16 teams compete, but unfortunately for the grand finals, only 16 total can actually make it through.
Yeah, so the first 8, they've already been decided. Now we got to determine who are going to be our final 8 to join us. So Heat number 1, done and dusted. We are going to be dialing up the Heat for Heat number 2. So be sure to join us back in a short few moments as we are going to be seeing what our other group of teams are going to be doing. And, well, of course, what they can bring to the table. So see you guys back in a short moment.
The heat coming off this region though right now. It's bringing me heat. It's bringing me warmth. The top 3 and chicken dinner, and you can see exactly why this is one of the best teams to come out from South America.
The chicken dinner, it is Vampire from the bottom of the tables. The looks of relief on their faces as they pick up an 18 elimination chicken dinner.
PMGC final MVP. And it has been decided your MVP will be from Stalwart Esports. Give it up, Jakarta, for the top.
CBS in hand to Brazy. You cannot get away from it. He is on the hunt. Looks for more as well. Points the nade in hand. And it will not be found. Spud is shutting it down. He is vengeance. He is the knight. And S2G have raised the comeback. S2G have done it. And they are your new PMCC champions. The champions here in Jakarta. Who will challenge them next year? It is the Turkish team, the Terminators, S2G.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We're getting ready for yet another heat, another round of more PUBG Mobile crazy action to come through. And of course, this time, I'm joined by Time to Light. Light, how are you doing today?
I'm excited. I'm excited for some collegiate PUBG Mobile and more excited to see some of these teams as they make their berth into our second heat of play.
Well, we've already seen our first 8 teams secure their slots moving into the finals. Now it's going to be the opportunity for 8 more teams to step up and claim their slots. And of course, we've got 16 more teams stepping up to the plate, looking to show us what they can bring on through. And of course, we're going to be running through the same sequence yet again. But let's take a look at the prize pool that is going to be up for grabs once we hit those finals.
It's a decent bit of money to slot out 15,000 United States dollars all through and through. 5th and 6th will share $500 each. 4th will get 1,000. 3rd, 3,000. 2nd, 4,000. And first place gets $6,000 towards, I believe, either scholarship money or towards their own school. It can go in any which way the university or the players decide to slot it. So I'm really excited to see not only who gets it, but how they slot it.
Oh yes, and of course, as we know, the top two slots receive, the top two teams rather receive a slot to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Pro Season qualifiers. So this is a great opportunity for the teams to get a bit of taste of, you know, the next level of gameplay and just what the teams in that level could be bringing to them. Already we've seen in the first heat quite a bit of that pressure being applied to the teams. But I'm curious to see exactly what we're going to have moving into the second phase. As we know, we've taken a look at the overall, or rather the open qualifier leaderboards to see exactly what we could be expecting to come through here. Mid of 4, though, they played quite a bit of an approach, especially in those qualifiers, securing themselves a grand total of 78 points. And, I mean, based on the pacing that they brought into the play, I think they could potentially be one of those teams that it will have a pretty high expectation, especially with regard to their performance coming into the semi-finals games here today.
Yeah, and I'm looking at a lot of these teams, and individually, it's a lot of Canadian teams. I've looked at them, and Kent State and the County College of Morris Randolph are the only two colleges in this heat coming from the United States. It's Kent State coming from Ohio, and County College of Morris Randolph coming from New Jersey. So I gotta say, I'm a little surprised seeing how many colleges are actually playing in PUBG Mobile, and the fact that about 80% of them are Canadian.
I mean, it's good, right? It's good to have a little bit of that spice, a little bit of that flavor. And as you said, right, this is going to be a Canadian-heavy lobby coming through here. So I'm curious to see, you know, are we going to have a little bit of that contention happening, right, between Canadian-heavy lobby and a few of the US stragglers, for instance, that we've got in here as well, right? I love to see a bit of that healthy competition come through. But, of course, the only language that they can speak in this game is PUBG, right? They're going to have to show us how they're going to be pacing out on the battlefield, and who's going to be the team to be crowned the supreme players at the end of the day. Already, Heat 1, we saw back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner come through. I'm curious as to whether or not we're going to have this happen in Heat number 2.
I don't think back-to-back's all that likely. I mean, the odds of, well, a singular team picking it up is, what, 1 in 16? So the odds of the same team doing it twice is 1 in 16 times 1 in 16. So we've already had a statistical outlier for the day. I don't think it's going to happen again. If it does, I'll be very impressed, especially considering some of the names in here. We have 2 different rosters from St. Clair, 2 different rosters from Conestoga. I got to say, I'm really looking at Kent State, mainly because I'm American and I have a little bias, but it's a very small amount. So it'll be okay game time.
That's what I love being from where I'm from, right? I don't have any bias to any of these teams. I just take the action for what it is. So we gotta love it either which way. But I think what is going to be an interesting one here as well is we are going to be working through exactly the same map rotation, right? So we are going to be starting on Vikendi, heading over into Erangel before concluding all the gameplay with a little bit of that Miramar action. And I like the progression as well, right? Erangel, Vikendi, very similar with regards to the size, but not similar in the way that you play those two different maps.
Yeah, and you're also looking at Miramar later on, where it's just much spacier. You have much more difficult rotations, but if you play your environment better without building specifically, you can play much better in the game. I don't think it's going to be the same situation. You said it, same 2 teams won maps 1 and 2 last in our previous heat. They didn't win Miramar. It's a completely different map. I get it. Vikendi and Erangel do play differently, but Miramar is just out in left field.
Yeah, of course, the terrain works a little bit different. You can definitely utilize all the hills and valleys to, you know, kind of sneak your way around the opposition and come through with a few surprise opportunities. So I'm curious to see how the teams are going to be looking to pace themselves through these 3 different games. But of course, first up is going to be Vikendi, right? We got to get down into the snow, see exactly what these teams are going to be bringing in. And of course, speaking out of which, we're not too far out, right? In fact, we are going to be getting real close to see exactly what that flight path and that first initial zone is going to be.
I also have to say, Vikendi, my favorite map since I started playing PUBG back in like 2017. It has been my favorite map by a fairly decent long shot. I really wish that the white ghillie suits were a little bit more effective than they actually are, but that's okay. I'll recover, I suppose. Vikendi, though, I want to look at where this plane's going, and B, want to see how much teams will take more power positions. I have not seen Vikendi played in PUBG Mobile. I've only seen Sandhawk, Erangel, and Miramar. So I'm a little bit more curious if more teams will focus on the POIs, or if it seems to be more of an indication towards straggling outside apartment complexes, housing sets, what have you.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not one of those matches that we see being all too present within the pro scene. So I think this is a bit of a good change up for the teams, right? Adding that extra little bit of spice, that extra little bit of flavor, throwing a few shifts in the wind as well. But speaking about shifts, well, we are going to be shifting gear into high gear as we take our way into the flight path. And of course, well, we are starting close to Cantra, making our way all the way across the way towards Krishas.
Love this flight path. This is basically the perfect situation for any team to go anywhere. You can take your long flight paths or your long parachuting treks should you want to do so. You can also drop hot if your team feels aggressive. I don't feel like that's going to be the same situation here. What it seems like, very nice even spacing towards the earlier stages, but I don't think there's going to be all that many teams dropping late. Dobro Maestro seems like it's going to be safe. You said it, Krishas. I don't think anybody's going to end up there. What, 2 teams left inside the plane, and both of them just dropped? That's a fairly early drop for the entire lobby.
Okay, so I gotta ask you, what is your favorite spot on Vikendi?
Oh,
right, where would you go?
Easy. Dobro Mesto in the castle. Every time.
Ooh. Okay, all right. I mean, that's all the way over to that far western side. See, for me, Tuvar, that is kind of my spot. That's where I like to drop, right close to center. And of course, it's nice wherever the zone chooses to go. As we've seen on Vikendi, sometimes the zone, it gets a little bit wacky, especially in the early few stages.
Sometimes. Every time I land over Mesto, the zone ends up on the far east side of the map, and I end up driving 4 kilometers in a car on a 4x4 map. It's so much fun. Or actually, I think it's a 6x6 map, but you get the general idea. It's a little bit more of an extended play. Already some fighting seen over towards the seaside. Down already. It's been 45 seconds here, DK.
I mean, that's what happens when you come in dropping hearts, and already out of the gate, men of 4. Gonna be looking to see what they can bring on through, as we've got Guelph Humber now. Well, trying to see if they can follow through on the knocks. This is gonna be, I think, a good point to set a bit of a standard, right? A bit of the aggression here. But it's gonna be Onion Sword now having to face off against Mambino as the shots are in, and Mambino just laying in with the DBS.
The fact that you find 3 individual downs there, you have what, 1 player left alive for Centennial? This is a chaotic start, to say the very least, and you have to look at this for straight out of Paul. Son of 4 has quickly dispatched of you, and it seems like King is just going to have to run the other direction. I don't see any of these 3 players being picked up. And it seems like, yes, Straight out of Paul will play the rest of this game with 1 player.
Yeah, that's a bit of an ouch. You know, it's also an ouch. The super aggressive shift down towards the south. I mean, 50% of the map is water. I've only once seen a zone pull out into the water, right, for those final few stages. And that was absolute chaos. But I'm hoping the teams have it a little bit better this time around.
My favorite zone ever is, you know, the island east side of Miramar? We'd have finished there. It was chaos, to say the very least. It was also the one game where I landed on the east side of the map. And I ended up getting onto the island early. And I actually won. Very proud of myself. That's the only time I'll brag about PUBG. But in this game, we're already seeing a notably bad start for Straight Out Paul. Losing 3 players early to the same individual player. Matumbo looking great to start things off. Seems like Kent State are one American team, one of 2, I suppose, over towards this northwest side of the map. A decent extension here for Jason, but I don't know if... Oh, they're already prepping nades. Do they have the information they need? No, it doesn't seem like it.
I think this is a little bit of a dicey play, as you said, right? Centennial not necessarily having the information they need to make a good assessment, but they do have those audio cues to try and go on. But it's going to be Orion, or Oreo rather, just there with the rest of the team, just pushing on forward. You can see a lot of the shakes coming through. You got Oreo shake, banana shake, vanilla shake. But now they got to shake it up, right? Because mango shake is off on the edge, so we got to see them push on forward.
It seems like a much more passive play than what we saw on that southeast side. I honestly love this play from most of Kent State. Just get out, play for a different setup. You don't need to stick around here. And St. Clair using a small battery of utility, which could wipe out a small village just to protect themselves from a non-aggressive Kent State who is just backed away entirely. I like this play from both teams. St. Clair making sure they could stick around, and Kent State making sure they could just run away, to say the very least. Morris Randolph already out. There's one of our 2 American teams, and they place dead last.
Yeah, a bit of a tough start coming through here, but let's see whether or not Milkshake are going to be able to get the jump, get the play going. I mean, Mango Shake, this is a good off angle coming through here, but I feel like it's maybe a little bit too removed from the rest of the team, so there could be a bit of that difficulty coming in on their end. Meanwhile, looking over on towards Humber College, right, the old youngsters, they're going to be finding themselves in an interesting setup all the way down in towards Winery, and I think that is a really good spot to start off the proceedings.
Seems like the next couple fights may end up towards not only the northwest side of the map, where we saw Kent State, where we saw St. Clair, but also towards the very north side of the map, where Conestoga, both Conestoga rosters, are not only port, but up towards Ava. And I gotta say, this is weird when you have multiple rosters from the same team, or multiple rosters from the same college, all in the same general vicinity, because you have to expect they've scrimmed each other a couple times. They know that they happen to occupy the same general area. Do they intentionally avoid each other? Are we looking at some potential pseudo teaming that's not really teaming?
I mean, it's difficult to say at this point, right? It's going to be a difficult call to make. But what I'm quite curious is is exactly how this play there from Nitra could maybe evolve into a little bit of something. And of course, jumping here on towards Lambton, they also now trying to make up quite a bit of ground. As we do see them, will they play over on towards that eastern side? But I think a good call here for them is, of course, that approach a little bit closer in towards Kantra.
And the distance approach from most of these teams is really just to make sure they have decent loot for the later stages of the game, and more importantly, so they can distance themselves from anybody else who could be near them. Obviously, you're going to see some poking and prodding, obviously towards this winery position, as you were talking about earlier. It seems like a decent bit of information has been given over, but just to drive away. Nobody's sticking around, at least not past their welcome, and understandably so, can't really blame them.
Well, it is a nice little bit of tranquility, a little bit of peace and quiet. Ooh, I like that name, Godfather. I want to see whether or not they're going to look to assert a little bit of dominance coming in here. I tried a Godfather accent or like a, trying to do a voice. And it was like, nah, I'm not even going to be able to pull that one off. But it would have been cool. It would have been cool. In the meanwhile, though, I mean, the team's definitely going about their looting phase. The looting phase, I would say, is somewhat concluded at this point. I think we're more now in that kind of transitional period, right? Looking to see just how far these teams can get themselves situated. I'm especially looking over towards Milkshake. We have all the way still north there of Dobro Mesto.
We're seeing a lot of fighting in many different positions, especially like you said over towards Dobromesto. I'm concerned about that mostly because of the zone starting to close. Obviously, it's not the end of the world with the zone being first phase. You're not going to take all that much damage to write home about, but it's still that concern you have to worry about, and not something that you can afford to stick through should fights continue to develop. It seems like at this point, old gangsters trying to make sure they can stick alive. This is Humber College, not Guelph Humber College. And at this juncture, you're seeing difficulties develop for them. They're being swarmed. You have a 4v1 basically over towards the half wall. And if you don't avoid this, if you don't get out alive, losing a player this early in the game, not going to help your later stage assistance, especially because I believe Humber, if I'm looking at the scoreboard on the right correctly, have already lost one player, so they're down to 3.
Yeah, I mean, so sitting with a 3-piece, I don't think it's going to be all too impactful, for the success of the team. We've seen some pretty strong bounce backs, and you got to say with the 3-piece that they have here, essentially where all the eliminations came through, right? Darku, unfortunately, getting taken out. We didn't get a good look at what exactly they were going to be bringing to the battlefield or even to the table. But now the opportunity is there, right? They've got Canada West just up ahead of them. And as we quickly jump back over towards the players here from Kent State, I mean, we did see them also holding up quite aggressively up in towards Dobromesto just a few mere moments ago. But they've now come through with the rotation, taking a plunge all the way down towards that western edge of the zone.
If they can get in, if they could just hold, I believe there's a set of buildings right next to them, and get in towards the zone, if they can play that real cutoff that we see a lot on Miramar, and it seems like they're helping their teammate out. Does it work? Oh yes, they both get off the rock. Very well teched by the Kent State squad. A round of applause to R20 or R2D and company. And I'm also concerned as to what their plan is at this point. When you're on the west side of the zone, you can fall into a false sense of security, at least when you're on any outskirt of the zone. And if you do so, you can A, be caught out by rotating teams, or B, be caught out by teams that are already in the zone just past you. If that ends up happening, you're in a less than ideal scenario, to say the very least.
Yeah, and I mean, it's sometimes a difficult call to make, right? So you're going to have a false sense of security, especially seeing that there is a bit of vacancy to be played, you know. And as we know, there's not exactly that much of a vacancy currently surrounding them, but it's still going to be a bit of a tough play, especially, I think, moving closer and closer in towards Winery. We've got a few teams occupying the space now, and it's going to be, of course, a quick jump over onto Guelph Humber here, as they are looking for a bit of a play down the hillside. But again, showing some great trigger discipline and not necessarily just going all gun-ho and shooting at every pixel that moves.
Guelph Humber, we saw their aggression earlier. We saw a couple kills go their way. By their way, I mean Mambino's way. All three of them, by the way. With no res, and still, I believe Guelph Humber is gone. If I saw that correctly, they could still be playing with one player. I thought I saw their player die. I could be completely incorrect. Don't quote me on anything I'm saying in the next 5 seconds. But you're also seeing Guelph Humber still stay with that level of, stoic nature. They don't seem to be too concerned that they've lost that 3-player setup. Your solo at that point basically just rats for the rest of the game. And I mean, I know teams that practice virtual 1v4s all in the same squad lobbies just so they can say, hey, if I'm in this 1v4, 1v3 scenario at any point, I know at least how to manage better than I would otherwise.
And I think that is a good bit of practice to work your way through, right? It does assert a bit of that confidence that you need, because I think sometimes that is where plays essentially start to fall apart as a team finds themselves in that 1v4 situation, and a little bit of nerve play comes through. I think that's actually a good practice, right? To get the teams pretty confident should they find themselves in such challenging angles. Meanwhile, Canada West, though, just doing a lot of scouting. Again, I appreciate the trigger discipline going through here. There we do have a little bit of a play coming through onto Harmon, but, well, they're going to be just dipping out of that and instead focusing on a little bit more of a secure play.
You see, close and odd position, and they need to be concerned at this point. Nades being peppered their direction and a swarm being set up here for Ceratoos. If they can develop and find another down, Ceratoos is close range. The swing actually finds another with the UMP. That player will be finished, and the distance shots, all you need, hip fires, ends up finding another down. It's a 1 versus 3 or 1 versus 4 from a distance for Virgo, who will get around the other side of the wall, but only to walk into 2 other players. Conestoga will be absolutely dropped down by Ceratoos, and an important fight victory for them to control at least this far side of the map. And oh my goodness, Humber's getting aggressive, but they don't know there's a player in a building set next to them. This is all the information that Ceratoos needs.
Yeah, and this could be another potential clutch coming through here. I love how this just keeps on flowing, but now they fall victim to their own success. Oh, Humber definitely finding a bit of an opportunity. They are down to 1. Nitro could still turn this one around. Ceratoos definitely going to be looking to clutch up and just rank in even more eliminations.
This is one thing that I really see over in the Middle East play, where teams will separate 1, maybe even 2 players to a different building setup, even if it does leave them alone, because that diversity of positioning gives you every advantage in the world. Hacker in a 1 versus 3 here is left alone, has a downed teammate and 2 dead teammates. I don't know if this is all that likely for them. Again, it's a 1v2 close range. That's the one benefit for them. They don't have all that much assistance from distance, but the nade, it goes far. DBS needs to step up for at least 1, if not 2 from close range. It'll spray, but they'll miss their opening shots, and it seems like the burst just not going to go the shotgun's way. It'll find 1 down. This now becomes reasonable, but no, nothing more. And Ceratoos clutch up 2 individual gunfights in the exact same compound.
Yeah, we got to give it up to Ceratoos. I mean, that was a good push coming through on that, being able to just overpower the opposition. I mean, it went their way. They didn't really lose all that much, right? They are still sitting with a 3-piece. But now it's going to be Valencia also looking for a bit of the opportunity. They've heard the shots, they've heard the noise being made, but are they going to be able to lock it in? Now it's Dark and the rest of the crew starting to mobilize as they do prep themselves for a bit of a push. Up comes the play, but will we see Ceratoos being able to hold on to yet another push?
Their 3rd individual fight. They still have their lone player heat from a distance. Nade thrown Kobe'd through, but not as well as they would have liked. The issue is they have one player inside the building, one outside just patiently waiting, and they're being peppered with utility. Does the information get transferred to Colombia, though? Are they aware that Yogi's above? They've just patiently waited for their time to strike, but the problem is Santos now being dusted makes things difficult, and the sound cues being given over. Good situational awareness, and Dark will find that kill. Should be a finish onto Santos as well. Third time, not so much the charm.
Yeah, I think that is a very unfortunate sort of events coming through here for, you know, Ceratoris. But they still have one player up. But this was a good push coming through here from Colombia. I mean, you got to commend the efforts. I think that was really good pacing coming in. They were only able to find one elimination, but it's not over just yet. They do have that knock. They still need to follow through. But looking at Heatig, right? Or maybe that's Heat IG. Oh, Heat 16. There we go. All right, the numbers off in the distance. It's difficult to read, but let's see whether or not Heat can do as their name suggests and maybe bring in that extra bit of a push here now for Ceratoris.
One thing to keep in mind as well, I saw in the kill feed and that process of a heck of a lot of damage being peppered in towards this Sheridan side and Ceratoris side. If more than enough goes their way, they're going to have, well, more difficulties getting out. Heat will be alone. Heat is currently alone and will not be able to pick up their teammate. And there's that finish going through in the kill feed. Another thing I saw in the kill feed was Kent State took a couple deaths. I do not believe the team has been eliminated. They're down to 2 or 3, though. You'll see that on the right side of your screen. Doesn't look like Kent State's there at all. We may have a development as the scoreboard refreshes. I think we're down to 12 teams.
Yeah, we're down to 11 now. And this is going to be that final push, the final bit of play for the teams trying to secure themselves at least some kind of a positioning. But I love the fact that we've now pulled a little bit further back up onto the mainland, right? Not so heavily positioned across the waterway. So the positions now just need to get secured, need to be pushed. Ooh, big uh-oh. As you can see, the Heat now coming in. DBS again coming 3 or 4 Heat.
Top misses as well. The swing, third DVS. Oh my goodness, this is a 1v4 for Heat. Looking to swing for another. Will look to find the shot, and he'll find it. It's 16, just 1v4 to eliminate Columbia Vancouver. And Sheridan will stay alive for the time being. What a clutch in such a small room. Yes, let's throw more bodies at the problem, shall we?
Well, you got to give it up, though. I mean, Ceratoris looking absolutely amazing here, sitting already with 11 eliminations to their name. I mean, they could be the team with a potential chicken maybe on the horizon. Not quite sure if you know, Heat is going to be able to manage that, especially looking at the fact that we still have 35 other players in this lobby. It is going to be a very, very contentious play. But I think for now, I'm going to be looking over on towards this eastern side, right? Curious as to how these teams are going to be looking to get themselves first out of this, you know, outlying region and secured a little bit further into this coming phase.
When the phase starts to close, the other issue is going to be whether teams will be forced out of their compounds and into others, or if they just want to completely circumvent other compounds. I think at this point, I wouldn't blame them to just go complete different directions. There's also, like you said, that bridge that's going to set in. Will they pick up a drop? Will the far east side come back to bite the teams that have already camped out towards the west? And some teams now being limited in terms of player count. You can see it on the right side. Ponthin Polytechnical down to 3. Ceratoris, like we said, down to 1 with that clutch attempt earlier. And nice down comes through. MD4 loses 1 player, and I believe a second has now been downed. Aggression, to say the very least, as they want to get in.
Well, there's only so much space available up in this next phase. Ooh, Guelph Humber now coming under heavy fire, heavy pressure. As Lambton now start to apply themselves, pushing forward. That is going to be Guelph Humber getting taken right on down. And it is the end of the road. Now we are left with our final 9 teams, but a good bounce back coming through here from Lambton. Already 4 eliminations up, full squad left to rock. But where are they going to move, though? Because, again, looking at what they've got available in the zone, there is a little bit of congestion over on towards the eastern side, but I don't think it's something that they won't be able to manage.
You could also just swim across, honestly. If you want to completely avoid the bridge / multiple teams trying to gatekeep on that side, I wouldn't hate a team trying to just swim across the river here. Yeah, it's a little time consuming, and yeah, you could be left out if teams are watching it. There probably aren't going to be all that many keeping a close eye on the water, considering they have to be worried about their own position. And if you're lucky, you could just find a different bridge, which I believe that's the call here for Lambton from a distance. Conestoga, for the time being, is going to attempt to gatekeep, but I don't think anybody's going to go their direction. I'm pretty sure Lambton can go to the other set bridge towards Castle.
Well, it's going to be a bit of a difficult call to make here. Meanwhile, look at this. I mean, Fat Boy now just going to be pushing up as they do also then take the approach up towards the bridge. Lambton still holding nice and steady. I don't know if they are quite aware of the push sneaking up towards them. Conestoga, I like this sneaky play. But will they be able to contest against Lambton? I mean, we are yet to see Conestoga actually secure themselves a few eliminations.
There's two different Conestoga teams in this conversation, by the way, but it seems like Lambton just want to head for the hills, and it's going to work. Zone starts to close yet again, and Conestoga is going to have to start to push this. Oh, very lucky Izaki is there. Dacia almost goes on its side. But it should be everybody staying alive, and now in towards the town center. Lambton getting a little zealous here, but it seems like it's going to work until they start playing accidental bumper cars. So a little bit more cognizant of your spatial and situational awareness there, kids.
I mean, moving through the city always presents its own kind of challenge for the teams, trying to navigate everything, especially if you're trying to get ahead of the blue. It's a bit of a rough play. It is a bit of a rough play indeed. But now it's going to be up to Neverfold here to see if they're going to be able to stay true to their name. I like this slight edge positioning that they've got. I mean, it's not that great because it doesn't allow them good visibility, especially not towards the north where we can see the contention coming from.
It's also a difficult scenario for them when the zones closes another time. If they get pushed out, and it seems like St. Clair will be watching them, at least the Rude Dude roster of St. Clair. If they are pushed out into that same line of sight or they try to rotate north, not only will they have to worry about St. Clair themselves, there's one Conestoga roster. There's another even further north if they get that far. There's Lambton here. They are going to have a heck of a lot of contention to worry about, and they don't have all that much utility to do so. I took a brief look at what they had. I think two players had a few smokes. I think there were a couple nades as well, but it's not a whole lot to write home about, and that could be a problem later on.
Yeah, definitely could turn out to be quite a bit of a problem for them. I mean, looking over on towards the players that we've got here from St. Clair, aka Milkshake, right? A nice bit of ground that they've been able to take occupancy of. I mean, sure, yes, they're not exactly within zone just yet, but it does allow them quite a bit of reach across the way over on towards the Rude Dudes.
Wow.
The shots will continue to rain on through. It is Sinclair versus Sinclair. Both teams now just duking it out.
What? And no way, Ceratosh just lost their last player to the zone. Imagine 1v4ing and dying to the zone.
Oh.
And that's how you get knocked out of game one. Oh, that's gotta hurt. St. Clair, some intercollegiate contention, to say the very least, but it seems like everybody on both teams will stay alive for the time being. Conestoga, I was talking about them having some difficulties. They just lost, make it two separate players. And the other St. Clair roster stepping up, Rude Dudes, will get shot at, but then will do much more shooting back. Conestoga quickly dispatched them.
Yeah, up they go in a booth of smoke. Now it's going to be Sinclair running out in the open. Titan, yep, that is not going to work. Now it's up to Manny to see whether or not they can man the edge of Zorn. Still so much pressure starting to build in the surrounding area. Up comes Sherry as well, looking for a little bit of opportunity coming through there from Quantlin. But, well, it is looking a little bit shaky. Canada West also still rocking a full squad. They got 6 eliminations up, sitting in a very similar kind of position as the players from Lambton find themselves.
Yeah, same points, same 4 players alive, but much more diverse setup here for Canada West. This is what I love to see at a little bit higher level / semi-pro or pro, where you put 2 and 2, you split for a little bit more control overall, and more importantly, make sure that you control more diverse scenarios, allowing yourself to rotate should you have to, or just allowing yourself to frag out from different positions should you get the opportunity to do so. Conestoga, this is their Condors Academy white squad that's left alive. They're taking a heck of a lot of damage though and going up against even more firepower from multiple angles. Canada West, here's that diversity paying off in dividends.
Well, they are going to be smiling as they do find 2 eliminations on that. Oh, already now up to 8. So Canada West Well, they essentially taking control of the West, so you gotta love it. But will we see Shari being able to clutch it up, defend their team, and pull themselves all the way to that very last phase? Meanwhile, it is going to be Milkshake or Sinclair coming under a little bit of fire now as they find themselves a little bit further down the hill. Up comes the side here of Canada West, now trying to just assert themselves, looking to see if they can contain, or rather get control of that beautiful bit of elevation up towards the south.
Quantland Polytech, aka Never Fold, has just one player alive. This is a problem for them because they're going to have to start rotating in the next 20-30 seconds or so when that zone will just start to rotate. Nades just barely going to miss onto Shari, who's just patiently waiting. The problem is they've given themselves up. Canada West is very well aware of their positioning, but it seems like they're just going to disengage for the time being. Zook has been downed, but there's that kill they were looking for. Canada West will find the finish.
Yeah, good play on there, but now comes the push again. It's going to be a Milkshake looking to shake things up as they push through from the southern edge. Banana gets dropped. It's up to Oreo to see if they can clutch up. Devil just riding the ridge. Going to be looking for potential bit of a jump shot. Oh, drop shot goes wrong, and that is Conestoga right out of here.
Yeah, the Academy White roster gone, and Oreo Shake alongside the rest of the Milkshake roster will stay alive, and there's still Canada West occupying the south and the west, still sticking in this game. Amorite is still in this zone, will have to start moving the next few seconds, and they're being shot at as well. They are very much dead. Nice shots from a distance. Oh my goodness, Kartik, what a kill. Brings it down to just 2 teams, make it 3 actually from that various positioning, and Canada West now coming under some fire from multiple scenarios as well.
Yeah, but I think this could potentially be the game now for Canada West. They've got 11 eliminations. They are the only team with a full rotation of players in this. I mean, Fanshaw also going to be looking to try and test the waters as they will have to push on through. But again, it's going to be a very, very tough play, especially now for Beast and Mickey, because they've got no advantage here. And that blue zone is going to be forcing their hand. They have to relinquish their position, at least for the time being. Meanwhile, it's going to be Milkshake feeling that heat. We just said goodbye to Mango. Oreo now trying to see if they can just hold on.
Fanshaw, St. Clair, and Canada West. It's a clash of Canada from multiple different scenarios as well. Canada West still occupying the south and the west side. Not a whole lot has happened. Haram actually has a Mark 14 on their roster, but Canada West currently has the player advantage. Oreo is the last one alive for the Milkshake team. Fanshaw still has 2 towards the northwest side, but it's Canada just not being forced to move all that much, and the very slight amount they will have to move up is going to be out into the open. They could walk into a firing line.
Well, let's see who's going to be the one to now follow through. You definitely don't want to get yourself caught out in the firing line. That could be quite the upsetting play. But I mean, what's also quite interesting is like Fanshaw, right? They've made it up into the top 3, but they've not yet been able to secure themselves a single elimination. They still have 2 players up. So if they're able to play the upset here and maybe clutch that winner chicken dinner, that could be a golden opportunity. Meanwhile, it is going to be Oreo now getting ended, and that is Sinclair B, aka Milkshake, getting sent back to the bar. Here we go, right? Canada West now mounting their approach, trying to claim the zone. It is up to Mickey, the final contestant, looking to stand between them and a potential winner chicken dinner. Up comes Sook. Now just strafing this way and that, up on the rock, going for the jump shot. DBS in hand, and this could be a big clutch. And yes, it is. It is the end of the road. Canada West securing themselves the winner chicken dinner.
Really well played from the start for Canada West as well. Not only having that diverse setup, 2-2 split, then a 3-1 split, allowing themselves to rotate as they need, but more importantly, they used good process of elimination in their strategies. They were well aware that there was only 1 player left with Milkshake squad. They were able to dispatch up Oreo Shake, and as soon as they do so, they were able to then turn their perspective, go south, southwest, more towards the north side, but down the hill, ironically enough, and more importantly, just easily be able to dispatch a Fanshaw. We saw how much they relied on that information gathering, and it worked so well for them. Here's your player of the match as well. It's Joss with 6 kills and 1,000 damage. Hello.
Yeah, big hello being brought in there. 1,022. What a way to hit it up. But you got to give the credit where credit is due, though. I mean, Canada West, they played a very, very strong match in this first game. And of course, no surprise to see them be our MVP, securing 2,400 damage in total with 15 eliminations to follow suit.
I just want to point out a wild stat. Jas did 1,060 or so damage themselves. The rest of the team, like, just shy of 1,350 combined, which is absurd to say the very least, and still found 9 kills between them. Here are your top 3 players of the match. Heat is guaranteed to be one of them. They're not? Oh no, they may not have been because of how long they survived. Oh, that's so unfortunate. If Heat survived longer, they would have been one of the MVPs, if not the MVP. I think they found the most kills in the lobby. I think they were up at 6 or 7.
Yeah, but as you can see, it's been a pretty tough play coming through this one. Of course, we did see Oreo Shake also making it up into our top 3 players. Our top 4 teams, though, is going to be Canada West, Cerritos, as well as Sinclair and Lambton. And I gotta love these elim counts. I mean, look at that. 10, 11, 15. Wow.
That is an insane stat as well for Cerritos. 9 players revived on their team. That's how many players they needed to pick up. They didn't survive for as long. A little unfortunate, I have to say, for Cerritos, but in the end, they really played well. They found the kills they needed to at least pick up a decent bit of points in the end. Yeah, they don't place in the top 8, but Heat finding that 1v4 puts them from only getting 7 points in the game to going up to 11. Here's your overall match rankings, with Canada West obviously picking up first, but they're Cerritos in 4th place, basically off the back of Heat alone. They'd be down in 8th or 9th otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, Heat... They just brought in a beautiful carry. As you can see, not a single placement point coming their way, just capitalizing on the aggression, securing themselves those 11 points. You got to give it to Lambton as well, right? 7 eliminations, still managing to secure themselves that 4th place alongside Cerritos. So things looking pretty hot, pretty nice. Fanchel, we definitely want to see a little bit of a step up coming through into the remaining games here. I mean, they only were able to find themselves placement points, and that's it.
And this is a great graph. I wish I had this same level of API integration in other games. Cerritos, here's your numbers in terms of damage. 1543 was the damage numbers you saw in a couple screens ago, and will be seen here. St. Clair B just behind them. Lambton, same conversation, and Humber back out the top 5. This was a great first map of Vikendi here, DK.
Yeah, but you gotta love it, right? So much coming through from these teams. I like the kind of heat that they were packing, bringing it into game number 1. But as we saw in Heat 1, right? We went from the first game being what it was, and then they upped the ante moving into game number 2. So I'm gonna be looking for that exact kind of flow to come through here. Cerritos, I mean, they were just caught in such a chain fight position, right? They had team upon team upon team just knocking on their door. It almost sounds like a little bit of that, you know, Red Riding Hood story, or the 3 Little Pigs, right? At the end of the day, though, I mean, it went a certain way. And, I mean, Heat, they just backed it all up and carried the team right to the very end.
I'm looking to do my math as soon as we pick up the Heat 1v4 down the line in this clutch scenario. This was a really good fight from a more important Vancouver squad. They had some difficulties setting up the fight. They did lose a player early, but the fact is they don't lose a single one in the fight. Ironically enough, they win the 4v2 but lose the 4v1. Here's Heat stepping up. Heat, by the way, had 5 individual kills for themselves, 4 of them in this fight alone. The first was on the original second gunfight we saw earlier on in this replay reel. How you find that flick, by the way, on mobile is beyond me. I can't do that with a mouse and keyboard. What is this guy on?
I mean, it's just what we see in mobile, right? That's just the way that they go. That's the way they flow. Speaking about flow, though, I mean, we had so much of that happening all across the board. Lambton also a very, I would say, confident approach that they brought into this game. But I want to see that now continue moving forward, right? We want to see that being translated into a little bit of that Erangel flavor as well.
And more importantly, I also want to see how Canada West is either A, shut down, or B, forced to change their playstyle. Because a team playing this 2-2 split that you'll see in a decent bit of this replay is a very good team. But the problem is, if you start to overwhelm them, if you identify who they are or what they're doing, then you can really take advantage of the fact that they are split in that process. The other conversation was Canada found so many kills because they were split. They had so many different lines of sight down towards a couple different gunfights. Nice shot, by the way, there from Oreo to make sure that we saw St. Clair win that fight, but it just was not enough in the end. They were dusted from distance, and Canada West took full advantage to close out the match with the DBS from close range.
Yeah, DBS is just something else, right? That's why I call the DBS the don't be silly, because it just makes sense, right? Meanwhile, we are going to be taking a look at the leaderboards. It is going to be Canada West, though, back in heat, coming through with a lovely, glorious 25 points too. They named those 15 eliminations, carrying them well across the way. St. Clair coming through with 15 total points in comparison. And we saw this back in Heat 1. We see it again coming through into Heat 2. Gotta love the plays, though. But still, right, Cerritos, Lambton, both coming in with very respectable scores up on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I'd also like to see Fanshawe step up for a little bit more aggression earlier in the game. And the 2 or 3 teams I really want to focus on into game number 2 on Erangel. Number 1 is Cerritos, to see if they find more while not being pressured nearly as much. Yes, being pressured gave them a few extra kills and 11 kill points overall. But the fact is they were down to 1 player. Heat couldn't do nearly enough at the end. Lambton, I also want to see try and do more from distance. If they can avoid having so many teams group around them in 2 or 3v1 scenarios, maybe they're in a better situation. And finally, Fanshawe. I was really disappointed to see them in the top 3, then top 2, with 0 kills. I mean, it's nice to be there. It's nice to be in that position, but it just wasn't enough.
I mean, sometimes nice isn't all you need, right? You got to lock in the aggression alongside those placement points. And, well, speaking about nice things, of course, we got to give a big shout out going out to Aces for the giveaway. My segues are amazing. If anyone says anything else, believe them. So the PMCC and Uconnect are teaming up with Asus to give away a brand new ROG Phone 7 and the ROG Kunai 3 gamepad. So be sure to scan the QR code you can see up in the corner there. Get your hands into that draw, and potentially you could be the lucky viewer to walk away with these amazing devices. Of course, big shout out going out to your Asus ROG. Gotta love the action, and of course these phones are absolutely amazing.
Yeah, especially to play games. I mean, your normal phone, sure, it can help you watch YouTube videos on how to play PUBG. You're not going to play PUBG well unless you're on one of these. Shout out Asus for keeping us supporting these teams for not only winning the event, but keeping us streaming the event. I gotta say, a very contentious first map. Close for Canada West. They ran into a few problems, to say the very least, but there weren't too many difficulties for them to close out the map. As soon as they revived their 1 player that had difficulties in that 3-1 split, as soon as they dispatched the solo, not only with St. Clair, but with Shake on the backside of that singular building, it was more than easy for them to close out the map. They were more than situationally aware, and that's what you need in the game of PUBG Mobile.
Well, the big test is going to come through to see whether or not the teams can either up the ante or maintain the same kind of momentum they were able to secure right here in game number 1. Of course, having said that, we are going to be heading into a quick break while we get ourselves ready for a bit of that Erangel action. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you back in a short few moments. Canada West already asserting themselves in our very first match over on the lovely Vikendi. Now, we get to see what our 16 teams are going to be doing once they get into the bread and butter of PUBG Mobile. Right, we are going to be heading into none other than Erangel. And this is where I think a little bit of excitement could come to light, right, Light? As the teams will have a bit of an opportunity to show us how they're going to be looking to play this one out.
I'm also more excited to see where the teams go. I was similarly concerned / questioning back on Vikendi. I think I have a little bit more of an idea on Erangel, but it's more importantly how the teams choose to rotate early. A lot of times you'll see either teams do one of two things. Either A, rotate almost immediately as soon as the zone is identified and try to stock up early, or B, start to get aggressive towards other teams and not head as much towards the zone, maybe try to find early gunfights, early kill points, because remember, you get 10 points for that winner chicken dinner. You get 1 kill point per kill between the entire map. So you have more than enough time to start to develop earlier, like Canada West kind of did, both early and late as we saw them frag out.
Yeah, I think it's a good approach that we've seen being quite successfully as teams finding a little bit of the balance between choosing the opportune moments when to get aggressive and when to focus a little bit more on the strategic approach, right? Playing for the position, trying to set themselves up in such a way that they have a bit of an advantage should there be a team that would like to rotate up in their direction, right? Being the gatekeepers, if you will, of a particular region or the zone itself. So especially moving in towards Erangel, I think this is going to be an interesting dynamic, looking to see how the teams are going to be looking to get themselves situated and then play through those positions. But it could take a little bit of time, right? We could maybe only see the first major engagements come through around about phase 2, around about phase 3. But I think the zone is going to be the big deciding factor in that.
It's also entirely possible that teams drop somewhat near each other and we see some early engagements like we saw in the previous game. We could see that more often than not when teams start to decide on more important POIs that could come down the line or it could come earlier. It's also a question of, like you said, where that zone starts to hover. We could get the bridge camping meta start to come into the conversation. I'm really hoping for a military base finish because I have never seen one while casting. I only end up finishing with them while I'm playing PUBG. So I really want to see a milli base finish. I'm really hoping for it.
So
I've PUBG gods.
In my career in PUBG Mobile, I've learned a few things, right? And sometimes if you ask for something, you don't necessarily get it. So you got to play a little bit of that, reverse psychology on it.
Come on, Zarky finish.
Yes. I want to see the zone go anywhere but to the south, right? Anywhere else is fine. Let's see if that is going to pan out. But yeah, I have to agree with you. Seeing a zone pull down into Millie, that would be quite exciting indeed. But when Millie exactly would you not want it to go, right? Would you not want it to go to the base itself or not want it to go to the container yard over on towards the east?
I would really hate if it went to the container yard and we got really fun maze fights. That would be such a shame and just not fun to cast at all. /S.
Yeah. So let's hope it doesn't go there. In the meanwhile, we'll find out very, very soon where exactly these teams or rather where they'll be giving the opportunity to go in this first game over on Erangel. Of course, the flight path getting ready to kick on off. Now, back in Heat 1, we did see a slightly more, I believe that was a southeasterly zone coming through. So, the challenge is going to be up for these teams to see if they can get themselves situated. But fortunately, well, we won't have to wait too much longer as we are going to be getting ready to hop onto the plane and see exactly what the flight path will have in store for us.
Now, not going to lie, I'm going to be a little spoiler here. We have a great flight path. Doesn't look like too much towards the south side. Pachinki, Gatka, Hospital, all still very much in contention. A team could drop Zarky if they really felt frisky. I don't think it's going to happen, though. Lipovka, Milta Power, surprisingly not having a small army head their general direction. Milta period, I think only having one team go there. I'm a little surprised at the lack of early drops, considering the POIs here on the east side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, the teams, they might be favoring positions a little bit further away. I think this is where the flight path is going to be quite pleasing to a lot of them, as we know, right? Just getting yourself down into a position like Primorsk, for instance, you just grab a vehicle and off you go, right? You can make it in quite successfully. But the big kicker, I think, is definitely going to come through from with what the Zone is going to be bringing on in. Already, I like a bit of a setup up into that Yasnaya Poliana, but Lebovka, I mean, that could be quite a bit of play. We've got Milkshake already trying to now establish a bit of a position, and they're going to have to contend against the side there of Fanshawe, but it does seem like Milkshake, well, they're going to be moving out of Lebovka.
It seems like Road to Death from Kent State are the only ones headed to Yasnaya. I don't know how in the world they got lucky with that draw, but, you know, go for it, I guess. I'm seeing, two teams towards Milta, one farm / west side of farm towards maybe Ruins. Weird position towards Pachinki with 2 or 3 different teams all looking to be in that general vicinity, but not all of them there with cars picked up. Basically, the main 2 roads that span north to south on the west side and east to west up on the north, all going to be more in contention than I think anything else in this map, apart from maybe Milta / Mansion.
Yeah, and of course the Zone going exactly where we didn't want it to go. You know, like, no, the south is in play. Why? Why? I'm also going to be looking up into North George, right? As you can see, we've got the Guelph Humber there alongside a little bit of contention. It does seem like both teams are occupying opposite sides of the roadway. Canada West going to be holding on towards the southern side, but they are in the container yard, so there's a great looting opportunity for them.
I have really bad news as well. A team's headed where we really didn't want anybody to go. Seems like game changers from Conestoga College are headed down towards the Millie base, realizing, hey, it's in play and we have vehicles. Let's go for it. I mean, might as well send it. Have an opportunity to pick up some free loot. It doesn't seem like anybody's going Novo. Just drop you off at the first compound, pick up some loot, and everybody else will join us over towards the Millie base itself. I don't see anybody else joining them in that conversation, but at this point, it may just be WNF or Lambton College. Nobody else really headed down towards the south side, which I'm really upset about. It's such a shame that we may have to see some bridge camping. Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Lambton being smack dab center zone, how dare they even look at that bridge, right?
Exactly.
I mean, it doesn't make sense. Obviously, for those of you watching that don't know what's happening, it's the opposite of what we're actually saying. But I'm also interested to see exactly what is going to come through there from Morris Randolph. We can see them all the way over to that far western side of the zone. I mean, there's no opposition for them, right? They could potentially even rotate down into Primorsk, maybe even Quarry or Ferry Pier, looking to get themselves situated, and then come through with a bit of a surprise push, maybe up into a center zone.
So all I'm hearing here is that not only is Road to Death on their own and perfectly fine at Yasnaya, but the hit list from the County College of Morris Randolph is perfectly fine on the west side of the zone as well. America is alive for the first 5 minutes of this game. Everything has gone well for everybody south of the northern border.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds good, right? It sounds good. A little bit of that peace and tranquility on the far expanses of the map. But I mean, as we can see also then looking down on towards that southern side of the zone, Conestoga are going to be looking to get themselves situated up into the military base itself. The game changes now, just rocking up. Uncontested, no one there to bring any kind of an upset. So, yeah, they're going to be sitting back, having a lot of fun. But I want to see what they're going to do with the potential setup, right, in anticipation of teams approaching their position.
Keep an eye on Guelph Hunter and Canada West on the northwest side of your screen. They're both up towards Georgia Pole, the apartments, and the crates, so they could come into contention when either of them start to rotate towards the zone. It's really the question of whether Guelph Hunter head towards that northern road and just avoid most of Georgia Pole South, or if they start to rotate earlier on. The other conversation I really wanted to bring up, especially with how the earlier stages of this game has gone, Cerritos College, aka Team Nitra, who you'll see in purple towards Gatka and over towards Quarry, they are so extended from one another. All 4 of them, none of them within 100 to 200 meters of one another, if not more than that. They're controlling so much real estate, but like the Roman Empire once said, or once demonstrated, you control too much, maybe it'll come back to collapse on top of you.
Well, let's hope that they don't do as the Romans did, right, and have the opportunity maybe taken away from them. Like, I can understand the spread, especially at this stage of the game, but I want to see a little bit more of that condensed approach coming through as we approach the next phase. And of course, as we know, the blue zone is going to start doing its thing in about, 14 seconds or so. So not a lot of time left, but we still got to wait for that closure to come in to see where this next shift is, in fact, going to be taking us. In the meanwhile, we do have Conestoga, though, taking the approach up in towards center zone, and they're going to be having to contest against the side there of the Humber College.
They're going to have to contest against a lot. Conestoga B against Conestoga A, at least over towards the north side of this port. It doesn't seem like anybody's going to be at least too contentious with it. Conestoga's plural will mostly avoid one another, it seems, just really finding extra information, trying to extend a little bit. You can see the south side of the mainland should work out fairly well with how this zone is currently set up. The next zone will keep this inside about 90% of the time. So if you're playing your numbers games, both Conestoga teams should be more than safe, and it seems like they just want to try to extend / condense, depending on how this zone starts to pull, but they still got a few minutes, 4 to be exact, to figure that one out. And somehow somebody got downed. I don't know who they got shot by, nor from where, but here comes Hatchery and company.
Ooh, come on. So this is gonna be a little bit of a tight play, though. It's Humber versus Conestoga here. Both teams occupying opposite ends of these compounds. Let's see whether or not Aki and the rest of the team can find the key to success. It's going to take a little bit of aggression, a little bit of strafing, and I think a bit of timing. Just double down into that as well. Oh, nice play out the window. Not finding the hits, though. This could be Katri popping a surprise nade in the window.
The jump out, I think Aki got away from it. Aki's outside right now. I don't think this information's there. Now, Aki will jump back in and stay alive. They do still take damage from the nade, but nothing really to write home about. No, a follow-up. What a throw from Kuti. What a toss through. And more importantly, the condense on towards the rest of this Conestoga squad. Humber's not giving them any room to breathe. One's on fire. I don't know if Fatboy's going to survive this one. And Riga has a Molotov land right next to them as well. Look at the utility usage here from Humber.
I mean, this is an absolutely great play coming through from Humber, but Conestoga, they're not out just yet. They are going to be able to get to stand their ground and contest as best they can. But the danger about this position is, a few well-placed utilities could definitely play the upset here against Conestoga. So Humber, are they going to look to humble them? Maybe come through with a bit of a surprise push. They've got the numbers, now just trying to get Darku patched up before attempting any kind of play.
They're going. They want to try and send it. The problem is a very split approach for the rest of Conestoga. One on the left side of this staircase. Kidu just sprays 9 shotgun bullets in towards the wall, but there's the refrag there from Rega. They find one. I believe a second down had already been found. This is a 2 versus 4, and Rega wants to get aggressive. I don't hate this decision. They've just taken a decent bit of damage in trying to do so. There's that jump out. It may very well work, but no, they've been seen in the process. They will not be able to find that follow-up kill. They're still looking for more through the door frame. Sausage on the other side. They'll walk in with a DBS only to be dropped down. A 1v3 for their teammate up above, and not very consistent. Will you win this one here, Fat Boy? Valiant effort. They'll be swung. They'll be downed, I was gonna say, but they haven't been just yet. This is a 1v2, and one player's low. Parker wants to go for it. They have to take on the shotgun close range, and they end up dropping him with the M4.
Good play though coming through here from Humber, but this might be short-lived as we now do see the side of Lambden also rushing forward, coming in from that western side, adding insult to injury. We've got Milkshake also just hanging in the wing over towards the east. So just as the side here of Humber think they're out of the woods, well, the contention just keeps on stepping up.
I think somebody just threw an accidental nade, waited for the explosive, and everybody walked back into the building. Valiant effort there from WNF. That accidentally went off the wall. They will find a nade that actually lands here on the Humber, and that's the go button, it seems, for WNF. They do not want to waste any time. Daku waiting outside. I don't know if this position is going to be noted. There's a swing. They want to try and find whatever they can. They'll go 1-for-1, though. That's not good enough. They do have help from behind, and the M4 will find yet another. They're looking for a finish as they can find it. From distance, the UMP does damage, but will not actually find the finisher they're looking for. There's a spray. There's the refrag. It's a 1 versus 2 as Kidu is left alone. The top fragger thus far will look to step up, but they'll be dropped down. down, and surprisingly, everybody from Lambton will survive on the back of 1 HP for their final member to pop off, and oh, it's not looking good. St. Clair is now stepping up. Here's Milkshake with the car. They'll close it. Vehicular manslaughter in the backside of the building. But it seems like Leicester's still alive. It's just finishes here for Shake and Company.
I mean, that was an upset of note, right? That could have been a full team clutch in one fell swoop. But now it's going to be up to Jat to see if they can bring the team back on their feet. At least Rocky the M249, so they have quite a bit of opportunity, at least with regards to the ammo, right? The quantity in the clip. But let's see how far this one is going to take them. You got to love the play. The aggression coming through here from Milkshake. It is going to be Oreo and Banana looking to go ham. But will they find the play, the aggression they need now to get this final bit of an opportunity down into Lambton?
It seems like as of right now, the remainder of the Shake team is further north, over towards the south side, I want to say, of Farm, like far west of Farm, it seems. So this is an isolated 2v2 from what I can see. I could just be reading the map wrong, so don't quote me on that. The swing, M249 finds one, will find the finish as well, and they want to swing for another. Shotgun close range, though, will win that gunfight. It becomes a pseudo 1v1 at this juncture, and it's odd for Daku. Their teammate has not been downed thus far in the game, so they will be able to be retrieved with more than enough time remaining. A fake swing, nothing doing, and Oreo Shake will throw an aid that will not go high enough. They want to try and swing off of it, and they'll end up going for the kill, but Daku doesn't seem to be aware. Still swing with the BDS, and they'll try and swing as well. It'll work. St. Clair will be dropped down, the over-aggression. It turns out there was only 2 players left alive. But now, here comes Kent State.
I mean, Lambton, they just can't win anything at this point, right? They are holding on to this compound for dear life. Kent State knocking on the doors like, I want to slice a pie too, let me in. But let's see whether or not it's going to work. No, Lambton getting ended with a very swift nade coming through there from Core. I mean, you got to give it up to Lambton, though. I mean, that was a phenomenal defense, right? Securing themselves 6 eliminations. But unfortunately, they went out quite early on.
Ceratos who? That's the real question. Ceratos who? For context for all of you just joining us, Ceratos was the team that basically ran into that similar problem in our previous map, where it ended up being a 1v4 heat, picking up all 4 kills. Go back in the VOD. Very nice watch. About 6 or 7 minutes into the first game of play, if you're really looking for it. But nice play overall. I'm also looking at Kent State to see, with that control they've now gained, what do they do with it? We also really haven't had to focus on the zone all too much, considering the lack of time we've had to look at the lack of chaos. And now that we do, we also see that unfortunately we don't get what we were totally not hoping for, which is a military base finish. It will finish what seems like Pachinki, maybe south of Gatka, depends on some RNG, but it will finish above the bridge, which is everybody's least favorite part. And you can see Game Changers will understandably exit the military base swiftly.
Yeah, but I think that's a good call coming through from the Game Changers. Now just looking to get themselves situated a little bit further up north. Of course, if they bridge camp, at least at this point, there could still be a bit of an opportunity coming through, as we still need to see the other Conestoga team also find their rotation across the waterway and over that bridge. Meanwhile, Conestoga B going to be holding nice and steady over here. There is a bit of an opportunity just hanging in the wing. But of course, the team that we want to see really rise up, well, that rose up in the previous match, is going to be Canada West. Nice bit of a steady position here. I like this grouping that they've got, but are they going to be able to make much of that position? I mean, they are close to a few other teams. We do see the hit list there from Morris Randolph just over towards their western front, and of course up towards the north. That is where we can see even more teams, right? Canada West just slightly holding a bit of a difficult position, I would say here. Even Ceratoris, right? Also, right there kind of in the mix as well.
Centennial and Guelph Humber, also very north of Pachinki. They are the only 2 teams north of Pachinki, unless you count RD and Company, which I don't think I would, but that's Rude Dudes from St. Clair. So this is a chaotic conversation towards the north side of the point, because it doesn't seem like anybody is focused on, at least as of right now, that position. I'm also looking at this from the North America perspective. You were talking about Morris Randolph, west side towards Ferry Pier. As of right now, R2D is still alive. Road to Death is still on the board. And Kent State has all 4 players, at least as of right now. But the more contentious part is, where are they going to go? They have Haram towards their east. They have Error towards their west. Nitra is even further. You have Game Changers, Conestoga in that conversation. It seems like a heck of a lot of teams all basically surrounding Road to Death. And they have no way out.
Well, it is going to be a challenging one, I can say that. So we'll find out pretty soon exactly how Road to Death are going to be potentially securing their play moving forward. As you can see, the zone itself, right, did shift a little bit further down on towards that southern side. Just to the southern side, in fact, of the Pachinki Hills, maybe even pulling up in towards the Sixers, but now it's going to be quite a bit of a contentious play on towards the southern side. As, well, Sinclair now take their rotation. The Rude Dudes going over and across the lovely Potato Hill. But where will Jas now choose to rotate into?
Also questioning where the rotations will be towards the east side of the map. You're seeing a heck of a lot of teams all basically constricting themselves to 2 or 3 compounds total between them. You're probably looking at 4 teams, maybe 5, with 5 or 6 compounds total. If 1 or 2 teams make the wrong decision, then you're looking at a completely different conversation. Another one, as we saw in our previous game, it seems like, at least as of right now, Men of 4 from Guelph Humber are in the general vicinity of not only Sun above them, but Canada West on their south. This could be a contentious point, and then they just are like, no, that's Canada West, we're going a different direction. Maybe we could go west and get away.
I mean, so far it does seem like the rotation is going to be paying off for them, as, well, Minifor are going to be pushing further and further down on towards that western side. But again, right, some good elevation that they have to work with, and this could present them with quite a bit of an opportunity, especially at looking at the teams that they just left behind them. Speaking about left behind, we are going to be hopping down towards the south, as it is going to be Conestoga A, Conestoga B, up in towards the bridge. But who will it be to reign supreme, as both teams are now going to be looking to lock it in. But there we go, Ultron getting dropped right on down.
And surprisingly enough, that's from the hit list of Morris Randolph. That was from a distance over towards the northeast side of these compounds. They are even bridge camping the bridge campers. As Chancellor Palpatine once said, ironic. And it seems like it'll end up working in the end. The positional advantage is there for Morris Randolph. They seem to be aware of their surroundings as well, with the other Conestoga team setting up to their north. If they can just patiently wait here, the other Conestoga team is actually being pincered by Nitra to their north as well. This is who can insert astronaut meme where it's like, it's really XYZ and then always has been, and then somebody else has a gun to the back of their head. I can't explain the meme better, but just Google astronaut meme and you'll get it.
Yeah. Speaking about astronaut memes, well, we're not seeing any of that currently happening right here, as they're going to be J-Not. I mean, so, as I said before, my segues are amazing, right? That's what I tell myself. If you don't agree with me, you are probably right, but it is what it is. In the meanwhile, let's see what Cerato's are going to be looking to do. They've been quite quiet this match in comparison to what we saw them do over on the lovely Vikendi.
Yeah, Nitra and company all basically just patiently waiting for what's handed to them. That joke where it's like, speaking of, and then you say something that has absolutely nothing to do with the original topic. This is what my mom does all the time, and I'm like, how does one have to do with the other? And she always tries to explain it away. It never works. It never works.
Yeah, just give her a high five from me. It's amazing.
I got you. I'm looking at look at the scenario. You have Boris Randolph on your left. You have Conestoga B even further to your left. You have Conestoga A directly in front of you. It seems like as of right now, Nitra is still just patiently waiting towards the south side of the main fields of Gatka. And it's all working. No one's dead yet. Some feet have been seen, but it doesn't look like Blackhawk wants to take too much of those shots because it gives away more information than it will do damage in return.
I mean, it's an interesting spot, right? You could call this Erangel standoff, maybe. Yeah. Because everybody's just holding, nobody's looking to do anything major at this point. But I'm curious to see exactly what we are going to have come through here from Morris Randolph, right? Because game number 1, things didn't exactly go according to plan, right? They were sitting with the same amount of points that they've got right now. But looking at the kind of step up they've been looking to secure in this game, there could be a few eliminations on the horizon. In the meanwhile, it is going to be null to just scratch out Whitebeard as they will go on down. Still looking over onto the side here of, well, Era. They are going to be holding nice and steady over on towards the eastern side. Not the best position to be in, but, I mean, Columbia, Vancouver, there is a bit of an opportunity to reach in again from that elevation.
This is St. Clair between a rock, a hard place, Randolph Morris, or Morris Randolph, Conestoga B, and Columbia College, Vancouver. You are between so many different teams, all with no real way out of this. If the zone starts to close again and they're outside of it, I don't think they survive. Luckily, from what it looks like, they will still be in this next zone, but the damage is still done. There's Morris Randolph stepping up for damage and basically being that thorn in the side of everybody, including St. Clair, who ends up dying, and well, everybody else who isn't trying to kill because of it.
Well, let's see how it goes. Conestoga, yeah, things are not looking all too great here, especially looking at the kind of position they have with the team surrounding them. This could be that uncomfortable kind of sandwich that could be finding its way on through. Humber, though, finding a little bit more of that peace, tranquility over on towards the western side. Era, in the meantime, they are going to be facing a little bit of difficulty along the way. Let's see whether or not the men of 4 can get themselves any more. Already sitting with 3 eliminations up. Their teammate has been brought to their knees. Oh, Quantlin already getting backed up, shipped out. Out they go in 12th place. And now the blue catching up onto Mambino.
Bina's surprisingly going to avoid that, at least that being the remainder of Conestoga B. But if Conestoga B turns their attention and finds anybody here from Guelph Humber, this is a terrible position for them. I think Mambino may have just been seen. It's chaos behind this tree, but for the time being, they seem safe, and they have line of sight onto the entirety of Game Changers. This is an important part of this map for Guelph Humber. If they can just either A, patiently wait, or B, collect themselves and start a firing line towards Game Changers, they could very well pick up many kill points, but oh, they've made a very alarming amount of noise. There's quite literally a fireball on that side, as Road to Death looking like the road to kills, as Error will fall, and multiple teams now looking a little chaotic against the North American United States teams. Kent State stepping up, as has Morris Randolph, but oh, that's a down for him.
Yeah, let's see whether or not they can pick themselves up. Blackhawk is down as the players here from Minnesota are going to try and survive the onslaught coming through. Guelph Humber definitely going to be knocking on the door, looking for Blaze, but they're not going to find anything as Vertigo will kick in, and that is it. Guelph Humber getting taken out. They will have to settle for 11th. Now it's going to be up to J-Knot. Conestoga v Conestoga. A little bit of that collegiate contention coming through here again.
It seems like Road to Death has at least calmed themselves down towards those couple of compounds on the east side. They are currently getting into a battle with this Randolph-Morris squad, so keep an eye on that fight should it become a contentious point on the east side of the zone, because both teams will have to start their rotations in the next 30 to 45 seconds or so, if not sooner than that. And Road to Death is doing so even sooner. They just go clown-carring it in towards the zone, and it mostly works. In the process, there goes Columbia, Vancouver. They'll be dispatched of. Conestoga stepping up against this RD team, and it seems like Rude Dude's having some difficulties from St. Clair.
Well, let's see whether or not those difficulties are going to persist here. Schleyer trying to find a bit of a reach into the side there to Road to Death. But so far, Kent State managing to survive. It's going to be Morris Randolph also now just riding the edge, opting for a little bit of a 2-2 place. And Claire A is going to be taken on down as they bid their farewells. 7 teams remain. Kent, beautiful setup here. Still a very contentious position to find themselves in. But how are they going to look to get themselves out of this sticky situation?
I don't know if they're aware of Morris Randolph's current position. With the way they're playing right now, it's either nades just being thrown errantly on gambling, or they've seen 1 or 2 players. Trader, however, has seen at least 2 members of Kent State. This is a chaotic scenario for them, especially trying their full rotation, and they'll have to rotate either south or all the way north and around to the west if they want to avoid or get through Morris Randolph respectively. But they're also between a rock and a hard place just the same. Onion waiting outside of the zone, a 4x on that M4 will find a down, looking to find the kill, but they'll end up being down just the same. Better shots back from Prince. Important to keep their teammate alive in the spray through the smoke. They're looking for another.
Oh, but are they going to find it though? That is going to be the big question. Oh, Centennial will get dropped. Out they go. 7th place it is. R2D. Now going to be feeding a little bit of the heat. Let's see where not the Slayer is going to slay. Quite a big opportunity up ahead of them, and this is the opportunity they need to assert themselves. They still have 3 players in the match. 1 has been dropped to their knees. Up comes Prince now, going to be looking to apply a little bit of heat alongside Harmon. But are they going to find the place, though? Conestoga trying to keep it nice, low, and quiet with a few surprises around the bend.
But their United States comrades of Kent State end up being dropped by that same Morris Randolph squad. Prince is the last one left alive here for Kent State, and they are between a rock, a hard place, and a very angry set of Americans to their south. I don't know if he survives through this. The buggy ends up missing the attempted manslaughter. He actually finds the down somehow, looking for another. The aggression not working out for Nitra, at least not at this point, and Prince ends up surviving another attempt on their life. Will they find the finish they're looking for? No, but Nil will just narrowly survive in the end. Kent State will be eliminated in 5th place, but just barely, and it seems like more than enough damage was done back the other way. There goes Team Nitra as Ceratos will be dropped out in 4th. Morris Randolph now alive and in the lead in this singular game.
Oh, this could be quite a bit of a bounce back coming through here from Morris Randolph. This so far looking to be the best game they've played. Well, seeing that they've only played 2, right? But either which way, it is what it is. It's going to be Canada West not finding themselves any eliminations thus far. But they are going to be looking to close it up as they do find Black Hawk. The hit is in. Sook now just trying to find that final bit of closure. Ultron gonna have to do a few push-ups if they want to survive this onslaught here. Fortunately, they still have another player off on the edge. But up comes Canada West now, trying to just assert that dominance, trying to regain a bit of ground. But the hitless gonna be circling around the back end. Up comes Morris Randolph. And can they clutch it up?
The other question is, will Canada West end up finishing off the 2 members of Conestoga? There's only 1 member alive, 1 currently down, and the other was finished by a nade earlier. So the point ended up going Canada West's way. That's the reason they have that singular point right now. Virgo left alone. Should Ultron die via time or that death timer, they will give the kill over towards Morris Randolph. That'll be their 7th. You can see on the right side of your screen. Conestoga just has 1 player left alive, currently outside of the zone, as they'll try to start their rotation back in. It doesn't look like it's going to be all that successful, though. And Morris Randolph, more than familiar with the position. Virgo is just going to courteously die in the zone and not give the point to anybody. But now here comes Morris Randolph. A down almost coming through via the car, but a little bit overzealous nature here from Morris Randolph. They come back to bite them. Their teammate currently in the zone. The DBS not nearly that deadly from distance, but Trader will still be down in the final fight. It seems like it's going Canada West's way, but they end up being diffed from behind. The rotating buggy ends up being Canada West's Achilles heel. They'll still finish in 2nd, but somehow, some way, Morris Randolph will go from dead last in game 1 to a winner chicken dinner with 10 kills in game 2.
I mean, a chicken is a chicken is a chicken, finishing with 2k damage coming through here. 2010, wow. Just the other day, right? Not too long ago, but they do finish strong with 10 eliminations on board. Let's take a look at the MVP. Who will it be? Well, it is going to be Yoda, right? We'll go with Yoda. That's what it says there. I promise you. Not really. But it is going to be a good play nonetheless. 4 eliminations secured coming through from them at 787. I mean, a really good day at the office.
Not only that, but you saw Morris Randolph control a lot more of the game than we saw in the previous. They were overwhelmed in their previous game. They look much better here. Most valuable team will obviously be them with 2,010 damage and 10 kills. A much different conversation. 20 points total picked up in this game. Canada West will get only 6 points for placing 2nd, and I think they only picked up, what, 2, maybe 3 kills? Not nearly as many kills as they were looking for, nor points total as we saw in the previous game.
Well, I mean, we'll find out soon when we take a look at the leaderboard. In the meanwhile, we can see Core coming in with a clutch there as well. Yeah, I mean, well, I wouldn't know. I just go, yes! We've got quite a bit of a spread, though. I mean, we've got Lambton in here. We've got a little bit of that Kent State also represented, as well as, of course, well, you know, Morris Randolph, because, well, they got that winner chicken dinner. Yeah. But not a heavy assisted play coming through from either of our top 3 players. Looking at the teams, though, it's a slightly different story.
Top 2 teams end up being Morris Randolph and Kent State, respectively. The only 2 American teams. There's my U.S. representation. Love to see it. And honestly, I like to see the change, regardless of their heritage, because they went from 16th and 12th to 1st and 2nd, respectively. That is a massive change. And nice job from Centennial and Lambton to step up as well. Lambton looked good in kills, but they could not find the placement points they were looking for here in our second game. Complete opposite from our previous game, ironically enough.
Yeah. It is what it is, and what it is also is going to be a lovely point system working its way on down. Morris Randolph securing themselves 20 points. That is Kent State and Conestoga B combined, right? Some pretty hefty performances that we saw come through yet again. But taking a look a little bit further down the board, right? Canada West not having the exact kind of play that they would have hoped for, only finishing on 7 points. But that is going to add up quite nicely to the 25 they had coming into this game. Lambton, though, you got to commend the consistency that they've been able to bring on through. Sure, they weren't able to exactly secure themselves placement points, but they were able to capitalize on eliminations yet again. Previous game, they got 7. This time around, they could find themselves 6. And taking a look at the graph here, I mean, the conversion rates, it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, Kent State also making sure they could find that building earlier on. The small compound on the north side of the shore was the most important part about this game. If they don't find those kills as quickly or they start to get overwhelmed, it's a completely different conversation. Centennial, you said at Lambton, finding those 6 kills more important. Guelph Humber also stepping up, something we didn't see from them all that much in our previous game. Nice variation. I loved this second game. Not only did it show some level of consistency with Canada West still being in that final couple teams, but it also showed some redemption stories. I'll say it again, dead last in Map 1 for Morris Randolph, and now first place finish for them to close out Game 2.
I mean, but it was a very, very sweaty play in the beginning of the game as well, right? As we saw just such an immense amount of pressure being applied there onto the side of Cerritos, right? If I'm not mistaken. But again, right, these surprise plays coming in left, right, and center. And it just didn't stop. Ooh, but this is where that vehicle play came in.
Yeah.
That buggy just sneaking its way through. I'm curious to see whether or not we're going to have it. But again, just so much excitement right here on Erangel.
Yeah, we saw from a distance, Oreo was the one that ended up going through, getting a finish, getting a follow-up finish, but it doesn't feel like they find as much as they really wanted to. WNF are able to stick around here. Lambton do some damage. They find a follow-up set of kills, but there's Kent State really stepping up. The singular nade thrown from core will do more than enough, and that was basically that fight done and dusted. I'm really excited to see the final highlight, though, at this game, because that chaos in the final 2 teams, that was more than enough to satiate the second game.
But I think a good thing that we also had come through in this match is there was a lot of widespread fighting, especially moving into these later few stages. I mean, the teams are trying to keep it as quiet as they could, but, well, the lobby was just having none of it, and this is where it almost came down to the wire. Just that last few plays to clutch out the winner when it chickened it up.
Yeah, the car swinging through a surprising showing, to say the very least. And the fact that you were able to redeem yourself after missing the original attempt just over the top of everything, the buggy swinging back around, you hop out of the car, you find the damage you're looking for, you have your teammate in a supercar, end up swinging through, finding a follow-up kill. Massive pickup there for Morris Randolph. Canada West, good showing, but they played similar to Fanshawe in Game 1, where they just had good positioning, just no kills. It also was a conversation of them not wanting to go out of their own way to put themselves in a, we'll say, disadvantageous position, because they would have had to get way too over-aggressive to find any kills, and it just would not have been good enough.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you gotta, pick your fights, so pick your approach moving into these games. Speaking about approach, we are gonna be taking a look at our overall leaderboards for this heat. It's gonna be Canada West secured on a lovely 32 points. I love the balance between them and Morris Randolph, right? 16-16, 10-10. I mean, perfect vision coming through there from Morris Randolph. But looking over onto the side there of Cerritos as well, we want to see a little bit of that continuation. They've at least been able to secure themselves placement points on top of the 11 eliminations they got back in game number 1.
Yeah, if I'm correct, those are their only placement points in game number 2 as well. They had 4 kills and what would have been 4 placement points, placing them in 3rd or 4th overall in this second game. 4th, I believe it would have been. So a pretty good finish for them, to say the very least. Much better overall. Nice little balance between still being able to find kills and not putting themselves out of position. Overall, much better. And a brand new winner. Speaking of brand new, by the way, we have some brand new tech and phones to give away. PMCC and Uconnect are teaming up with Asus to give away brand new ROG Phone 7 and an ROG Kunai 3 gamepad. You can scan the QR code at the top right of your screen for more details. It's brought to you by Asus, Republic of Gamers.
Yes, so you got to go into that movie voice, right? You got to hit that movie voice.
Oh, yeah.
Big giveaway coming through from ROG. So big shout out going out to Asus for making the giveaway a possibility. And well, giving the teams a great chance to show. I know that was a little bit of a change, a weird switch up there, but you know what? I'll just say that's how we do it in Africa. Either which way, these teams, I mean, they like to bring a lot of heat to the table, and of course, with the ROG Phone 7 series, might as well pack all the heat you can find, right? And speaking about heat, though, I mean, I like the transition that we've had coming through from match number 1 into match number 2, right? A few new surprising stars rising to the occasion. Morris Randolph, of course, being one of those teams, coming all the way from 14th position up into 2nd. But I think the big question is going to be, what will the teams bring into the final match, right? Are they going to be able to keep that consistent momentum all the way through to the very, very finish? Of course, well, there's only one way for us to find out, right? We got to get into match number 3, but we can't do that without heading into a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned and see you guys back in a short few moments.
The heat coming off this region though right now. It's bringing me heat. It's bringing me warmth. The top 3 and chicken dinner, and you can see exactly why this is one of the best teams to come out from South America.
The chicken dinner, it is Vampire from the bottom of the tables. The looks of relief on their faces as they pick up an 18 elimination chicken dinner.
PMGC final MVP. And it has been decided your MVP will be from Stalwart Esports. Give it up, Jakarta, for the top.
CBS in hand of Brazy. You cannot get away from it. He is on the hunt. Looks for more as well. Finds the nade in hand. And it will not be found. Spud is shutting it down. Brazy. He is vengeance. He is the knight. And S2G have Brazy come back. S2G have done it. And they are your new PMCC champions. The champions here in Jakarta. Who will challenge them next year? It is the Turkish team, the Terminators, S2G.
We've already been looking at so much insane action coming through in these games. I mean, what a clutch up that we had right in the very last bit of the action. Morris Randolph, right, coming through absolutely insane. I did say the name a little bit funny. Let me try that again. Morris Randolph, there we go. That sounds better. High five. Woo, got it. Either which way. So we are going to be prepping ourselves. Let's try. Let me figure out which way it is. This way. There we go. And then we'll just stop. Bah, there we go. I mean, it would be funny if there was another hand coming through the screen on this side. I would be very confused. But let's hope that okay, wait, everything seems fine. All right, so we are prepping ourselves for our last match of the day, of course. We are going to be heading into the desert right now. We've seen what happened back in Heat 1. This is not the same teams, right? We've had a bit of a change coming through as Heat 2 stepped up from match 1 to match 2, bringing the improvements with them. But the other big question is, how far are they going to be looking to extend that as we push into the final game?
I'm going to make a very bold prediction moving into Miramar. I don't think it's going to be Canada West nor Morris Randolph. I honestly think Cerritos win this game. I do.
Ooh.
I think moving into this game, Cerritos will have that ability to step up, maybe with a little bit more spatial awareness in the desert. It looked a little bit better from them between Vikendi and Erangel. Now we've had the yin and yang between the team that placed last on Vikendi placing first on Erangel. Maybe we have the yin and yang between the maps in their totality, giving Cerritos not only kills, but some more placement points.
I mean, that would make for a beautiful comeback story, right?
True.
Is that going to be the case?
It would give them the win as long as they got more than, if I'm doing my math correctly, they would need minimum 13 points or minimum 14 points to win, and Canada West would not be able to score. So for every point more than that for Canada West, they would have to get more than. I presume you're probably going to finish a win with like 8 kills by default. So hopefully that works for Cerritos. I'm not really biased. I'm just giving a random prediction. I got a 1 in 16 shot. I might as well just go throw out. But
I mean, yeah, you could either hit something along the way or hit nothing but air. I mean, who knows, right? It could go either which way. We're going to find out pretty soon exactly, of course, what our teams are going to be bringing out onto the battlefield for this final match. If you've got any predictions, if you're watching, if you've got any thoughts as to who you think is going to be clutching up the last game, share your thoughts, right? Hit us up in the chat. In the meanwhile, we'll wait to see exactly where this flight path and first initial zone is going to be taking us. Any spot in particular, like where you would like to see the zone go?
Ironically enough, not Los Leones. I want to see this center mostly around El Pozo, San Martin, and Minas Generales / Impala. So I think a northwest to southeast / maybe a southeast to northwest kind of plane would be really nice here. A lot of times teams try to dedicate themselves for the south side of the map, like Chimicera, Minas del Valle. Most of the time it ends up coming back to bite them. I'd like to see teams try and focus on that more top left to bottom right kind of incline / decline of this zone. If it ends up going that way, I'd be very happy. If not, I mean, I'll still survive, but I'm hoping for the plane because it would usually lead to a better zone. And I totally would hate if we finish prison here. It would be such a shame if that's what the zone meant.
Oh, yeah, let's not have that at all. Speaking of which, we are going to be starting up at our aces and making our way all the way down to Puerto Pareso. So an interesting flight path indeed for these teams to get themselves situated. But I think the big one is going to be the zone, right? I mean, this flight path is decent.
Yeah, I'm a fan of this. It leaves a lot of POIs still very much on the board. If a team can find a car on the North Road, then they could head over to the military camp. There's a lot of options available. El Azahar still on the board, Junkyard, like I said, Minas Generales, San Martin, all those fun places, and Hacienda del Patron if anybody wants to head to school, ironically enough, probably from their campus, then they'd be more than able to do so.
Well, we'll find out. So far, it does seem like we have a few takers. Ooh. All the way up north, La Cobreria could also be feeding a little bit of that heat come through. Well, Road to Death, they are going to be taking their position a little bit further towards El Azahar. They are going to be having to share from what we can see so far. San Martin doesn't seem to be receiving all too much love. Hacienda del Patron is getting a little bit of action there. As you can see, the OGs, the old gangsters, Humber College, looking to get themselves situated. But now the big question is, where's everybody going to go once we see what the zone will be bringing to the battlefield? Ooh, I like a little bit of that Los Leones play as well, right? Again, go to Stoga, down towards the southern side, of course, sharing that position there with Guelph Humber. But now the big kicker needs to come in. Where will the zone go?
Well, one of the Conestoga squads headed towards Chumacera. That may be my point of concern. The other, Conestoga B, is headed over towards Puerto Paraiso. Like you said it, Azahar occupied by Road to Death and a pink team, because I totally can see their names behind everybody's masking. It seems like we're actually focused on them. I know exactly who that is. It's Columbia College Vancouver. This is Error.
Ooh.
We are actually looking in on this fight.
Nice. All right.
Shout out observers. Wait, while we have a second. Shout out observers. They are amazing. Shout out y'all for keeping this. I think they can hear me, so I hope they can.
Yeah.
Shout out y'all.
Yeah. Respect going out to the observers. The other goat that we have in here, alongside our amazing players. But that's going to be up to Jason to see what they can bring in alongside the rest of their team. As you said, right, the showdown opportunity is here. It's going to be Columbia, Vancouver, and Kent State on the opposing side.
Oh.
We have a little bit of a standoff, but who's going to be the first one to strike?
Seems like neither. Milkshake taking on Team Nitra. And this is an odd position for both teams to be in. This is up towards that northwest side of the map we were concerned about earlier on. So keep an eye on this fight. And earlier on that previous fight, Prince was alone. If Prince was seen dropping into that bunker / into the giant warehouse, they're in a much worse position than it would originally entail, because they're basically going to be pincered by all 4 members. But here for Milkshake, they have a similar situation where one of their players is completely separated, but it seems like they're in a little bit of a better scenario overall, because I do not believe they've been seen from that distance. That's Vanilla Shake. Not to be confused with Vanilla Ice.
Yes, because either way it is ice, and well, maybe we'll find out soon enough exactly how this one will go. But I've got a big question though. Do you think Milkshake brings all the players to the car, or are they all just going to stick in their compounds for the time being? Because I mean, they could, I think, trying to mount a bit of a defensive here against the side of Cerritos. This could be a good play as they do find Nil out in the open.
Oh, and Vanilla finding that. Look at the swarm being set up. Look at the map at the top right corner of the screen. Nitra is absolutely being swarmed. I believe all 3 players for the team is set up in this compound. That or Heat is alone, and everybody's just swarming everyone else. Detanis is stuck in the corner. They're just patiently waiting behind the counter. This is a very well set up pinch, and you can see it's working from the start. Does Banana clear their right side? It seems like they will with a shotgun. They'll still be down. Will the finish come through? It seems like they'll be safe as they have some assistance, and there's the swarm. There's some help as well. More than enough information as the last member here with the swing on the Uzi. Great kill, and no one ends up being finished here for Milkshake. Cerritos, my prediction to place first place here in this 3rd game, will end up finishing dead last.
Well, that's sometimes just how, the prediction game goes. It's
the
tough.
Milkshake Rebels.
Yeah, but, I like that because, Banana went for the split. It worked out. They didn't end up there. So, good play for them. Meanwhile, it's going to be up to Lambden, as we can see them all the way up into El Pozo. But, well, they've got the entirety of the space to themselves, right? Yeah, sure, there is one player from Centennial hanging in the wing up towards the north, but I don't think it is going to be looking to be quite that big of an upset. But, well, who knows, right? Anything can happen at this point in time.
So, my real question for you, while we have a second, what's your favorite type of milkshake? Oh, I say that as Columbia, Vancouver absolutely dust down one member of Road to Death. Kent State looking good in the previous game, now having some difficulty staying alive, and Harmon's going to be downed as well. What, half the Kent State team now down and dead, and the remaining 2 players are so separated from one another. Here's Prince walking around the north side of Azahar, and their teammate, DRE, is stuck over on the south side. They are as restricted from each other as they can be, and Dre is just prone. Oh no, this is Core. My apologies, I can't read.
It's okay. It's okay. It was an error. It happens. But now it's going to be Limit and Dark holding a nice steady position. Ooh, Prince though, finding the play onto Deep. 1 down, 2 more to go. So Kent could still bounce back. But are they going to be able to find the plays they need? Darku now keeping a nice, steady, hidey hole position here. And Core, I mean, they got to try and see if they can maybe wrap it up. But I can understand what they're doing here. Is they're playing the information game, right? Trying to see what they can find and if there is an opportunity for them maybe to play a bit of an upset. Prince doesn't look all too uncomfortable here as Darku is going to be slowly encroaching on the position. But again, this is going to be a numbers game, and it definitely is not sitting in favor of Kent State.
Oh, the benefit is, I think we just saw information gain. So that prone player waiting on top of the silo, they just took some pot shots at the two rotating members of Columbia Vancouver. You can see the lower HP for both Limit and Dark rotating. Problem is because of the shots that rained in from a distance. And Daku's going to have to back out because of that. Core ended up landing a couple shots. And with that, it seems like Columbia Vancouver is like, well, they know where we're moving in from. There's no way we push this, right? Because Prince is just going to patiently wait behind a now deceased car. But Core looking to out-rotate the rotators, is this going to work? He's just seen a member, and he switched to a weapon because of it. But will he end up finding the kill before Prince goes down? Because you can see Columbia Vancouver is just swarming one of the two Kent State members alive.
I mean, if you can out-rotate the rotators, is that then called R&R?
No idea.
Well, we'll find out soon what is going to happen here. Prince is going to look to surprise them. Nice bit of coverage, going to keep it nice and quiet. But will we see Core actually being able to assist a teammate? Now is go time. The play is there.
No.
Oh, Prince goes down. It's up to Core, and Core now is like, nope, I've had enough. Look over there. Let me head over there, rather.
Core's like, hey, you guys remember my teammate? You just want to focus on his dead body, right? I don't exist. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a figment of your imagination. Is Core in the room with us right now? That's what he's thinking to himself, at least. And it seems like Kent State will at least keep one member alive, but this is no way to play what will be the last map of play. Kent State, by the way, if anybody's curious, is just barely inside that. Oh, no, they're not inside the top 8. Wait, that was map 1. I know how to read. Again, problems. They are just barely inside the top 8. They currently have 11 total points. Humber right behind them, Conestoga B at 9 as well, and Guelph Humber at 8. So they need 7 or 8 teams to do so poorly in this last game if they want their last remaining member alive to give them enough points to qualify for the finals.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, but seeing that we now are back with a little bit of a breather here, you were asking about milkshake. My favorite milkshake is a full one.
As it should be.
Yeah, but if I had to pick a flavor, I'd probably say bubblegum. And yourself?
Really?
Yeah.
I've never had a bubblegum milkshake. They don't have those around here. Can I move to South Africa? You got a room?
I'll email it to you.
Okay. I think that'll work, yeah.
I can't guarantee the taste, though, but, well, I can tell you about one taste. It is going to be a little bit of a stinging taste coming through here from Fanshawe, as they are going to be looking to step it up onto the side of Sinclair. Oh, Manny taking quite a bit of damage.
The weird scenario for what seems like St. Clair's A squad, rude dudes trying to play as distance from their teammate as they can. I don't know if Manny's going to survive here. Joss really can't afford to go pick them up because they're more susceptible in the buggy, but no. Manny does seem to have a car that would totally actually be able to stay there in real life, and it's not just a figment of the game engine. But yeah, it'll end up driving away, and safely so. So as of right now, rude dudes will keep all 4.
Well, maybe when you tell someone use your game engine and put the vehicle there, that's maybe another way of using your imagination, right? Speaking about imagination, though, Mickey is not imagining sounds. There is indeed a team pushing up on them. It's going to be the Rude Dudes. Whitebeard is dropped on down. It's up to Titan and Jas. And this could still be quite a bit of a clutch coming through enough for Fanshawe.
Fanshawe could step up here. They need the points as well. If you find a finish here in a great spot, you're looking for a follow-up down if you can find it. But no, Mickey doesn't see Josh so far away, who ends up finding that down. That's a massive return. And Haram now understanding their problem. Beast has been finished off as well, so it's a pseudo 2v3 as of right now with Titan being down. But you remember Maddie, the one who drove away so long ago, they currently have such a distance position as of right now on the left side of your screen. If Haram is not aware of that later on, they're going to be in such a difficult position. Here may be that step up from Manny, but they're playing extremely passive right now, understanding that they just have to play coverage for their teammates for the time being.
Well, let's see whether or not they are going to be looking to maybe go from a bit of that cover play into a little bit more of an aggressive approach. It's going to be the Rude Dudes trying to get themselves patched up. They've not yet lost a single player. Titan, however, gets dropped yet again. Comes to play now. Fanshaw going to be looking to step up. Oh, but now they go. The hits are in. Mickey getting dropped on down. It's up to Askajan to see if they can maybe bring it through. We get Kit 8, I would assume. That's how you pronounce the name. If not, well, I'm sorry. But let's see if they are going to be able to manage to pat themselves up. No, Whitebeard puts them on the whiteboard, and that is it.
Hit 8 dead and a quick finish onto Fanshaw. That mathematically eliminates them from contention as well, finishing this with just 7 points total on the event. That will drop them out as they started the round in 11th with nothing more. They will finish at 11th or lower and will not be able to qualify for the finals. Really unfortunate finish for Fanshaw. I think if they find more kills in that game where they finish second, we're looking at a completely different team, but it's not the case.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but as we know, it is the way the cookie crumbles. In the meanwhile, Canada West trying to play a little bit of a keep away from me game here, as they're trying to keep Centennial at arm's reach, maybe even further than that, just not wanting them to progress onto their position just yet. But I think, you know, Centennial, they're not going to say no to this, because they can use the opportunity to get themselves situated in a little bit of a compound. And this could be a bit of a setup as we almost get a bit of air coming through there. But especially now looking at Centennial, this could be a very important position over towards this western side of the zone.
A whole lot of nothing happened at this point. We see a couple early fights, but after that, some level of calm. I say that as, oh, this could be terrible timing. This is a perfect position for the hit list, and they just have Dusam drive straight between all 4 members and not take a lick of damage. Could be some information to write home as Guelph Humber. Oh, it does seem like they do have the information for themselves, but Dusam needs to be very aware that there are multiple teams around them. They cannot get as overzealous as it seems like they're trying to be right now, with Centennial North especially.
Well, how's this one going to pan out? We got a Wing Wing out on the edge. Duo Sam going to be looking to just rotate their way on through the hit list. All the way from Morris Randolph. I mean, they played a phenomenal game number 2. Hopping all the way up into that second place. But how is it going to pan out for them this time around? Are they going to be able to hold on? Because, I mean, you got to bet your dollar on it, right? Ceratoris, they are definitely hoping to contest for a bit of a position, but well, yeah, we don't have Ceratoris in this lobby anymore, so that is unfortunate. So I don't think that Morris are going to have too much to worry about at this point in time. Maybe still looking over on towards Lambton. I think Lambton, 3 points away from second place. There could also be a bit of opportunity coming through on their end. But again, if we speak with regards to points, right? Columbia, Vancouver, they need it. They came into this match with only 2 points on board. So far, they're sitting with 3 additional on top of that.
As of right now, that would put them in a nice 13th. They still need significantly more. Minimum right now to qualify, at least at this point, is 9. And that does not count Humber or Conestoga's possible points this game. Right now, 9 points is the threshold. So just keep that in mind. The teams below that, as of right now, are Guelph Humber at 8, Centennial and Fanshaw at 7. Fanshaw's mathematically out, as they're dead already. There's Kwantlen Polytechnic at 6, St. Clair A at 5, Conestoga A and C at 4 and 3 respectively, and you just brought it up, Columbia, Vancouver at 2. Everybody else who I did not just mention is as of right now in the top 8, but could be dropped down. For instance, Ceratoris is with 19, but they should be okay above 15 or so.
Well, only one way to find out, right? We got to see who gets that winner chicken dinner. Russell just enjoying the sun and a little bit of shade there, as Kartik is waiting for a little bit of that critical damage. Are they going to be able to find it though? King playing a very dangerous game. You got to stay inside. If you want to venture outside, you got to be ready for the fight. And I got to say though, I mean, looking at what Centennial doing here, it might seem like it's strategic delayed rotation coming in on their end. But I think they're taking a slightly different approach, right? Looking to see if they are actually going to get challenged for that compound.
Also wondering what the development is towards this north side of the map. We could see the north side of the map on the production side. Again, shout out observers. There's a couple late rotations. Road to Death has Core as the last one alive. We brought that up earlier. They are left alone. Conestoga B is rotating from the southwest side. There's going to be a lot of fighting over towards Hacienda and the northwest side of St. Martin, maybe east side at Crater Fields. The hilly side of this zone is going to be about as contentious as things can get. Mana 4 fighting on with Conestoga A. And as of right now, they seem to be more than comfortable on the high ground. Obi-Wan Kenobi once said, the high ground all that much more important.
Well, I'll take your word for that. I don't know it off by heart, but sure, we'll go for it. We'll go for it.
Now
it's gonna be
that's the general idea.
Yeah. I mean, it's close enough, right? I have no point of reference to either agree or disagree with you on that point. But in the meanwhile, it's going to be Conestoga A now looking to take their approach up in towards wood treatment. As you can see, we've got the players there from Morris Randolph off in the distance. So where will this play lead to? I think this is a good stopover for Conestoga. Definitely not their primary position, but a good opportunity just to get a little bit of that restock going and reassessment of the whole situation.
One question, this is an interesting position for some of Canada West. With Game Changers being in the general vicinity, Blackhawk ends up being downed from below as well. What a shot from Sook. And at this point, are they going to hop in the buggy and just go away? Yeah, they will. They will go trundling down the mountain. The buggy is the best possible car to have up here. But the shots may rain down from above. Virgo has 2 separate players who are low. I don't know if Kartik is currently downed on low HP, but no, they've just been revived from low HP. And it seems like it's going to work. In the process, as of right now, Randolph Morris steps up for a couple downs. It seems like they'll end up finding a kill, but there's the Game Changers shots from above, end up blowing up a car and finding another down in the process. They'll find a second. Kartik is back on the floor. And dead, actually. Kartik's dead.
Yeah. So far things are turning out quite well here, especially against Conestoga B. Canada West not doing the best. Down to 3 players. Still quite a bit of an uphill battle. Quite a bit of damage though, getting fed over into the side there of Ultron. But let's see what Jas is going to be able to pull out of the bag. Could we maybe have a bit of a surprise angle? So you got to watch those windows, because if you can see them, well, there's a good chance that they too can see you. And now comes the sandwich as Conestoga C comes in from behind.
It seems like everybody for Conestoga wants to step up for some level of fighting. They really have to. Both Conestoga teams coming into this with 7 total points, and they don't get to combine their points to try and qualify as collective rosters. It is 4 and 3 between A and C respectively. So at this point, they need to be able to play for some levels of aggression. Kills are going to be a must, because even if they place 3rd or 2nd, they will not have that same level of guaranteed points they need. They need frags. Cannot be understated, because now looking at St. Clair A, with their 4 points picked up in this game, they've now met that 9-point threshold that will just now start to develop up to 10 or even 11 later on.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to how they place in this game and whether or not they can find additional eliminations to back up that which they've already been able to secure. But now, Conestoga C at least going to try and get themselves situated. Meanwhile, Milkshake, they're going to be running into a little bit of complications along the way, as Vanilla will get dropped. Banana is there to try and split the difference, but up comes the push now. Centennial going to be looking to knock on the door. Sinclair B definitely going to try and hold their ground, but this is going to be a full-on send, a beautiful 4v4, but who will be the one to clutch it up though?
Not only trying to gatekeep this top of the mountain, but they would also gatekeep Centennial from qualifying. Centennial, as of right now, have 0 points. They are currently at 7 total through our 2 games of play. They need these kills to get above the threshold. And as of right now, St. Clair B, aka Milkshake, would be able to still qualify regardless of this fight. But getting down doesn't really help them. You want to try and qualify higher, have that better situation heading into finals, and more importantly, just have some more momentum going through. Vortex prone on the other side of this hill. 3rd person will help them there, as it will for Vanilla Shake trying to spray down towards the final remaining member of Kent State. Doesn't seem like any of those kills will go through. Will they hit anything? No. They're actually going to be overwhelmed. Why are they so focused on distance players? And how is Mango Shake winning? Centennial's eliminated from the event as a whole.
Wow, talk about an upset. Sinclair B just clutching like no one's business. Beautiful play going through there from Milkshake. Now it's going to be Kent State as they are down to the 1 core. This is going to be the core player, the core survivor for Road to Death. But are they going to be able to make it to the very, very end? If it's up to Virgo and the stars align, there could be a golden opportunity just over the horizon, but the Blue Zone is going to be catching up to them. They still have quite a bit of distance to go to get themselves secured. Ria is going to get rezzed on back now, having to bash themselves up. Core, yeah, this could be it though.
I don't know. I think Core's actually in a halfway decent position, all things considered. And with more teams falling behind them in the overall leaderboard, it's a higher likelihood that Kent State will now qualify. As of right now, Canada West, Morris Randolph, Cerritos, Lambton, and St. Clair B are all nearly 100% shoo-ins to get into the finals. But the final 3 or 4 spots behind them will end up being more than up for contention towards the later stages of this game. Still, a lot of teams up for grabs. Lambton, with all 4 of their players, could become a little bit more of a contentious team as well. And Guelph Humber, they're down to just 1 member with 0 points as of right now. Keep an eye on those score tallies on the right side of your screen, because Game Changers, they've just been dropped to nothing. Conestoga B eliminated. There will not be a Conestoga roster in the finals.
Cool. This could be quite a bit of an upset. Katari also trying to find the play. Now, down to 3 Bs. Quick vehicle explosion coming onto the side there of Milkshake. Gotta love it as the plays continue to find their way on in. But this is where Humber now needs to keep their heads on a swivel. They are going to get pushed from both ends. Of course, the old gangsters in a very, very sticky situation here. Canada West, right? They're going to try and find the best approach to still play for that survivability. And of course, if we look a little bit further down, it's going to be Neverfold also trying to bring in as much pressure as they can. But we do say goodbye to Kent State, though.
Kent State out with 12. As of right now, qualified. I'm going to keep an eye on that. This is what I love to do in the final games of qualification matches. Just keep an eye on the tallies, because not only as the games develop, but you could see somehow, or sometimes the play styles will develop. Teams who are already qualified or are more than happy to just play aggressive will do so. Other teams play more reserved, and the teams who need more and more points will just start to hold, I suppose, their left thumb forward, because usually I say hold W or just hold my left stick forward. This is a mobile game, so maybe not as accurate as a representation. Randolph Morris still finding more than enough downs onto their teammates as well. Trickster has just downed a Trader with a nade. That's not right.
Ooh. All right. Up comes Hacker and the rest of Humber trying to get themselves a little piece of that position up in towards the edge of zone. But again, a very, very tight play coming through here. As you can see, Gwendolyn definitely going to be looking to try and lock down quite a bit of this western front. I mean, they've got the position up in towards zone, so it makes sense. They are going to be looking to assert themselves. Speaking about assertion, it is going to be St. Clair B, who will be ending their run. Out they go, 10th place. Down to the final 9 teams we are.
St. Clair can be more than happy with their result here, though. Yeah, Milkshake overall got kind of overwhelmed in multiple different facets of this game, but they were more than happy to play on that level of aggression, and it found them a few kills, more than happy to write home. They will not get placement points, nor will Lambton, the last team to be eliminated without placement points. They also won't get kill points. That's a 0-point game from Lambton after 17 for the first 2 games.
Oh, I mean...
And Blade God just got killed / downed by the place... The entirety of Randolph Mason, oh my goodness, Morris Randolph just got eliminated as a team by the play zone.
Yeah, that's why it's called the Big Bad Blue Zone, because it's, you know, it's nobody's friend. I know it's sometimes fun to sit there, sip on a bit of blue juice, but, you know, with high risk comes a high probability of you not making it back into with that zone securely. In the meanwhile, we're down to the final 7 teams. Darku and the rest of the players coming through for the side there of Humber College are going to be just hugging the edge of zone. Quandlin going to be looking to see what they can find here. The only team in zone, in hardcover. This could be their ticket. Already 6 eliminations to their name. Up comes the Conestoga A, looking to contest a little bit of a play onto St. Clair, but will the shots now follow through?
No, they won't. Downs coming through on both sides, though. This will be a qualifying fight for both teams. Keep an eye on this. This may very well end up with either one of them in the finals. Jazz from a distance needs to be able to find a kill here, if not multiple. Hunter finding a res will help things out at the bare minimum. But Conestoga in a precarious position, to say the very least. Jazz trying to find those finishes will do damage, but they end up getting down from behind. Never Fold are not doing any folding whatsoever. They shove all in, and it ends up finding them a couple kills and eliminating St. Clair A.
Well, it is a tough play at this point in time. We're down to our final 5 teams. It's still going to be a very, very aggressive angle being held over on towards the southern side. You got to give it up to Never Fold. I mean, they start off with a 3-piece. They still have a 3-piece in this match. Shari bringing in 6 eliminations for a total of 9 for the Team Humber. They're going to get their ticket punched. Off they go. And this is now down to the wire, right? Columbia, Vancouver going to be looking to see what they can accomplish, pushing all the way from the far north. But the numbers not looking too great. And of course, Canada West down to potentially 1.
Canada Vancouver could be really put a spanner in the works of this one, though. If we see an over-aggression from Never Fold, yeah, God will probably end up dying to this. But the last member of this Columbia Vancouver squad that, remember, walked into this map in dead last place will nearly automatically qualify with their result here. They will go up to 11 points as of right now, plus whatever placement points they'll end up with. But you have to also remember, this will be a problem for them if they're coming down to tiebreakers at the end. Placement points are worth more than kill points when tiebreakers go towards the end of this series.
I mean, either which way you look at it, right? They are going to be sitting with a minimum of 15 points. Because, 5 placement points for 3rd place. So if they were to go out now, that's what they would have. So there's quite a bit riding on this play coming through now from Columbia, Vancouver. Darku going to risk it all as they push on forward. A very, very smoky vehicle as they enter zone. Oh no. And down they go.
That should be more than enough for Columbia, Vancouver. It should be for both of these teams, as a matter of fact. A win for this Queensland Polytechnical side would be more than beneficial. And it seems like with a 3v1, they're more than a shoo-in for it. They are indeed. Again, coming from nearly dead last, starting with a total of 6 points through the first 2 games of play. It will be the comeback required. And Never Fold, they will shove all in and walk away with the winner chicken dinner. The payoff was there for the bet they made.
Yes, sir. The only thing they folded was that chicken into their pocket. So what a play. 11 eliminations on board. 1,665 damage. Let's take a look and see who our MVP is. Well, the answer is it's Sherry, coming through with a glorious 6 eliminations and only a surprising 517 damage.
Not enough. I stripped the MVP away from him. You got to do over 100 damage to kill. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I promise. I'm kidding. This is a really big step up for Never Fold. There were a couple teams towards the lower side: Conestoga A, Columbia Vancouver, St. Clair A, and more importantly, this squad of Never Fold from Queensland Polytechnical. This is a big change for them. It should put them in the top 8, but the final numbers, I couldn't do them on the fly with how many teams ended up dropping. It'll be between about 5 teams for the final 3 or 4 spots for this one. It'll be close, to say the very least.
Yeah, it's literally going to come down to the wire to see who will be the one clutching up. Speaking about clutching up, we got a few goats out here. It's going to be Shari, Shake, and Darku. Oh, almost made a bit of a rhyme there, but it's the SSD. Hey, good storage, right? They stored all the eliminations. Almost no assists aside from Darku, who were able to clutch up 2 there, but Darku also leading with regards to damage.
Yeah. Least amount of kills, most amount of damage, had a couple assists, so, keep that in mind, I suppose. But our top 4 teams from this one, in terms of points overall, Queensland finishing in first place, 11 kills, that is a 21-point game to walk away with. Massive step up for them. They'll finish with 23, no, even more, 27 overall. Wow, hello, change. Columbia Vancouver will go for 9 and finish 3rd. You said it, I believe, 15, 16 points. They'll finish with overall 16 or 17, whatever it was. St. Clair B and St. Clair A making up the final 2 there as well. This was a massive change from games 1 and 2.
Yeah, definitely quite a bit of a contrasting play coming in here. I gotta say though, the conversion rate's looking very interesting, right? As you can see across the board, hitting well in excess of 1,000. But if you look over on towards Quantlin Polytechnics, right? They came through with 11 eliminations out of only 1,600 damage. So I would say very little wastage on their end, right?
Yeah.
Good conversion plays coming through there. But that carries over on towards Columbia, onto Columbia, Vancouver as well.
Here's your match ranking. This is from our last game only. This does not count the entirety of our 3 matches. Columbia, Vancouver finishing with 14 between those two. They will finish with 16 overall. That should qualify them. Canada West will finish in first place with 42 total. St. Clair A, a big step up from them. St. Clair B do even better than we were originally expecting. They finished with 24. This was a big game from a lot of teams. Kent State, Conestoga B, and a couple others will be very close contention towards the bottom end of this top 8.
Well, it's going to be a little bit of a nerve-wracking wait to see exactly who were able to get themselves into the top 8. It's all going to come down to the wire. And speaking about wires, right, Milkshake handled the situation quite well in that position. Of course, well, it all went way, way back to the beginning of the day where we saw Kent running into a few difficulties along the way. Fanshawe, I mean, you got to commend the effort, right? They tried real hard to mount a little bit of an aggressive push moving forward, but unfortunately, well, St. Clair A, they were just having none of it.
And the fact is, they looked like they had a great shot at doing much more in game 1, but only finding placement points in a game where you finished in 2nd place. You could have had so much more, and I feel like that's what Fanshawe is going to look back on this as. It should have been a little bit of a better finish, but in the end, it just wasn't.
Well, it is what it is at the end of the day. St. Clair A also getting dealt quite a bit of a tough hand. But I think this is where Neverfold had a really, really good positioning. I mean, being able to hold on to that hard cover for such a long time and looking how that was positioned within this phase, I mean, absolutely phenomenal read. Speaking about phenomenal reads, it is time for the leaderboard, and there we have it. We now know who made it in and, well, who came really close. I mean, Kent State, they win 6th place. They find themselves all the way down in 10th after this game.
Yeah, so many teams stepping up behind them. Humber doing just enough. They ended up picking up 9 points from that game, going up to 18 and picking up 6 overall. Lambton did nothing in that 3rd game, but they did just enough in games 1 and 2 to step up as they needed to, and an extremely good finish from Columbia Vancouver. I will say it again, they started off with 2 points, and both of them were kill points from the earlier stages of, I believe, game number 2, if I'm correct. And it was not a good start to today, but they did much better when they needed to in the later stages. And no, I lied. It was the earlier stages of game number 1 where they picked up those 2 points. They were very big risk of being dropped out, doing very little. And they ended up finishing with 3rd place in game 3 and so many kills that it just excelled them into 8th place, past St. Clair, past Kent State, past both Conestoga rosters. That is a clutch factor for Columbia Vancouver.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a big clutch factor coming through from them. But you gotta say though, for like, you know, Conestoga A, Conestoga C, they really brought the hustle into this last game. You could see that, you know, that intentional push coming through from them, trying to secure, you know, the adequate amount of points to get themselves in. They fell slightly short of that. But I still think a very, very respectable play rather coming through from them. Speaking about respectable, right? We got to give it another big shout out going out to ASUS. So let's take a look at that giveaway. Of course, the PMCC and Uconnect are teaming up with ASUS to give away a brand new ROG Phone 7 and an ROG Kunai 3 gamepad. Be sure to scan the QR code up in the screen. I don't know why I'm struggling to say QR code today, but you know what? It's 2 letters. It's up in the right corner. Whip your phone out, scan it up, and you could be walking away with another phone in addition to the one that you scanned the code with.
Imagine being so cool that you have a phone for traditional daily use and a gaming phone. I'm not gonna lie, I have never met somebody with a gaming phone, and I feel like that would be the most big, subtle flex ever.
Yeah, very, very subtle, low-key flex. You still haven't met anyone that can say that, because I also don't, unfortunately, have, you know, a fancy
we gotta do?
ROG Phone 7. Yes.
We gotta interview one of these players, and then I will have met one of the players that definitely has a gaming phone. Like, there's
Yeah.
no way at least one of these players don't have like a dedicated phone to play PUBG Mobile because they're playing for like $6,000. Remember, prize pool, first place from the finals next week, 2 weekends from now, because I know how to use dates, will get $6,000. And all of these 16 teams now put themselves in contention for a minimum of 500 should they place 5th or 6th. So, hey, this is a big step up for a lot of these teams and a big bit of potential for a couple squads that clutched up in the later stages. Shout out Columbia, Vancouver.
I mean, it is a pretty high level of play that we've now seen come through from these teams, right? They've set the bar for themselves as to what we are going to be expecting to see once we make our way into the finals, as you said, in about 2 weeks' time. So there's a lot to look forward to, and I think these teams are going to be doing a lot of VOD reviewing, looking to assess the gameplay that they've now had the opportunity to play at, and also prepare themselves for the competition that is to come. As you said, $6,000 for the team that gets pole position. It's going to be a good day at the office. And, well, speaking about days at the office, we're going to have to wrap up our day at the office, seeing that we've now concluded all our games, all 6 matches done, both heats have been scratched off. We know exactly who's going to be joining us in the finals, so be sure to join us back again very soon as we are going to be moving into the final stage right here for the North American Campus Championship, right? It's going to be a big day. Mark it on your calendar. Don't forget, turn on the notifications. Big thank you going out to all my co-hosts for today, right? We had Light right here, and then, of course, we had Bass swimming on through a little bit earlier as well. And as per usual, guys, see you all in the next one. Until then, stay fresh, stay frosty, and we'll see you all later.